Mental surprise, differences in feeling refers to headaches, pains in the hands, feet, etc. Such are illnesses. What is death? By death is meant the relinquishing of the carnal body which one has been given. In relinquishing the body which one has received, there are two kinds, which are, 1. Death through the expiration of life, i.e. from one's life naturally coming to an end, and 2. Death from external causes. In death through expiration of life, there are three kinds, which are, 1. Ending of life, which, however, is not the ending of fortune, 2. Ending of wealth, which, however, is not the ending of life, 3. Ending of both fortune and life. There are three kinds of death from external causes, which are, 1. Unnatural suicide, 2. Death caused by others, and 3. Death from both causes. Also, there are three kinds of death, which are, 1. Death from indolence, 2. Death from violating the precepts, and 3. Death from severing the life root. What is death from indolence? If one slanders the Mahayana Paramita, this is death from indolence. What is death from violating the precepts? When one breaches the prohibitions laid down by the Buddhas of the past, future and present, this is violating the precepts. What is death from severing the life root? Forsaking the body of the 5 skandhas is death from severing the life root. That is why we say that death is great suffering. What is the suffering of parting from what one loves? What one loves breaks up and becomes dispersed. There are two kinds of parting from what one loves, which are, 1. Breaking up of the 5 skandhas of a human, and 2. Breaking up of the heavenly world. If we count up the kinds of 5 skandhas of the things of heaven and earth, they are innumerable. This is the suffering of parting from what one loves. What is the suffering of encountering what one hates? There are masses of things which one does not love, which come together. In such massings together of what one does not love, there are three kinds, which are the realms of hell, hungry ghosts, and animals. Such three are innumerable, even though we may try to enumerate them. Such is the suffering of encountering what one hates to encounter. What is the suffering of not being able to gain what one desires? There are two kinds of this suffering of not being able to gain what one desires to have, which are, 1. Desiring something, but not being able to get it, and 2. The result that does not come about, even after much effort. Which is the case of suffering from not being able to get what one desires to have. What is the suffering of the burning urge of the 5 skandhas? The suffering of the burning urge of the 5 skandhas refers to the suffering of birth, the suffering of aging, the suffering of illness, the suffering of death, the suffering of parting from what one loves, the suffering of encountering what one hates, and the suffering of not being able to gain what one wishes to have. That is why we speak of the suffering of the burning urge of the 5 skandhas. Okasyapa. The root of life has these 7 kinds of suffering. This extends from the suffering of aging to the suffering of the burning urge of the 5 skandhas. Okasyapa. This does not mean that aging comes to all. It definitely does not come to the Buddha and the gods. With man, it is indefinite. It may exist or it may not. Okasyapa. Those who exist in the 3 worlds have life. Aging is not always definite. That is why the root rests in life. Okasyapa. The men of the world are upside down, which fact beclouds their minds. They cling to what obtains in life, and hate aging and death. It is otherwise with the Bodhisattva. When he first looks at birth, he already sees illness. Okasyapa. There was once a woman, who came into the house of another. She bore herself splendidly. She looked beautiful and her body was adorned with necklaces of various stones. The master of the house saw her and asked, "What is your name? To whom do you belong?" The woman answered, "I am Gana Mahadevi." The man of the house asked, "What do you do?" "Wherever you go." The Devi answered, "Wherever I go, I give people various things such as gold, silver, beryl, crystal, pearl, coral, lapis lazuli, agate, elephants, horses, vehicles, male or female servants, messenger boys." On hearing this, the man of the house felt extremely pleased. "Now, fortune is on my side. That is why you are in my house." He burnt incense, strew flowers, made offerings, and worshipped her. Also, outside the gate, he encountered a woman, ugly and 141 mean, whose clothes were tattered, torn, defiled by fat and were dirty. Her skin was chapped and she looked pale and white. On seeing her, he asked, "What is your name? To whom do you belong?" The woman answered, "My name is Darkness." He asked further, "Why darkness?" The woman answered, "Wherever I go, the wealth of that house disappears." Hearing this, the man brandished a sharp sword and said, "Go away. If you don't, I will kill you." The woman said, "You are a fool and lack wisdom." The man asked, "Why am I a fool, and why do I lack wisdom?" The woman answered, "The woman in your house is my elder sister. I always accompany her. If you drive me away, she will leave you." The master of the house entered the house and asked Gunadevi, "Outside the house there is a woman who says that she is your sister. Is this true?" Gunadevi said, "She truly is my sister. I am always accompanied by her, in going and coming, we never part. Wherever I am, I always do good and she always does evil. I give benefit and she loss. If you love me, love her also. If you respect me, respect her too." The man at once said, "If there have to be both, good and evil, I won't have either. Go on your way, both of you." Then the two women went to where they had been before. When they had left for where they had first been, the man of the house was glad and greatly rejoiced. Then the two women went to a poor man's hut. On seeing them, the man invited them in and said, "Henceforth, stay in my house." Gunadevi said, "We were driven away. Why do you invite us to come in?" The poor man said, "You now think of me. I respect your sister because of you. So, I allow both of you to come in. The situation is like this. O Kasyapa. It is the same with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva. He does not desire to be born in heaven. Being born means that there, too, there are aging, illness, and death. So he abandons both, he is not minded to receive them. Common mortals and the ignorant do not realize the ills of aging, illness, and death. So they greedily seek birth and death. Also, next, O Kasyapa. The child of a Brahmin, oppressed by hunger, picks up a mango fruit, which is lying in excrement. A man who knows what is what sees this and reproaches the child. You who come from a Brahmin family and whose blood is pure, why do you pick up that dirty fruit which was lying in excrement? The child flushes, after being so reprimanded. Then he replies, "I do not want to eat this, to tell you the truth. I just wanted to wash it and throw it away." The wise man says, "What you say does not make any sense. If you wanted to throw it away, what was the good of picking it up in the first place?" The situation is like this. O good man, It is the same with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva. There is no receiving and no abandoning with him from the very beginning. This is as in the case of the wise man who reproaches the Brahmin child. The case of the common mortal who prays for life and hates death is similar to that of the child who picks up the fruit and later abandons it. Also, next, Okasyapa. For example, there is a man who spreads out utensils filled with food at a crossroads. The color, fragrance, and taste are perfect, and he wishes to sell them. A man comes from a far-off place and is hungry and wasted. He is taken with the perfect color, fragrance and taste. He points to the food and asks, "What food is this?" The man selling the food says, "This is the best of food, it has color and fragrance. If one eats it, one's physique and strength will increase. It indeed does away with hunger, and one who eats it will certainly see heaven. But there is a snag. That is, that one has to die." On hearing this, the man says to himself, "I may not need any physical strength to see heaven, and also I don't care for death." And he says, "If I eat this food, I will die. How can you sell this food here at all?" The food seller says, "He who is wise does not buy it at all. Only the ignorant do not know this. They give me a lot and greedily eat this food." So might he say. The same is the case with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva. He does not wish to be born in heaven. He does not wish to have a powerful physique and strength, and to see all the devas. Why not? Because he knows that they are not removed from all worries there. Common mortals and the ignorant greedily devour wherever there is life to be lived, since they do not see aging, sickness, and death. Also, next, Okasyapa. For example, there is a poisonous tree, the root of which will certainly kill a man. So, too, the branches, trunk, knots, bark, leaves, flowers and fruit. O good man! Also, wherever the 25 existences obtain, it is the case with the 5 skandhas. Death always follows. 142 them. Also, next, Okasyapa. It is like the defilement of excrement, which gives off a horrible smell. No matter how small the amount is. O good man! The same with life. Whether one gains a life of 8,000 years or as little as 10 years, suffering accompanies it all the same. Also, next, Okasyapa. As an example, a precipice is fully overgrown by grass. And on the edge of the precipice, there is a lot of amrita ambrosia. If one eats it, one will live for 1,000 years. This will do away with disease for good, and all will proceed in peace. Common mortals and the ignorant greedily covet the taste and forget about the great pit that awaits them down below. They advance forwards, but unfortunately lose their footing, fall into the pit and die. But the wise know how things stand, they do not come near. Instead, they keep away. O good man! The same with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva. He does not care for the wonderful dishes of heaven. How could he care for those of man? Common mortals swallow an iron ball in hell. How could he desire to receive the all-wonderful dishes of the world of humans or of heaven? Okasyapa. You will certainly be able to know from this and all other innumerable parables that this life is really nothing but a thing of great suffering. Okasyapa. This is how a bodhisattva sees the suffering of life, abiding in what is said in the Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. Okasyapa. How does the bodhisattva, abiding in this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra, see the suffering of aging? Age truly does call forth coughs and dizziness. It diminishes courage, spirit, memory, positive steps forward, manhood, joy, pride, highbrow height, peace, and unmolestedness freedom. Age indeed brings with it back swellings, forgetfulness, and lassitude, and is looked down upon by others. Okajapa. A pond is full of lotuses, with their flowers wide open and with freshness filling all around. All is lovely. But if hail comes, all will be destroyed. It is like that. O good man. Aging is thus. It destroys manhood and beauty. Also, next, O Kajyapa. A king has a wise minister who is well up in military tactics. An enemy king rises against him. The king sends this minister to go and conquer the enemy king. This king is taken prisoner, and the minister returns home and sees the king. The case is thus. The same with aging. It takes prisoners of one's manhood and brilliancy, alertness of mind, and hands them over to the king of death. Also, next, O Kajyapa. It is as in the case of a rich man who owns such various treasures as gold, silver, lapis lazuli, crystal, agate, red pearl, and carnelian. But when robbers come and steal them, nothing more remains behind. O good man. It is the same with manhood and brilliancy. The thief, old age, always comes and plunders everything. Also, next, O Kajyapa. For example, a poor man greedily covets beautiful dishes and soft clothes. He seeks to possess such, but cannot. O good man. The case is the same with aging too. A greedy mind covets wealth and the satisfaction of the five sense desires, but it cannot find satisfaction. Also, next, O Kajyapa. It is like the tortoise on dry land that always thinks of water. O good man. The same is the case with human beings. Dried up with emaciation and age, the mind always thinks back to the pleasures of the five desires which one enjoyed in the prime of one's life. Also, next, O Kajyapa. It is as in the case of the autumn moon which, though looked up to by all the lotus flowers, is looked down upon when it wanes in its yellow. O good man. The same is the case with the prime of life and youthful colors. Though loved by all look down upon one when old age comes. Also, next, O Kajyapa. The same is the case with sugar cane. When it is pressed, what remains behind has no taste. The same regarding the prime of life and youthful colors. When old age presses down on one, nothing remains of the three tastes, which are, 1, the taste of renunciation, 2, the taste of recitation, and 3, the taste of dhyana, meditation. Also, next, O Kajyapa. This is as in the case of a night of the full moon, when there is an abundance of light, but in the daytime there is not. O good man. The same with human beings. In the prime of life, one looks splendidly austere, one's form and face are rare and grand, but as one grows old, one becomes weaker and one's godliness of form dries up. Also, next, O Kajyapa. As an example, there is a king who governs the land with just law and reigns over his subjects. He is upright and honest, nothing about him is devious. He has compassion and loves to give. Then, the enemy comes and overruns the land. The king flees and goes to another country. The people of the other country see this and have pity and say, O great king. 143 In days gone by, you reigned over a kingdom, basing yourself on right law and doing no crooked thing to anyone. How is it that you had to leave your country and come to this one? It is like this. O good man. The same with human beings. When age comes and one once gets broken down by it, one can only praise what obtained when one was in the prime of one's life. Also, Next, Okasyapa. It is, for example, like the wick of a lamp, which depends solely on grease and oil. When the grease and oil have gone, the power of the lamp does not endure long. The same with human beings. One depends on the oil of manhood. When the oil of manhood is spent, how long can the wick of weak old age give out light? Also, next, Okasyapa. For example, a dried up river cannot benefit humans, non-humans, flying birds, or running beasts. The same with human beings. Dried up by old age, man cannot be of use for any kind of work. Also, next, Okasyapa. For example, it is as with a tree hanging over the edge of a precipice. If a storm comes, it is sure to come toppling down. O good man! The same with the human being. If the storm of old age comes to the precipice of old age, nothing can check the force. Also, next, Okasyapa. It is as with a broken shaft, by which no heavy burden can be borne. O good man! The same with old age. No good thing can be of any benefit to one. Also, next, it is as with a child who is slighted. O good man! Age, too, does thus. All people always make light of, and neglect, one. When one is old. Okasyapa. Know from this and all other innumerable and boundless parables, that old age is truly great suffering. Okasyapa. That is why the Bodhisattva studies the Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra and meditates on the suffering of old age. Okasyapa. How does a Bodhisattva Mahasattva study the Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra and meditate on the suffering of illness? So-called illness destroys all peace and joy. For example, it is as with the hail and rain that destroy the young buds of cereal. Also, it is as in the case of a person against whom someone has a grudge, that person's mind is always apprehensive and fearful. O good man! The same with all beings. They always fear the suffering of illness and are apprehensive. Also, next, Okasyapa. There is a man who looks glorious and austere. The king's consort, due to sensual desire, means to have him. Letters arrive, and pressed by her, he has intercourse with her. The king catches him, cuts away one of each eye, ear, hand, and leg. The appearance of this person changes. People dislike and slight him. O good man! The same applies to the human being. A person may have a good set of ears and eyes, but caught and pressed by illness, people will slight him. Also, next, Okasyapa. For example, the plantain, bamboo, reed, and mule have to die when they have offspring. O good man! The same with human beings. From illness, they have to die. Also, next, Okasyapa. The main body of soldiers and ministers of a Chakravartin always go in front and lead the way, and the Chakravartin follows. Likewise, the kings of fish, ants, whelks, cows, and head merchants go before and the others all follow and never part from them. Also, next, O good man! The same with the Chakravartin of death. He always follows his subjects' illnesses and never parts from them. The same with the kings of fish, ants, whelks, cows, and merchants. Always they are followed by the subjects of death. O Okasyapa. The causal relations of illness are worry, apprehension, suffering, and uneasiness in body and mind. One may be attacked by someone bearing ill will, the floating bag may get rent, or the bridge may be dug away, so that the foundations of life will be endangered. Or the prime of life and bright complexion, vitality, peace, repentance may be destroyed or may disappear, or the body and mind may get burnt out. One can indeed see from this parable and from innumerable, boundless other parables how great the pain of illness is. All this is to show how the Bodhisattva Mahasattva studies this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra and meditates on the suffering of illness. O Kasyapa, how does the Bodhisattva study the Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra and meditate on the suffering of death? We say death, because it thoroughly burns out and annuls things. O Kasyapa, it is as when a fire burns out everything, except that it cannot exclude the second dhyana. O good man, the same is the case with the fire of death. It burns out everything, excepting the Bodhisattva who abides in the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana. Because the strength of the Bodhisattva reaches this stage. Also, next, O Kasyapa, if a flood comes, all sinks under the water, excepting the third dhyana, which it cannot make away with. O good man, the same 144 is the case with the water of death, which submerges everything, except for the Bodhisattva who abides in the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana. Also, next, O Kasyapa, a storm blows up, scatters and destroys everything, excepting the fourth dhyana, which its power cannot reach. O good man, the same is the case with the wind of death. It destroys all that one has, except for the Bodhisattva who abides in the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, why is it that the wind cannot blow away, the flood cannot wash away, and the fire cannot burn out the fourth dhyana? The Buddha said, O good man, this comes from the fact that in the fourth dhyana there does not remain a speck of sin, in or out of it. The first dhyana has sin and illness in it. Within, it has enlightened meditation, but outside, there is fire. The second dhyana has sin and illness in it. Within, there is joy, but outside, it has the sufferings of the flood. The third dhyana has sin and illness in it. Within, it has asthma and, outside, the sufferings from the wind. O good man, the fourth dhyana has, within and without, no sin or illness at all. Because of this, no calamity can reach it. O good man, the same is the situation with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva. He peacefully abides in the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana, and all sins and illness come to an end. Because of this, the king of death cannot reach him. Also, next, O good man, for example, the Garuda indeed devours all nagas, fish, and all treasures such as gold and silver, except for the diamond. The same with the Garuda of death. It indeed devours and does away with all beings, except for the Bodhisattva Mahasattva who abides in the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana, whom it cannot make away with. Also, next, for example, all grass and trees are swept down to the great sea if the volume of water increases in size and if the ravaging increases, except for the bitter willow and the willow, since these are soft and pliant. O good man, the same is the case with all beings. All follow and get into the sea of death, excepting the Bodhisattva who abides in the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana and whom it cannot do away with. Also, next, O Kasyapa, Narayana beats all wrestlers, except the great wind. Why? Because of unhinderedness. O good man, the same is the case with the Narayana of death. He indeed conquers all beings, except the Bodhisattva who abides in the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana. Why? Because of unhinderedness. Also, next, O Kasyapa, there is a person who deceives and feigns friendliness, though entertaining enmity. He always follows others, just as a shadow does its object, and looks for a chance to kill them. But the person to whom enmity is born is wary and stubborn, so that no opportunity for being killed is provided. O good man! The same is the case with the enemy of death. It always looks for a chance to kill beings, excepting the Bodhisattva Mahasattva who abides in the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana. Why? Because this Bodhisattva is not indolent. Also, next, O Kasyapa. For example, suddenly a great storm arises, carrying storm and rain of adamantine force, by which all medicinal trees, all trees, forests, sand, tiles, stones, gold, silver, and beryl get crushed, except for the true treasure of the diamond. O good man! The same is the case with the adamantine rain of death. It wholly destroys beings, except for the Bodhisattva of adamantine mind who abides in the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana. Also, next, O Kasyapa. It is like the Garuda that devours all Nagas, excepting those who take refuge in the three treasures. O good man! The same is the case with the Garuda of death that truly devours all innumerable beings, except the Bodhisattva who dwells in the three dhyanas. What are the three dhyanas? These are those of the void, of formlessness and desirelessness. Also, next, O Kasyapa. If one is bitten by a Mara viper, no good charm or medicine of any superior quality can have any power to heal one, except for the charm of Augusti, which indeed cures one. It is the same with a person caught by the poison of death. No medical treatment is of any help, except for the case of the Bodhisattva charm of the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana. Also, next, there is a man who has aroused the anger of a king. But should he present treasures to the king with gentle words, he might well gain the king's pardon. The case is like this. O good man! The case of the king of death is not like that. One may offer money or wealth in a gently spoken manner, but no release will ensue. O good man! Now, death is a precipice where there is no guarantee of life. The way to it is far. One may walk day and night, and there is no end of walking. The path of gloom hangs on. 145 oppresses one and there is no light. There is no gate through which one may enter, and there is a place that exists. No place of pain exists, but there is no means of cure. There is nothing that bars the way. Once in, there is no getting out. There is nothing to break, but what meets one's eyes is nothing but what is sorrowful and poisonous. It has no bad color, but people are afraid. It sits close to one, but one cannot know or feel where it is. O Kasyapa! You may know from this and from innumerable and boundless other parables that life and death are great suffering to a person. O Kasyapa! This is how a Bodhisattva practices the way by means of the Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra and how he meditates on death. O Kasyapa! How does a Bodhisattva abide in the teaching of the Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra and meditate on the suffering of parting from what one loves? The suffering of parting from what one loves is the root suffering of all sufferings, about which it is said, from craving one gains apprehension. From craving one gains fear. If the greedy mind is done away with, why does one need to feel apprehension or fear anymore? Through the causal relations of craving comes about the suffering of apprehension. From the suffering of apprehension, beings become weak and old. The suffering of parting from what one loves accompanies one to the end of one's life. O good man! As a result of parting, various minor sufferings arise. I shall clearly explain this for your good. O good man! In ages past, humans had an immeasurably long life. At that time, there was a king called Good Abiding. This king, at that time, was a child. As a prince, he attended to the business of the state. Then he became king. At that time, a human being's life lasted 84,000 years. Then, on top of his head a pimple appeared. It looked like a cotton tula or soft carpasa. Cotton. This grew bigger by the day. But he did not worry one whit about it. After 10 months, this boil broke open and a child was born. His form was well proportioned and nothing was as wonderful as this. His color and form were clear, and the child was the foremost amongst humans. His father, the king, was glad and named him Headborn. Then King Good Abiding handed over the government of the state to this Headborn, and abandoning the royal palace, his wife, children, and relatives, he entered the forest and studied the way and lived for 84,000 years. Then Headborn, 15 days after his birth, was given the right of Abiska anointing on a high building. And to the east was the treasure wheel of gold, one of the 7 treasures which a Chakravartin is said to possess. The wheel had 1,000 spokes and was perfect in its hub. It was not one made by an artisan, but one that had come about naturally. The great king, Headborn, thought, in ages past, I heard what was said by a rishi who was accomplished in divine powers. If a Kshatriya king gets bathed baptized, receives the rite of purification on top of a high building, if the number of spokes of the golden wheel is not one too few, and if the hub is correctly set, and if it is not one made by an artisan, but one arisen naturally, one may know that this indicates a king who will become a Chakravartin. He also said to himself, I shall now try it out. I shall hold the wheel in my left hand, and my right hand will hold the incense burner. And I shall place my right knee on the ground and take my vows. If this wheel is genuine and not false, I pray that things will be as in the olden days regarding what accrues to a Chakravartin. When he vowed thus, this treasure wheel of gold flew up and went in all the 10 directions, and came back to the left hand of Headborn. Then he rejoiced unendingly. Also, he said, I shall now surely become a Chakravartin. Then, not long after, there came to him a treasure elephant, which looked grand and grave like a white lotus, and whose 7 limbs stood firmly upon the ground. Seeing this, Headborn thought to himself, in days gone by, I heard a rishi who possessed the 5 powers say that if a Chakravartin receives the Abhiksika rite on a high building on the 15th day after his birth, and if there is an elephant whose 7 limbs stand firmly upon the ground, this indicates, 1. Should know, a sacred king. Also, he thought, I shall now try it out. He held the incense burner in his left hand, placed his right knee on the ground and vowed, if this treasure elephant is not false, let all proceed as in the olden days. When this vow had been taken, this white 146 treasure elephant traveled from morning till evening in the 8 directions, and gaining the boundary line of the great sea, came back and sat as it was meant to sit. Then King Headborn was greatly and inexpressibly pleased. Also, he said, I am definitely now a Chakravartin. Then, not long afterwards, a treasure horse came, whose color was bright blue and who had a golden-colored hairy tail. Headborn, on seeing it, thought to himself, in days gone by, I heard a rishi who had the 5 powers say that when a Chakravartin, 15 days after his birth, sits on a high building and receives the rite of Abhiska, and if a treasure horse comes whose color is bright blue and whose hairy tail is of the color of gold, we should know that this is a sacred king. Also, he thought to himself, I shall now test it out. He took up the incense burner, placed his right knee on the ground and vowed, if this horse is genuine and not false, let all happen as is proper regarding a Chakravartin. After he had thus uttered his prayer, the blue horse traveled from morning to evening in the 8 directions, and having gained the boundary line of the Great Sea, came back and remained where it was supposed to remain. Then Headborn was greatly pleased and rejoiced inexpressibly. Also, he said, "Now I am definitely a Chakravartin." Then, not long afterwards, there appeared a treasure woman whose form was all perfect and most beautiful. She was not tall, not short, not white, nor black. From all the pores of her skin wafted the fragrance of sandalwood. She smelled sweet and clear fresh, and looked like a blue lotus. Her eyes could see as far as a yojana. The same with her ears' hearing ability and her nose's smelling power. Her tongue was so big that, when it stretched out, it thoroughly covered her face. Her form and color were delicate as leaves of copper. Her mind and consciousness were transparent, and she had great wisdom. Always gentle were the words which she spoke to all beings. When this woman's hand touched the king's robes, it could see through the course of illness whether illness was present and what the king was thinking. Then Headborn again thought, if this woman can read the king's mind, this is a treasure woman? Then, not long after, there appeared a Mani jewel, gem which was of pure blue beryl. It resembled the hub of a wheel, and in the gloom its radiance extended for 1 yojana in distance. If it happened to rain cats and dogs, the power of that Mani was so great that it could well have served as a parasol and covered a space 1 yojana in extent, and not a drop of the heavy rain would have passed through. Then Headborn thought to himself, if the Chakravartin obtains this Mani, this is the sign of a sacred emperor. Then, not long afterwards, there spontaneously appeared a treasure minister, whose wealth was so great that it could not be counted. His storehouse was full and was lacking in nothing. The power of his eyes, which was the fruit of his personal virtue, was able to penetrate all the wealth hidden under the earth. Whatever the king desired to have, the minister could answer his need. Headborn again resolved to test things out. He sailed forth on a boat in the sea and said to the treasure minister, I now desire to have something rare. The minister stirred up the surface of the water with both his hands. The 10 tips of his fingers then held all sorts of treasure. Presenting these to the king, he said, please use these as you will and throw away what is left over. Headborn was delighted and rejoiced inexpressibly. And he thought to himself, I now surely am a Chakravartin. And not long after that, there spontaneously appeared an army general. He was brave and strong, and preeminent in tactics, knowing well the 4 armies, the 4 military forces of 1 elephants, 2 horses, 3 chariots, and 4 infantry. Should there be anyone who could stand battle, this was shown to the holy king. One not worthy of it was made to draw back and not to come near, attack. Any not yet conquered was conquered, anyone already conquered was well protected. Then Headborn thought to himself, if this general possesses the treasure of military prowess, I must certainly be a Chakravartin. Then the Chakravartin, Headborn, spoke to his ministers, you should know that this Jambudvipa is peaceful and prosperous. I now have the 7 treasures and 1,000 sons. What more should I do? All the ministers answered, yes, indeed, O great king. Purvavidha, i.e. one of the 4 lands of the Sumera cosmos, the one which is situated to the east is not yet at peace. You should now go there. Then the king flew through the air to Purvavidha with all 147 his retinue of 7 treasures. The people of that land were glad and became his subjects. And he said to his ministers, Jambudvipa and Purvavidha are at peace, prosperous and vigorous. All has been subjugated. The 7 treasures are perfect and the 1,000 children are full complete. What more do I need to do? All the ministers answered, yes, indeed, O great king. Aparagodaniya, i.e. a land to the west of Mount Sumeru, is not yet under your banner. Then the sacred king flew through the air to Aparagodaniya with all his 7 treasures. When he reached there, the people of that land all came under his banner. And he said to his ministers, my Jambudvipa, Purvavidha, and Aparagodaniya are at peace. The people are rich and vigorous. All have been subjugated. The 7 treasures are all perfect. And the 1,000 children are full. What more do I need do? All the ministers said, yes. Indeed, O great king. Uttarakuru, i.e. a land to the north of Mount Sumeru, is not yet under your banner. Then the sacred king flew through the air to Uttarakuru, taking all his 7 treasures with him. When the king reached there, the people of that land rejoiced and came under his banner. And he said to his ministers, my 4 lands are now at peace. The people are vigorous. All have come under my banner, the 7 treasures have been obtained, and the 1,000 children are full. What more do I need to do? All the ministers said, yes, indeed, O sacred king. The people of Trayastrimsa heaven enjoy long life. They are at peace. The form of those devas is splendid and incomparable. The palace where they live and their benches, chairs, and bedsteads are of jewels. They sit on these and enjoy celestial happiness. They have not yet come to pay homage. You should now go and bring them under your banner. Then the king flew through the air, taking all the retinue of his 7 treasures with him, and went up to the top of Trayastrimsa heaven. There he saw a tree, the color of which was blue and green. The sacred king, having seen it, asked his minister, what is this thing of this color? The minister made answer, this is a tree called Parisitra. All the devas of Trayastrimsa heaven, in the 3 months of summer, always amuse themselves under this tree. Also, he saw a thing white like a cloud. Again he asked his minister, what is this, of this color? This is called the hall of good dharma. All the devas of Trayastrimsa heaven always gather here and discuss what obtains in the worlds of humans and gods. Then Shukrodevanamindra, the chief of the gods, saw that King Headborn was outside the hall. He went out and welcomed him. Having met him, he took the king's hand and entered the hall of good dharma and shared his seat. Then, the two looked the same in form and countenance, with no difference. Only by wink small gestures could one tell them apart. Then the sacred king thought to himself, would it not be right for me now to abdicate the throne and come and become king of this heaven? O good man! At that time, Shakra was holding the Mahayana Sutras in his hand, reciting and expounding them to others. Only he was now so proficient in their depths of meaning. But because of this reciting, upholding, expounding, and promulgating of the sutras to others, there is great virtue. O good man! This Headborn entertained ill will towards Shakra. Because of this depravity, he had to return to this Jambudvipa and part from the humans and devas he had loved, and had a greatly troubled mind. That Shakra at the time was Buddhakasyapa, and the Chakravartin was I. O good man! No. That the suffering of parting from what one loves is great suffering. O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva remembers is mindful of all such cases of suffering due to parting from what one loves. How could it be otherwise when the Bodhisattva, abiding in the teaching of the Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra, meditates on the real suffering of parting from what one loves? O good man! How does a Bodhisattva practice the way of the Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra and meditate on the suffering of encountering what one hates to see? O good man! This Bodhisattva Mahasattva sees that the suffering of encountering what one hates exists in the realms of hell, animals, hungry pretas, humans, and heaven. It is like a person who is bound up in prison feeling great sorrow as he sees his fetters, chains, and handcuffs. The same with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva. He sees all living beings of the five realms as being the objects of great suffering concomitant with encountering what is hateful. Also, next, O good man. It is like a 148 person who, fearing the fetters, chains, and handcuffs of someone who has feelings of enmity towards him, abandons his parents, wife, children, relatives, rare jewels and his own profession, and flees to distant places. O good man. It is the same with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva. He fears birth and death, fully practices the six paramitas and enters nirvana. O Kasyapa. This is how a Bodhisattva practices the way of the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana and meditates on the suffering of encountering what one hates. O good man. How does a Bodhisattva practice the teaching of the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana and meditate on the suffering of not gaining what one desires to have? Seeking to have is to have all that exists. There are two kinds of seeking to possess. One is seeking to have what is good to have, and the other is seeking to have what is not good. There is suffering if what is good is not gained, and suffering if what is not good is not removed. Stated simply, this is the suffering of the burning urge of the five skandhas. O Kasyapa. This is the truth of suffering. Then Bodhisattva Mahasattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one. The suffering of the burning urge of the five skandhas does not mean this. Why not? In days past, the Buddha said to Kalita, one of the five bhikshus, if rupa form, matter is suffering, do not seek rupa. If rupa is something to be sought, it is not suffering. The Buddha said to all bhikshus that there are three feelings Vedana, which are, 1. The feeling of suffering, 2. The feeling of bliss, and 3. The feeling of non-suffering and non-bliss. The Buddha said to all the bhikshus before that if one practices wonderful dharma, one will encounter bliss. Also, the Buddha said that in good realms one gains 6 blisses of touch. The eye sees beautiful things. This is bliss. The same with the ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind which feels pleasure. The Buddha said in a Gatha, to accord with the precepts is bliss. One's body does not suffer from sorrow. Sleep gives one peace. Awake, the mind is glad. When one receives clothing and food, recites, walks about, and lives alone in mountains and forests. This is the greatest bliss. To beings, day and night, one is compassionate, and this gives one unending bliss. Because this does not cause suffering to others. It is bliss to seek little and be satisfied. It is bliss to hear much of the Dharma and to disseminate it, arhathud, with no clinging in one's mind, is also the experience of bliss. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva finally reaches the yonder shore. Whatever is done gains one an end. This is the greatest of bliss. O world-honored one. The meaning of bliss as stated in all the sutras is thus. How might what the Buddha says now be in accordance with this? The Buddha said to Kasyapa, well said, O good man. You do well to ask the Tathagata this question. O good man. All beings, even when in the deepest depths of suffering, willingly entertain the thought of bliss. Because of this, there is no difference there from the thought of suffering about which I now speak. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, you say that one gains bliss even amidst the deepest 149 depths of suffering. If so, this must mean that the lowest point in birth, the lowest point in old age, the lowest point in illness, the lowest point in death, the lowest point in the suffering of parting from what one loves, the lowest point in the suffering of not being able to gain what one desires, the lowest point in the suffering of encountering what one hates, and the lowest point in the suffering of the burning urge of the five skandhas may be said to possess bliss. O world honored one! The lowest grade of birth is none but the three unfortunate realms. The middle grade of birth means human life, and the highest of births is that of heaven. If there is a man who asks, is it true that one gains the thought experience of suffering in the lowest state of bliss, the thought of non-bliss and non-suffering in the middle state of bliss, and in the highest state of bliss the thought of bliss, how should we answer this? O world-honored one! We might well say that one gains the thought of bliss when in the lowest state of suffering. But we see that one who has to receive 1,000 punishments does not yet, at the first stage of the lowest suffering, gain the thought of bliss. But if not, how can we say that we gain the thought of bliss in the lowest stage of suffering? The Buddha said to Kasyapa, it is thus, it is thus. It is just as you say. Because of this, there can be no occasion on which there comes about the thought of bliss. Why not? If a man who is to have 1,000 punishments is able to escape those punishments after receiving just one of the least of them, that person will, at that instant, gain the thought of bliss. Hence, we should know that the thought of bliss arises in circumstances in which there is no ground for it. Kasyapa said, O world-honored one! That person does not gain the thought of bliss in the lowest state of suffering. It is from emancipation that he gains the thought of bliss. O Kasyapa! Because of this, in times gone by, I spoke about the bliss of the five skandhas to Kalida. It was true, not false. O Kasyapa! There are three feelings: 1. The feeling of bliss, 2. The feeling of suffering, and 3. The feeling of non-suffering and non-bliss. The three sufferings are, 1. Suffering bodily pain, 2. Suffering of what is made suffering arising out of phenomena changing, and 3. Suffering of disintegration mental pain caused by destruction. O good man! The feeling of suffering is based on these three sufferings, which are those of suffering, the suffering of what is made, and the suffering of disintegration. The other two feelings are the suffering of what is made and the suffering of disintegration. O good man! Because of this, there is in birth and death really the feeling of bliss. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva says that all is suffering, because the intrinsic nature and the outer expressions of suffering and bliss do not part. Truth to tell, there is no bliss in birth and death. It is only in order to accord with the ways of the world that all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas say that there is bliss. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas speak thus in order to accord with the ways of the world. Is this not false? The Buddha said, one who does good harvests bliss. One who upholds the precepts and abides in peace does not harvest suffering. All others are likewise. This is the greatest of bliss. Are the feelings of bliss which the sutras speak of all false, or are they not? If false, how are we to explain the fact that the all-Buddha world-honored one, already long ago, innumerable 100,000 million billion Naota Asamkhas of kalpas in the past, practiced the way of enlightenment and did away with false speech, and that he now says this? Why? The Buddha said, O good man! The Gatha cited above referring to the feeling of bliss constitutes the root concept of enlightenment. Also, it well nurtures unsurpassed enlightenment over a long course. That is why the phases of bliss are spoken about in the sutras. O good man! For example, what supports life forms all the causes of bliss. So, we say bliss. These are such as female beauty. 150. Abandoning oneself to intoxicating drinks, beautiful dishes, and sweets, drinking water when thirsty, and having fire when cold, clothing, necklaces, elephants, horses, vehicles, servants, pages, gold, silver, beryl, coral, pearls, storehouses, and rice. All such things that pertain to the world form the cause of bliss. This is bliss, O good man. But even such things can call forth suffering, too. From a female, a man's suffering comes about. Apprehension, sorrow, weeping. Loss of life, intoxicating drinks, sweets, and storehouses do also call forth suffering. Because of this, all is suffering, there can be no phase of bliss. O good man. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva takes it that the 8 sufferings possess no suffering. O good man. All Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas do not know the cause of bliss. To such persons, he the Tathagata says that the lowest of suffering also contains a phase of bliss. Only the Bodhisattva, abiding in the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana, is able to know the causes of suffering and bliss. Chapter 20, On Holy Actions 2. O good man. How does the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, abiding in the teaching of the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana, meditate on the cause of suffering? O good man. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva understands that the cause of suffering is grounded in the causal relations of the skandhas. We speak of the cause of suffering. This corresponds to love of what exists. There are 2 loves. Desires, cravings. One is the love that loves one's own self, the other is the love that loves what is possessed. There are 2 further kinds. A person seeks, head and foot, to gain the objects of the 5 desires, objects of the 5 sense organs, and wealth, lust, food, fame, and sleep which he does not possess. Once he has gained them, he obstinately clings to them. Also, there are 3 kinds: 1, love of desire, 2, love of form, and 3, love of non-form, i.e. the realms of 1, the Kamadhatu, the Rupatatu, and 3, the Arupatatu. Additionally, there are 3 kinds, which are 1, love of the causal relations of karma, 2, love of the causal relations of defilement, and 3, love of the causal relations of suffering. Bhikshus have 4 kinds of love. What are the 4? These are 1, clothing, 2, food, 3, bedding, 4, decoctions. Also, there are 5 kinds. A person greedily clings to the 5 skandhas and to all that he uses. There are innumerable and boundless varieties of discrimination and presumption. O good man. There are 2 kinds of love, which are 1, love of good, and 2, love of non-good. The love of non-good is the love of the common mortal and the ignorant. The love of wonderful Dharma is what the Bodhisattva seeks. The love of wonderful Dharma is of 2 kinds, 1, non-good, and 2, good. Those following the 2 vehicles are those of the non-good, those who pursue the Mahayana are those of the good. O good man. The love of common mortals is the cause of suffering samudaya and is not truth satya. The love of the Bodhisattva is called the truth of the cause of suffering, but not the cause of suffering. Why? Because he gains birth in order to save beings. He does not gain birth for the sake of love, i.e. out of selfish craving. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one. The Buddha world honored one speaks in other sutras about karma and says that karma constitutes causal relations. For example, you speak about arrogance, or the 6 touches, or ignorance, and say that These have bearings on the burning urge of the five skandhas. Now, you speak of the Four Noble Truths. But why is it that only love selfish craving is the cause of the five skandhas? The Buddha praised Kasyapa, saying, well said, O good man. What you say cannot be classed as non-cause. Only, the five skandhas are always based on love craving. O good man. This is like the situation of a great king. When he goes on a tour of inspection, all his ministers and relatives follow him. The case of love is the same. Where craving goes, all the bonds of defilement also follow in its train. For example, it is like oily clothing, which picks up dust, and whatever comes into contact with it remains there. It is the same with craving. As craving increases, there come about karmic bonds bandhana, the bonds of defilement. Also. Next, O good man. For example, it is as in the case of wet ground, where a bud can easily come out. The same with craving. It easily calls forth the bud of the defilement of karma. O good man. As the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, abiding in the teaching of this Mahayana Mahaparinirvana, meditates deeply on this craving, he sees there are 9 kinds, which are, 1. 151 craving like an unpaid debt, 2. Like a female Rakshasa flesh-eating demon, 3. Like a beautiful flower in which nests a viper, 4. Hateful gluttony, which is harmful and which one, by force, means to have insists on having, 5. Like a lustful woman, 6. Like the Marika Malika seed, 7. Like the stubborn flesh of a boil, 8. Like a storm, and 9. Like a comet. Why do we say that craving is like an unpaid debt? O good man. For example, it is as in the case of a poor woman who has borrowed money from others and has to pay back the debt. She wishes to pay the money back, but cannot. She gets sent to prison and cannot get free. The same is the case with Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. As there is a remaining taint of craving, they cannot attain unsurpassed enlightenment. O good man. This is why we say that it is like an outstanding debt. Why do we say that craving is like a Rakshasa woman? O good man. As an example, there is a man who gains a Rakshasa woman as his wife. The Rakshasa woman gives birth to a child. But after it is born, she devours it. Having devoured it, she also devours her own husband. O good man. The Rakshasa woman of craving is also like this. All beings gain good children. But as they are born, they get devoured. When the good child is eaten, craving eats beings and gives them life in the realms of hell, animals, and hungry ghosts. The Bodhisattva alone is an exception. That is why we say as in the case of a Rakshasa woman. O good man. Why do we say that a viper lives in a beautiful flower? For example, a man, by nature, loves beautiful flowers. He does not notice a worrying viper anywhere about. He steps forth, catches hold of the flower, gets bitten by the viper and dies. The same is the case with all common mortals. They devour the flowers of the 5 desires. This craving, not seeing the viper within craving, takes hold of them. Bitten by the viper of craving, they die and get reborn in the unfortunate realms. It is otherwise with the Bodhisattva. That is why we say that it is as in the case of a beautiful flower in which a viper lives. O good man. Why do we say that, perforce, we partake of what is not helpful? For example, there is a man here who partakes of what is of no help. Having partaken, he gets a pain in his stomach, suffers from loose bowels, diarrhea, and dies. The same with the food of craving. All The beings of the five realms cling to gluttony. As a result, they get reborn in the three evil realms, except for the Bodhisattva. This is why we speak of eating what is not helpful. O good man! How is it that things go as with a lustful woman? For example, an ignorant person befriends a lustful woman, who skillfully feigns and flatters and shows familiarity, and takes away all that person's money and wealth. When these have all gone, the woman abandons the man. So do things go with the lustful woman of craving. The dull and those who have no wisdom befriend such. This woman of craving deprives one of everything good. When the good comes to an end, craving drives one away into the three evil realms, excepting the Bodhisattva. This is why we say that things go as with a lustful woman. O good man! Why is craving like a Marica wisteria seed? For example, a bird may peck at it, and it may fall to the ground, beside droppings, or it may be carried by the wind to beneath a tree, where it grows and winds itself around in Niagradha, so that the tree cannot grow and finally dies. The same with the Marica seed of craving. It winds itself around the good done by common mortals and finally causes it to die away. The good having died, it the common mortal ends up in the three unfortunate realms, except for the Bodhisattva. This is why we say that things obtain as in the case of the Marica. O good man! How is craving like the stubborn flesh of a boil? When a boil exists for a long time, stubborn flesh comes about. The person patiently tries to cure it and the thought of it never leaves his mind. If the person does allow it to leave his mind, the stubborn flesh increases and worms come about. As a result, the man dies. It is the same with the boils of common mortals and the ignorant. Craving grows into stubborn flesh. One has to make effort and cure this stubborn flesh of craving. If one does not, when one's life ends, the three unfortunate realms await one. But the Bodhisattva is not amongst this number. That is why we say that it is like the stubborn flesh of a boil. O good man! How is it like a storm? For example, it is as when a storm shatters a mountain. 152 flattens peaks, and uproots deep-rooted trees. The same with the storm of craving. One might gain an evil mind against one's parents and uproot the root of enlightenment as of the greatly learned Shariputra, which is unsurpassed and firm. Only the Bodhisattva is not of this number. That is why we say it is like a storm. O good man! Why is it like a comet? For example, when a comet appears, famine and illness increase and people become lean through illness and suffer from worries. The same with the comet of craving. It indeed cuts off all the seeds of good and makes common mortals suffer from loneliness, famine, and the illness of defilement, making them repeat birth and death and suffer from various sorrows. Only the Bodhisattva is not amongst their number. This is why we say that things proceed as in the case of a comet. O good man! There are 9 kinds of meditation on the bond of craving by a Bodhisattva Mahasattva who abides in the teaching of Mahayana. Mahaparinirvana. O good man! Thus, common mortals have suffering, and lack truth. Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas have suffering, the truth of suffering, but lack in truth. All Bodhisattvas see that suffering has no suffering. Hence, there is no suffering for them, what there is Paramartha Satya, ultimate truth. All common mortals have the cause of suffering and no truth. Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas have the cause of suffering and the truth of the cause of suffering. All Bodhisattvas see that the cause of suffering has no cause of suffering, and yet, there is Paramartha Satya. Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas have extinction, which is not truth. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva has extinction and Paramartha Satya. Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas have the way, but not the truth. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva has the way and Paramartha. Satya. O good man! How does a Bodhisattva Mahasattva abide in the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana and see extinction and the truth of extinction? He extirpates defilement ashravas. If defilement is cut out, this is called the eternal. When the flame of defilement is extinguished, what there is silence and extinction. When defilement is annulled, bliss arises. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas seek causal relations. So we say pure. And again, there arise the 25 existences. Hence, we say supramundane. Being supramundane, we say self. There is nothing more ever again of the external expressions of color, voice, smell, taste, touch, etc., or male, female, birth, life, death, suffering, bliss, non-suffering or non-bliss. Hence, the ultimate extinction is Paramartha Satya. O good man! The Bodhisattva thus abides in the Mahaparinirvana of Mahayana, and meditates on the noble truth of extinction. O good man! How does a Bodhisattva Mahasattva abide in the Mahaparinirvana of Mahayana and meditate on the holy truth of the way? O good man! It is as when, with light, we can see small things in the darkness. The same is the case with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Abiding in the Mahaparinirvana of Mahayana and following the Noble Eightfold Path, he sees all things. This is seeing the eternal versus the non-eternal, the created versus the non-created, created beings versus non-created beings, thing versus non-thing, suffering versus bliss, self versus non-self, pure versus non-pure, defilement versus non-defilement, karma versus non-karma, true versus not true, vehicle versus non-vehicle, to know versus not to know, dravya versus non-dravya, guna versus non-guna, drishti views versus adrishti, rupa form versus arupa non-form, way versus non-way, and understanding versus non-understanding. O good man! The Bodhisattva, thus abiding in the Mahaparinirvana of Mahayana, meditates on the noble truth of the way. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! If one says that the Noble Eightfold Path is the noble truth of the way, this does not make sense. Why not? The Tathagata has spoken about faith, and called it the way. Thus, all ashravas were to be done away with. At times, you said that non-indolence was the way and that through this the all-Buddha world honored one attained unsurpassed enlightenment, and that this was the teaching of the assisting way of a bodhisattva. At one time you said to Ananda, if one makes effort, one attains unsurpassed enlightenment. At another time, you said, meditate on the impurity of the body. Kayasamrtayupasthana. If one concentrates one's mind and practices this meditation of the 153 body, one will attain unsurpassed enlightenment. At another time, you said, right dhyana is the way. It is as was said to Mahakasyapa. Right dhyana is truly the way. Non-right dhyana is not the way. When one enters dhyana, one meditates on the birth and death of the 5 skandhas. Without entering dhyana, one cannot meditate. Or you spoke about a single dharma and said that if one thoroughly practices the way, this will purify one, will drive away apprehension and worry, and one will attain wonderful dharma. This is the Buddha meditation samadhi. Or you said, meditating on the impermanent is the way. This is as I say to the bhiksus. One who meditates on impermanence will well attain unsurpassed enlightenment. Or you said, if one sits alone in an empty, quiet forest abode and meditates, one will indeed attain unsurpassed enlightenment. Or, at another time, you said, speaking to others about the way is the way. Having heard Dharma, doubt disappears. If doubt disappears, one will attain unsurpassed enlightenment. Or, at another time, you said, upholding the precepts is the way. This is as was told to Ananda. If one faithfully upholds the precepts, one crosses the sea of great suffering, of birth and death. Or, at another time, you said, coming into close proximity to a good friend, a knowledgeable, helpful follower of the way is the way. This is as I said to Ananda. A person who associates with a good friend of the way will be perfect in the pure precepts. Anyone who comes near to me will attain unsurpassed enlightenment. At another time, you said, practice is the way. By practicing compassion, one extirpates defilement and attains the immovable state. At another time, you said, wisdom is the way. This is as was said, in days gone by me the Buddha, to Bhikshuni Prajapti. As in the case of the nuns and Sravakas, the sword of wisdom well extirpates all leakable defilement ashravas. At another time, the Tathagata said, Dana, giving is the way. This is as the Buddha said in days past to Prasenajit, O great king. In days gone by I performed dana. Because of this, I have now attained unsurpassed enlightenment. O world-honored one! If the Noble Eightfold Path is the way, then what all such sutras say must be wrong. Is it not so? If all such sutras are not wrong, why do they not state that the Noble Eightfold Path is the noble truth of the way? If it is the case that you did not say so, why do such misgivings arise? But I definitively know that the All-Buddha Tathagata is long since far removed from misgivings. Then the Buddha praised Bodhisattva Kasyapa and said, well said, O good man. You now desire to dig into the secret of the all-wonderful sutras of Mahayana that are of the Bodhisattva. That is why you put this question. O good man. All that is said in those sutras is the truths of the way. O good man. As I have already stated, if one believes in the way, such a way of faith is the root of faith. This assists the way of enlightenment. Therefore, there cannot be any misstatements. O good man. The Tathagata is versed in all sorts of expedients, and desires to save beings. That is why he thus speaks variously. O good man. A good doctor, for example, knows all the causes of the maladies of all beings. And according to the nature of the illness does he mix his medicines. But water is the only instance thing which is not prohibited. Or he might use ginger water, licorice water, which is somewhat pungent, black rock candy water, Amalika water, Nepala Himalayan water, Pathala water, cold water, or hot water, grape juice, or pomegranate juice. O good man. A good doctor who knows about the illness of his patients prescribes diverse medicines. There are many things which are prohibited, but water is not one of them. The same with the Tathagata. He knows well various expedients. Though Dharma is one, he, according to the differences in beings, dissects, enlarges upon and displays various categories. Various beings learn the Dharma that is shown them. Having practiced as shown, they extirpate defilements. It is as with the patients, who, following the words of the doctor, do away with their illnesses. Also, next, O good man. There is a man who understands many idioms vernaculars. He is in a crowd. The people, oppressed by heat and thirst, all cry out, give me water, give me water. The man at once gets cold water and, in accordance with the taste of each person, gives it to them, saying, here is water. Here is paniya. Here is ajaji. Here is Shariran. Here is Vari. Here is Paya. Names of the water of different localities. Here is Amrita. Or here is cow's milk. Using all such innumerable names for water, he addresses the people. The situation. 154 is thus, O good man. The same with the Tathagata. He expounds the one noble path in various ways to Sravakas. The path begins with the root of faith and goes up to the noble eightfold path. Also, next, O good man. A goldsmith, for example, makes with one and the same gold various kinds of jewelry as he wills, such as necklaces, bracelets, hairpins, heavenly crowns, and elbow bands. Though there are differences and though they are not the same, they are nothing other than gold. O good man. The same is the case with the Tathagata. The single Buddhist teaching is taught in various, diverse ways in accordance with the circumstances of beings. At times, one kind of Dharma is presented, and we say that the ways of the Buddha are one, not two. Also, we speak of two kinds, which are dhyana meditation and wisdom. It is also presented as three, namely, perception, wisdom prajna, and knowledge jnana. Also, it is presented as four, namely, 1, Darshanamarga, the way of seeing, using reason and intellectual insight to move from mere faith in the Four Noble Truths to a full understanding of them. 2, Bhavnamarga, the way of meditation. 3, Asakshamarga, the way upon which there remains nothing more to be learned, and 4, Buddhamarga, Buddha way. Also, 5 kinds are presented, namely, 1, the way of the practice of faith. 2, the way of Dharma practice. 3, the way of faith emancipation. 4, the way of intellectual attainment. 5, the way of bodily attainment. Also, 6 kinds are presented, namely, 1, Srotapati Margapanika, way of the stream-enterer. 2, Sakritagama Margapanika, way of the once-returner to samsara. 3, Anagama Margapanika, way of the never-returner to samsara. 4, Arhat Marga, way of the worthy one, a defilement-free, passion-conquering saint. 5, Pratyeka Buddha Margapanika, way of the solitary awakened one. 6, Buddha Marga, Buddha path. Also, 7 kinds are presented, which are enlightenment by 1, mindfulness. 2, selection of the law. 3, effort. 4, joy. 5, exclusion. 6, meditation. 7, equanimity. Also, 8 kinds are presented, which are 1, right seeing. 2, right thinking. 3, right speaking. 4, right action. 5, right livelihood. 6, right effort. 7, right mindfulness, and 8, right meditation. Also, 9 kinds are presented, namely, 8 paths and faith. Also, 10 kinds are presented, which relate to the 10 powers. Also, 11 kinds are presented, namely, the 10 powers and great compassion. Also, 12 kinds are presented, which are, the 10 powers, great loving kindness, and great compassion. Also, 13 kinds are presented, namely, the 10 powers, great loving kindness, great compassion, and the Buddha meditation samadhi. Also, there are 16 kinds, namely, the 10 powers and great loving kindness, great compassion, the Buddha meditation samadhi, and the 3 right mindfulnesses attained by the Buddha. Also, 20 ways are indicated, namely, the 10 powers, the 4 fearlessnesses, great loving kindness, great compassion, the Buddha meditation samadhi, and the 3 mindfulnesses. O good man! This way is one in body. The Tathagata, in days past, expounded the Dharma in various ways for the sake of beings. Also, next, O good man. It is, for example, just as several names are given to a single fire. Because of the nature of the things burnt, such as, wood fire, grass fire, rice bran fire, wheat, chaff fire, cow and horse dung fire. It is the same with the Buddha's teaching. It is one, not two. For the sake of beings, we speak in diverse ways. Also, next, O good man. One basic cognition, for example, is spoken of in 6 separate ways. When something is seen by the eye, we speak of eye consciousness. This applies to all the senses down to mind consciousness. O good man. The same is the case with the way to teach beings. The Tathagata discriminates, differentiates, distinguishes different aspects and speaks variously. Also, next, O good man. For example, a thing seen with the eye is called color, what is heard with the ear is called sound, what the nose smells is called smell, what the tongue tastes is called taste, and what the body feels is called touch. O good man. The same is the case with what applies to the way. It is one, not two. The Tathagata, in order to guide beings, presents things in various ways. That is why the Noble Eightfold Path is called the Noble Truth of the Way. O good man. The 4 Noble Truths are presented by the All-Buddha world. Honored one in steps. As a result, innumerable beings cross the sea of birth and death. 155 Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one. Once the Buddha was on the banks of the Ganges, in the forest of Simsapavana. At that time, the Tathagata picked up a small tree branch with some leaves on it and said to the bhiksus, are the leaves that I hold in my hand many, or are all the leaves of the grass plants and trees of all grounds forests many? All the bhiksus said, O world-honored one. The leaves of the grass and tress of all grounds are many, and cannot be counted. What the Tathagata holds in his hand is small in number and not worth mentioning. O all you bhiksus! The things that I have come to know are like the leaves of the grass and trees of the great earth. What I impart to all beings is like the leaves in my hand. The world-honored one then said, the innumerable things that are known by the Tathagata must be my own if they i.e. those things but enter into the 4 Noble Truths i.e. if they are comprised within the 4 Noble Truths. If not, there would have to be 5 truths. The Buddha praised Kasyapa, well said, O good man. What you have now asked will greatly benefit innumerable beings and give peace. O good man. All such things are contained in the 4 Noble Truths. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, if all such things are in the 4 truths, why do you say that they have not yet been spoken about? The Buddha said, O good man. Though they are within the 4 truths, we do not say that they have been spoken about. Why not? O good man. There are 2 kinds of wisdom relating to knowledge of the Noble Truths. One is of middle grade, and the other is of superior grade. What is of the middle grade of wisdom is that of Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas, what is of the superior grade is that of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. O good man. A person sees that all the skandhas are suffering. To know this is middle grade wisdom. There are innumerable ways of knowing all the skandhas. All are suffering. This is not what can be known by Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. This is superior knowing. O good man. All such things are not stated in the sutras. O good man. Cognition through the 12 spheres Dvadasayatanani, the 12 sense fields is the gate. This, too, is suffering. This we know. This is middle grade wisdom. There are innumerable ways of knowing cognition through the spheres. All are suffering. This is not what can be known by Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. This is superior grade wisdom. I did not make statements on this in the sutras. O good man! All realms are parts. They are also nature and are suffering too. This we know. This is middle grade wisdom. These have innumerable aspects when dissected analyzed. All are suffering. This cannot be known by Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. This is superior grade wisdom. Nothing of this is stated in the sutras. O good man! To see recognize the destructible aspect of matter rupa is middle grade wisdom. There are innumerable aspects of destructibility, when we look into any form of matter. They are all suffering. This is not what is known by Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. This is superior grade wisdom. O good man! All such things have not been stated in the sutras. O good man! Feeling Vedana is an aspect of awakening. This is middle grade wisdom. There are innumerable aspects of awakening when we dissect feelings. This is not what can be known by Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. This is superior grade wisdom. O good man! I have not spoken about all of this in the sutras. O good man! Perception samjana is an aspect of receiving. Thus do we understand it? This is middle grade wisdom. There are innumerable aspects of receiving in conception. This is not what is known by Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. This is superior grade wisdom. Nothing of such is stated in the sutras. O good man! Volition samskara is an aspect of action. This is middle grade wisdom. There are innumerable aspects of volition. This is not what can be known by Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. This is superior grade wisdom. O good man! Nothing of such is stated in the sutras. O good man! Consciousness vijnana is a discriminative aspect. This is middle grade wisdom. When we look into this consciousness, we see that there are innumerable aspects of knowing. This is not what can be known by Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. This is superior 156 grade wisdom. O good man! None of this is stated in the sutras. O good man! We know that the causal relations of craving Trishna indeed call forth the 5 skandhas. This is middle grade wisdom. How innumerably and boundlessly craving awakens in a single person cannot be known by Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. What thoroughly knows all the aspects of craving of all beings is superior grade wisdom. I have not spoken about all of this in the sutras. O good man! To know that one extirpates defilement is middle grade wisdom. We cannot fully discriminate and count the number of defilements. The same with extinction. One cannot fully count it. This is not within the reach of Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. This is superior grade wisdom. Nothing of this is stated in the sutras. O good man! This aspect of the way thoroughly delivers one from defilement. This we should know. This is middle grade wisdom. Discriminating the aspects of the way is incalculable and boundless. And the defilements to be done away with are uncountably boundless. This goes beyond the range of knowing of Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. This is superior grade wisdom. I have not spoken of this in the sutras. O good man! One who knows the truth of secular life is one of middle grade wisdom. Discerning the truth about secular life is uncountable and boundless. This stands beyond the compass of knowing of Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. This is superior grade wisdom. I have not spoken about such in the sutras. O good man! All things are impermanent, all compounded things have no self. Nirvana is Silence. This is Paramartha Satya. Thus should we know. This is middle grade wisdom. Paramartha Satya is, we should know, infinite, boundless, and uncountable. It is beyond the compass of knowing by Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas. This is superior grade wisdom. I have not spoken of such in the sutras. Then, Bodhisattva Manjushri said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, how might we understand the Paramartha Satya of so-called relative truth Samprati Satya? O world-honored one, is there any secular truth in Paramartha Satya or not? If there is, what there is one truth. If not, does this not mean that the Tathagata has made a false statement? O good man, relative truth is Paramartha Satya. O world-honored one, if that is so, there cannot be two truths. The Buddha said, O good man, what there is the best expediency. Conforming to the way of life of beings, we say that there are two truths. O good man, if we follow the way of statements, there are two kinds. One is secular dharma, and the other is supramundane dharma. O good man, what is known by those who have abandoned the world is Paramartha Satya, what worldly people know is secular dharma. O good man, the conjoined condition of the five skandhas is a certain person. What is said by common mortals and the world is secular dharma. In the skandhas there is no person or name to be designated, and other than the skandhas there can be no individual person. The world-fleeing person Shramana knows the nature and characteristics of things just as they are. This is Paramartha Satya. Also, next O good man, a thing has at times a name and a true form, or, at other times, a thing has a name but no true form. O good man, anything that has a name but is not possessed of true form is of secular relative truth. Having both name and true form is Paramartha Satya. O good man, I call such as the following secular truth: a being's life, knowledge, growing up, manhood, the doer of deeds, the recipient of karmic consequences, a mirage in the hot season, a Gandharvan castle, the hairs of a tortoise I.e. which do not exist, the horns of a hare which again do not exist, a circle of flame, all such things as the five skandhas, the 18 realms, and the 12 spheres, and suffering, the cause of suffering, extinction of suffering, and the way to extinction are Paramartha Satya. O good man, there are 5 kinds of secular dharma, which are, 1. The world of names, 2. The world of sentences, 3. The world of bonds, 4. The world of law, 5. The world of clinging. O good man, what is the world of names? Things such as man, female, pot, clothing, vehicle and house are all of the world of names. A thing such as a gatha of 4 lines is of the world of sentences. What are the things of the world of bonds? Things such as joining, binding, restraining and folding of the hands are of the world of bonds. 157. What is the world of law? Calling in Pixis by hammering, warning soldiers by drumming, announcing time by sounding a horn are of the world of law. What is of the world of clinging? Seeing from afar a person who puts on colored clothes, one imagines that this is a Shramana and not a Brahmin. Seeing a person with knotted cords, one thinks that this is a Brahmin, and not a Shramana. This is what pertains to the world of clinging. O good man, thus does it stand with the 5 kinds of things in the world. O good man, if beings' minds, when confronted with these 5 worldly phenomena, do not get turned upside down, but recognize things just as they are, this is the truth of Paramartha Satya. Also, next, O good man, things such as burning, dividing, death and destruction belong to secular truth. That which knows no burning, dividing. Death or destruction is the truth of Paramartha Satya. Also, next, O good man, that which possesses the 8 aspects of suffering is called secular truth. Where there is no birth, age, illness, death, the sorrow of parting from what one loves, the sorrow of encountering what one hates, not being able to possess what one desires, or the burning urge of the 5 skandhas, that is where the truth of Paramartha Satya lies. O good man, a person, for example, does many things. When running, he is called a runner; when harvesting, he is one who harvests; when cooking a meal, he is a cook; when working with wood, he is a carpenter; when at work on gold and silver, he is a goldsmith. Thus, a man has many names. The same is the case with Dharma. Truth is one, but names are many. When a person is said to have come about through the union of his parents, this expresses the truth of the secular world. When he is said to have come about through the truth of the 12 links of causation, this expresses the truth of Paramartha Satya. Bodhisattva Manjushri said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, what does the real truth mean? The Buddha said, O good man, by real truth is meant wonderful Dharma. O good man, if a thing is not true, we do not say real truth. O good man, there is nothing inverted in the real truth. When there is nothing inverted, we speak of real truth. O good man, there is no falsehood in the real truth. If falsehood resides there, we do not speak of real truth. O good man, the real truth is Mahayana. If not Mahayana, we do not say real truth. The real truth is what the Buddha says and is not what Mara says. If of Mara and not of the Buddha, we do not say real truth. O good man, the real truth is a pure, single path, and not 2 paths. O good man, that which is eternal, bliss, self, and pure is the real truth. Manjushri said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, if what is true is the real truth, wonderful Dharma is the Tathagata, the void, and the Buddha nature. This means that there cannot be any difference between the Tathagata, the void, and the Buddha nature. The Buddha said to Manjushri, there are suffering, truth, and the real; there are the cause of suffering, truth, and the real; there are the way, the truth, and the real. O good man, the Tathagata is no suffering, no truth, but the real. O Manjushri, suffering is an aspect of the non-eternal. It is an aspect of segregation, that which is subject to dissolution. This is the real truth. The nature of the Tathagata is non-suffering, not the non-eternal, nor any aspect of segregation. That is why we say real. The same is the case with the void and the Buddha nature. Also, next, O good man, so-called causation arises from the union of the 5 skandhas. Also, we call it suffering, or the non-eternal. This is a case that can be segregated. This is the real truth. O good man, the Tathagata is no cause of suffering, no cause of the skandhas, no aspect that can be segregated. So, this is the real. So, too, with the void and the Buddha nature. O good man, so-called extinction is the extinction of defilement. Also, it is the eternal and the non-eternal. What the 2 vehicles gain is the non-eternal. What all Buddhas attain is the eternal. Also, it is the attainment of Dharma. This is the real truth. O good man, the nature of the Tathagata is non-extinction, which thoroughly extirpates defilement. It is not eternal and not non-eternal. It is no attaining of Dharma, it is that which is eternal and that which does not change. For this reason, it is the real. The void and the Buddha nature are also the same. O good man! The way thoroughly cuts away defilement. It, too, is the eternal, the non-eternal, and the law that can be practiced. This is the real truth. It is not the case that the Tathagata is the way and he cuts away defilement. He is not eternal and not non-eternal. He is no law that can be practiced. He is eternal and unchanging. 158. Hence, he is the truth. The same with the void and the Buddha nature. O good man! The truth is the Tathagata. The Tathagata is the true is the void is the true is the Buddha nature is the true. O Manjushri! There is suffering, the cause of suffering, the end of suffering, and the opposite of suffering. The Tathagata is not suffering and no opposite. That is why he is the real and no truth. The same with the void and the Buddha nature. Suffering is what is created, what leaks, i.e. what is characterized by the ashravas, and what has no bliss. The Tathagata is not what is created or what leaks, he is full and peaceful. This is the real and not the true. Manjushri said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! You the Buddha say, what is not upside down is the real truth. If that is so, could there be the four inversions in the four truths? If so, how can you say that what is not possessed of anything inverted is the real truth and that anything inverted is not the real? The Buddha said to Manjushri, anything that is inverted is the truth of suffering. All beings have inversions, distortions of truth in their minds. So they are upside down. The case is thus. O good man! Imagine, for example, a man who receives no injunctions from his parents or those above him. Even on receiving, he cannot follow and practice the way. Such a person is called upside down. It is not the case that such inversion is not suffering, it is suffering itself. Manjushri said, you the Buddha say that what is not false is the real truth. If so, what is false is not the real truth. The Buddha said, O good man! All falsehood falls into the category of the truth of suffering. Any being who cheats others falls into the realms of hell, animals, and hungry pretas. It is thus. Such dharmas are what is false. Such falsehood is nothing other than what is suffering. It is suffering. Sravakas, Pratyekabuddhas, and the all-Buddha world-honored one. Keep away from such and do not do such. Hence, false. As such falsehood is what all Buddhas and the two vehicles do away with, this is the real truth. Manjushri said, you, the Buddha, say that Mahayana is the real truth. From this we can know that what Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas say must be the non-real. The Buddha sighed, O Manjushri! Those two are the real and the non-real. If Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas cut away all defilement, they are the real. Things which are non-eternal and non-abiding are the things of change. So, they are the non-real. Manjushri said, if what the Buddha says is, as he says, the real, we can know that what Mara says must be the non-real. O world-honored one! Do we take in what Mara says as the noble truths? Is what Mara says part of the noble truths? The Buddha said, what Mara says can be taken into included in the two truths, which are those of suffering and the cause of suffering. They the words of Mara are all non-dharma and non-precepts, and cannot benefit beings. If Mara should talk the whole day, there could be no seeing off of suffering and the cause of suffering, no attaining of extinction or the practicing of the way. They the words of Mara are false. What is false is what Mara says. Manjushri said, the Buddha said that the single path is what is pure and that there cannot be 2. All Tirthayikas also say that they have a single path and that there are not 2. If the single path is the real truth, what difference is there here from what the Tirthayikas say? If there is no difference, there cannot be a single path that is pure. The Buddha said, O good man, the Tirthayikas all have the 2 truths of suffering and the cause of suffering. They do not have the truths of extinction and the way. They think of extinction where there is no extinction, they think of the way where there is no way, they think of result where there is no result, they think of cause where there is no cause. Thus, they have no single path that is pure. Manjushri said, you the Buddha say that there are the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure, and that these are the real. If so, all Tirthayikas, too, must have real truths. This may not be in the Buddhist teaching. Why so? All Tirthayikas say too that all things are eternal. How are they eternal? Because all the results of thinking and not thinking remain. Thinking answers to relates to the 10 good karma results, and not thinking to the 10 karma results of non-good. If we say that all things are non-eternal, how can it be that, if the doer dies here, there can be a person who gains the karmic results on the other side? For this reason, we may well say that all created things are 159 eternal. The circumstantial factors of killing are always eternal. O world-honored one! If we say that all things are non-eternal, the killer and what can be killed must both be non-eternal. If they are non-eternal, who receives retribution in hell? If there surely is retribution in hell, no. That all things cannot be non-eternal. O world-honored one! To be mindful and exclusively to think are also eternal. We think up to 10 years or up to 100 years, and yet we do not forget. Hence, eternal. If non-eternal, who remembers or thinks of what one has seen? Because of this, all things are not non-eternal. O world-honored one! All remembrances, too, are eternal. We see the hands, feet, face, and nape of a person for the first time. Later, we see that person again, and recognize him. If non-eternal, the original form would have to die out. O world-honored one! We study something for a long time, from the first year up to the 3rd year, and to the 5th year, and we come to see things well. So, we have to say that things are eternal. O world-honored one! In arithmetic, we proceed from 1 to 2, from 2 to 3, and to 100, and to 1000. If non-eternal, the one that a person has first learned would have to first die out. Once one has gone, how can a person proceed to 2? Thus, 1 is always 1, there cannot be any 2. As 1 does not die out, it can be 2, 100, or 1000. Therefore, it is eternal. O world-honored one! In reciting, one recites 1 agama scripture, and goes to 2 agamas, and 3 and 4 agamas. If non-eternal, recitation cannot proceed up to 4 agamas. By reason of the augmentation that applies to recitation, we can say eternal. O world-honored one! A pot, clothes and a vehicle are like debt. What the great earth displays, mountains, rivers, forests, trees, plants, leaves, and the curings of beings, is all eternal. The same is the case here. O world-honored one! All Tirthayikas say the same. All things are eternal. If eternal, these must be real truths. O world-honored one! All Tirthayikas say, there is bliss. How so? Because one who has received has gained a return to his thinking. O world-honored one! One who receives bliss unfailingly gains this, such as so-called great Brahma, Mahesvara, Sakrodevanamindra, Vishnu, and all humans and devas. Because of this, there must surely be bliss. O world-honored one! All Tirthaikas say, there is bliss. Beings indeed call forth the desire to have. Likewise, a person who is hungry seeks food, a person who is thirsty looks for something to drink, a person who feels cold seeks warmth, a person who feels hot seeks coolness, a person who is tired seeks rest. A person who is sick seeks a cure, a person who is sensual seeks lust. If there were no bliss, who would seek thus? From what is sought, we see that there is bliss. O world-honored one! There are Tirthaikas who say, Dana generous giving calls forth bliss. People like to give the following to Shrimanas, Brahmins, the poor and the unfortunate: clothes, drink, bedding, medicines, elephants, horses, vehicles, such incense as powdered or smearing incense, all kinds of flowers, houses, shelter for the night, and lamps. They give various things. This is done to gain recompense in kind regarding what a person desires to have in days to come. For this reason, there assuredly arises happiness. This we should know. O world-honored one! Many Tirthaikas also say, through causal relations there surely is bliss. This we should know. As there are causal relations with a person who feels bliss, we say touch of bliss. If no bliss is felt, how can such be done? The hare has no horns, so there cannot be any causal relations generating horns. There is bliss, because there is a cause for it thus to arise. O world-honored one! Many Tirthaikas say, know that there are the grades of top, middle, and low, by which one gets blessed. One who gets the lowest grade of bliss is Sakrodevanamindra, one who gets blessed with middle grade bliss is great Brahma, one who gets blessed with top grade bliss is Mahesvara. That there are such grades of top, middle, and low tells us that there is bliss. O world-honored one! Many Tirthaikas say, there is purity. Why so? If there were no purity, no desire for it could come about. If the desire comes about, this indicates that there is purity. They also say, gold, silver, rare gems, lapis lazuli, crystal, agate, red pearl, carnelian, jade, horseshoe shell, streams, springs, bathing pools, food, clothing, flowers, such incense as powdered incense or that for smearing, and the brightness of light are things which are pure. Also, next, there are pure things. The 5 skandhas are the utensils vessels of purity. They hold what is pure, such as humans, devas, rishis, arhats, pratyekabuddhas, bodhisattvas, and all 160 Buddhas. Because of this, we say that they are pure. O world-honored one! The Tirthaikas also say, there is the self, which can well be seen. Because it certainly makes things. For example, one enters the house of a potter. One does not see the potter. But when one sees the wheel and the rope, one knows that one is in the house of a potter. The case is the same with the self, too. When one sees color through the eyes, one knows that there surely is a self. If there is no self, how can a person see color? The same with hearing sound and touching what can is tangible. Also, further, there is the self. Why? From external expressions. What are these external expressions? They are gasping, winking, life, mental worry, and all kinds of sorrow and joy, greedy seeking, and angry faces, all of which are none but the expressions of the self. From this, one can know that there surely is the self. Also, next, we see that there is the self because we experience taste. One eats fruit, one eats and registers the taste. For this reason, we should know that there surely is the self. Also, next, we say that there is the self because man does things. A person holds a sickle and mows, another takes a hatchet and cuts, another takes a pot and pours water into it, a person gets a vehicle and drives it. All such things are sought after and done untiringly. This indicates that there surely is the self. Also, next, there is the self. How do we know? When one is born, one desires to have milk, due to long habit. So, we may know that there surely is the self. Also, next, there is the self. How do we know? Because one mixes with others, gets harmonized, joins together, and gives benefit. For example, if pot, clothing, vehicle, field, house, mountain, forest, tree, elephant, horse, cow, sheep, and others get harmonized, there is surely profit. The same is the case with the 5 skandhas of these. When there is the harmony of the eye, etc., there is the beautiful. Hence, one should know that there surely is the self. Because there is hindering obstruction. As there is a thing that hinders, there can be hindering. If there is nothing, there cannot be any hindering. From hindrance, we see that there surely is the self. Because of this, we see that there surely is the self. Also, next, we say that there is the self. How do we know? By accompaniment. And non-accompaniment. Familiarity and non-familiarity are not accompaniments. Wonderful Dharma and wrong Dharma are not accompaniments. Wisdom and non-wisdom do not accompany. Shramana and non-Shramana, Brahmin and non-Brahmin, sun and non-sun, and non-end, night and non-night, self and non-self, and others are accompaniments and non-accompaniments. This tells us that there surely is the self. O world-honored one! All Tirthayikas speak variously of the eternal, bliss, self and the pure. O world-honored one! Because of this, all Tirthayikas also say that there is the truth of self. The Buddha said, O good man! If there are Shramanas and Brahmins who say that there are the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure, they are no Shramanas and Brahmins. Why not? Because they are lost in birth and death and are far away from the great guide. Because such Shramanas and Brahmins are sunk in all the desires and despoil wonderful Dharma. All these Tirthayikas are chained to the prison house of greed, anger, and ignorance, and assiduously love and take pleasure in these. All these Tirthayikas know that karma results are of their own making and that they have to reap them, and yet they cannot segregate themselves from them. What all these Tirthayikas practice is not wonderful Dharma, not right living, and is not self-support. Why not? If not by the fire of wisdom, one cannot put things out, extinguish what is bad. All these Tirthayikas desire to be immersed in the best of the 5 desires, and yet they are unable to covet and practice wonderful Dharma. Though all these Tirthayikas desire to attain true emancipation, they cannot, since they are lacking in the upholding of the precepts. All of these Tirthayikas desire to attain bliss. But they are unable to do so, since they fail to amass the causes of bliss. All these Tirthayikas hate suffering, but they are not away from the causal concatenations of suffering. All of these Tirthayikas are sought after by the 4 great vipers, yet they are indolent and do not know how to be mindful of what they do. All these Tirthayikas are the servants of ignorance, are distant from good friends, and are lost in pleasures amidst the great fire of the non-eternal, and yet they cannot get out of it. All these tirthayikas suffer from tough diseases which are hard to cure. Yet they do not seek great wisdom or a good doctor. All these tirthayikas will have to take the lanes which are hard to pass along in days to come. Yet they also do not know how to adorn their bodies with good. 161 Dharmas. All these tirthayikas are poisoned by lust and suffering, and yet they uphold the frosty poison of the 5 desires. All these tirthayikas burn with anger, and yet they associate with evil friends. All these tirthayikas are overspread by ignorance, and yet they pursue evil dharmas. All these tirthayikas are lured by defilement, and yet they entertain familiar thoughts. All these tirthayikas sow bitter seeds, and yet they seek to harvest sweet fruit. All these tirthayikas have already shut themselves up in the dark room of defilement and have parted from the light of great wisdom. All these tirthayikas suffer from the thirst of defilement, and yet they repeatedly drink the brackish water of all desires. All these tirthayikas are floundering in the boundless waters of the great river of birth and death, and yet they are far away from the best master mariner. All these tirthayikas are suffering from the inversions, and they say that all things are eternal. There can be no such saying as that all things are eternal. O good man! I view all things as non-eternal. How do I know? Because of their causal relations. If anything arises out of causality, I see it as non-eternal. With all these tirthayikas, a thing is always what has come out of something else. O good man! Buddha nature is birthlessness and deathlessness. It is not going, not coming. It is not past, not future, and not present. It is not something that arises out of a cause, it is not the making of any cause. It is not something made, it is not a maker. It is not any outer form, nor is it not any form. It is not something with a name, nor is it something with no name. It is no name and no matter. It is not long, not short. It is not something that has come out arisen in the 5 skandhas, the 18 realms, and the 12 spheres. Hence, we say eternal. O good man! The Buddha nature is the Tathagata. The Tathagata is Dharma, and Dharma is the eternal. O good man! Eternal is the Tathagata, the Tathagata is the Sangha, and the Sangha is eternal. With tirthayikas, there is nothing that does not arise from a cause. O good man! All these tirthayikas do not see the Buddha nature, the Tathagata, and Dharma. Thus what the tirthayikas say is all false, there is no truth in it. All common mortals first see all such things as pots, clothing, vehicles, houses, castles, rivers, forests, men, women, elephants, horses, cows, and sheep, and they see that they seem to stay the same and say that they are eternal. Know that they are not anything eternal. O good man! All that is made is not eternal. The void is not anything made. So, it is eternal. The Buddha nature is not what is made. So, it is eternal. The void is the Buddha nature, the Buddha nature is the Tathagata is not what has been made. What has not been made is eternal. Dharma is eternal, Dharma is the Sangha is not what has been made, what has not been made is eternal. O good man! There are 2 kinds of created thing, which are, 1, physical and 2, non-physical. The non-physical is the mind chit and the mental faculties kata. The physical elements are earth, water, fire, and wind. O good man! The mind is non-eternal. Why so? Because its nature is driven by things external to it ever to answer and discriminate things. O good man! The nature of what the eye sees is different various, and this applies all the way down to that of what the mind thinks, which is different. hence, non-eternal. O good man! The field of cognition of matter rupa is different, and this applies to where the field of cognition of dharmas is different. Hence, non-eternal. O good man! The concomitant elements of visual consciousness are different, and this applies down to the concomitant elements of mental consciousness, which are different. Hence, non-eternal. O good man! If the mind were eternal, visual consciousness alone could call forth all elements, O good man. If visual consciousness is different, and if this applies down to mental consciousness which is different, we see that it is non-eternal. The aspects of the elements look alike, and these come about and die out moment after moment. So, common mortals look and conclude that they are eternal. As all causal relations work against and break up, do not endure unchanged, we say non-eternal. We gain visual consciousness by means of the eye, matter, light, and thinking. When gustatory consciousness arises, place and cause differ. This is not the causal relation of visual consciousness. Things are thus all the way down to consciousness of thinking, in which things differ. Also, next, O good man! Because the causal relations of all things dissolve, we say that the mind is non-eternal. The way to practice the non-eternal differs. If the mind were eternal, one would have to practice the non-eternal. 162 always, and one could not meditate on suffering, the void, and selflessness. And how could one meditate on the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure? For this reason, the teachings of the Tirthayikas are unable to take in embrace, include the eternal, bliss, self, and purity. O good man! You should know that the mind is definitely non-eternal. Also, next, O good man! As the nature of the mind is different, we say non-eternal. This is as in the case of the so-called nature of the Sravaka's mind, which is different, as in the case of the Pratyeka Buddha, which is different, and the mind of all Buddhas, which is different. There are three kinds of mind: attitude, mental stance amongst the Tirthayikas, namely, 1. Mind of renunciation, 2. Mind of home life, and 3. Mind that works against and departs from home life. There are differences of the concomitant mind, such as bliss, sorrow, non-sorrow and non-bliss, greed, anger, and ignorance. Also, there are different mental aspects with the Tirthayikas, which are those of the concomitant mind of ignorance, doubt, twisted views, mind of deportment regarding walking and stopping. O good man! If the state of mind were eternal, one could not discriminate all such colors as blue, yellow, red, white, and purple. O good man! If the mind were eternal, there could be no forgetting of anything committed to memory. O good man! If the mind were eternal, there could be no increase in reading and recitation. Also, next, O good man! If the mind were eternal, we could not say that one has done, is doing, or will be doing something. If there is what has been done, what is being done, or what will be done, know that this mode of mind is definitely non-eternal. O good man! If the mind were eternal, there could be no enmity, friendliness, or non-enmity and non-friendliness, i.e. because the state of the mind would never change. If the mind were eternal, there could be no mind, no what belongs to others, no death, or birth. If the mind were eternal, no actions could accumulate. O good man! For these reasons, know that the nature of any given state of mind is different in each case. This difference tells us that what we have here is non-eternal. O good man! I have expounded the transitoriness of what is non-physical, and the meaning is now established. Also, for your sake, I shall explain the transience of physical existence. This physical existence does not have any eternal quality about it. Basically, it has no life. Born, it must die. When a person's body is still in the womb, in the Kalala stage, there is nothing of the life entity there, because it changes when born. Such things of the objective world as buds, stems and stumps also do not have any entity, since when born, each changes. Thus we know that all physical things are transitory. O good man! All a man's sense faculties change over time. His sense faculties at Hyatman Rupa are different at the time of Kalala fetal stage, 7 days. After conception, Arbuda 2nd week, Ghana 4th stage, Pasi 3rd week, Pustule, at the time of birth, in childhood, in boyhood, and up to the time of old age. Thus does it stand with the things of the objective world. Differences are seen become manifest in such as bud, stem, branch, leaf, flower, and fruit. Also, next, O good man, mental taste also differs. Change occurs at the time of Kalala up to the days of old age. The taste of objective things also differs. The taste differs at such times as bud, stem, leaf, flower, and fruit. Strength differs at the time of Kalala up to old age. Form and appearance differ at the time of Kalala and through to old age. The results of karma differ from the time of Kalala to the time of old age. Name differs from the time of Kalala up to old age. Man's so-called sense faculties break up, return, and conjoin into their former state. We know that this is impermanent. Such things of the objective world as trees break and join together. So, we view them as impermanent. A thing gradually comes about. So, we know it to be non-eternal, as it gradually emerges from the time of Kalala through to the time of old age. Bud, fruit, and seed arise. So we see that a physical thing dies out. Thus, what we see is non-eternal. Differences are seen from the time of the death of the Kalala stage up to the time of the death of old age, and at the time of death of the bud and up to the time of death of the fruit. Thus, we see that what there is impermanence. Common mortals do not know this. As things carry on alike seemingly the same, they conclude and say that what is there is eternal. For this reason, I say non-eternal. If there is the non-eternal, what there is suffering. If there is suffering, this is nothing but what is impure. O good man! When Kasyapa once asked me about this, I already answered his question at that time. 163 also, next, O good man! All things have no self. O good man! All things are physical and non-physical. The physical is non-self. Why? Because it can be broken asunder and destroyed, beaten, and split. Because there is birth, growing up and becoming big. The self cannot have any breaking asunder, destruction, beating or splitting. It cannot grow up and become big. Because of this, we know that what is physical is also non-self. Why? Because of the fact that it is something that has come about from causes and conditions. O good man! The Tirthayikas may say that there must be a self because there is exclusiveness of thought. But exclusiveness is, truth to tell, not of the nature of the self. We might well think that there is self because we can think exclusively all to ourselves. But we are prone to forget what was in the past. This forgetting tells us that there surely is no self here. O good man! The Tirthayikas may say that there is self because man remembers. But the fact that man does not remember tells us that there surely is no self. Seeing a man with 6 fingers, one asks, Where might I have seen such as this before? If there were a self, how could one ask this? Such asking indicates that there surely is no self. Oh, good man. The Tirthayikas may say that there is self because of hindrance, obstruction, boundaries. Oh good man. There surely is no self precisely because of hindrance. This is like saying that as Devdatta, to the end, does not say out, he is not Devdatta. The same is the case with self. If there definitely is self, there will be no hindrance to self. As self is hindered, we surely can know that there is no self. If it is the case that one knows there definitely is self due to hindrance, this will lead us to conclude that there can be no self, as you now do not hinder. Oh, good man. If Tirthayikas say that they know there is self by accompaniment and non-accompaniment, this indicates that there is no self because there is no accompaniment. There is a case in which there is no accompaniment in the law dharma, as in the cases of the Tathagata, the void, and the Buddha nature. The same with self. Truth to say, there is none that accompanies. Hence we may know that there definitely is no self. Also, next, O good man. If Tirthayikas say that they know there is self because of the name, we should know that even in selfless there is the name, the word, as in the case of a poor man who may have a name which means rich. We speak of dead self. If self is dead, this is tantamount to saying that self kills self. But, truly, the self cannot be killed. For the time being, we say dead self. This is as with a short man being called a tall man. From this we can definitely know that there is no self. Also, next, O good man. All Tirthayikas may say that as one, after birth, seeks milk, there is the self. Oh, good man. If there were self, no child would take hold of dung, fire, serpents, or poison, i.e., because they would know these are unpleasant or dangerous. From this, we can definitely know that there is no self. Also, next, O good man. All beings, in the three phases, have equal shares of knowing, as lust, food, drink, and fear. So, there is no self. Also, next, O good man. The Tirthayikas say that from the countenance one can say that there is self. But for this reason we could say that there is no self. We say that there is no self because there is no countenance. When asleep, one cannot walk, stand still, lie with one's face down or up, see or wink, and cannot know suffering or bliss. So there can be no self. If one knows that there is self by reason of going and stopping, facing downwards or upwards, or sleeping or winking, any engine or wooden man must possess self. O good man. The same is the case with the Tathagata. He does not go, stop, look up or down, see or wink. He has no suffering or bliss, no greed or anger, no ignorance and no action. The Tathagata thus has the self. Also, next, the Tirthayikas may say that when one sees a person eating some fruit, one's mouth waters and that, therefore, one has a self. But by thinking back, too, one dribbles. But the saliva is not the self. It is not joy, not sorrow, not weeping, not laughing, not falling down or standing up, not being hungry, not being full. From this, one may know that one definitely does not have the self. O good man. The Tirthayikas are ignorant and are like children. They do not have the expedience of wisdom. They cannot truly see what is meant by eternal, non-eternal, suffering, bliss, pure, not pure, self, not self, life, non-life, being, non-being, real, non-real, what is or what is not. They partake of only a little of the Buddhist teaching. In a false way they say that there are the eternal, bliss, self, and purity. A person congenitally blind does not know what the color of milk is like. He asks, what is the color of milk like? Another says, it is as white as the 164 color of a shell. The blind man further asks, is the color of milk like the sound of a horn? No is the reply. What color is the color of a shell like? The answer comes back, it is like the color of rice powder. The blind man asks, is the color of milk as soft as rice powder? And what is the color of rice powder like? The answer comes, it is like snow. The blind man says, is rice powder as cold as snow? And what is it like? The answer comes back, it is like a crane. Even though this congenitally blind man receives 4 similes in reply, he cannot arrive at the true color of milk. It is the same with the tirthahikas. To the end, they cannot arrive at what is meant by the eternal, bliss, self, and purity. The same is the case here. O good man! For this reason, the real truth rests with the Buddhist teaching. Things do not stand thus with the tirthahikas. Manjushri said to the Buddha, O rare world-honored one! The Tathagata, now facing Parinirvana, further turns the unsurpassed will of the Dharma. And thus he clearly presents Paramartha Satya. The Buddha said to Manjushri, why do you particularly gain the thought of nirvana? O good man! You may presume and think that I am the Buddha and have achieved unsurpassed enlightenment, that I am Dharma and that Dharma is what I possess, that I am the way and the way is what I possess, that I am the world-honored one and the world-honored one is what I am, that I am the Sravaka and the Sravaka is what I am, that I indeed teach others and make others give ear to me, that I truly turn the will of Dharma and others cannot. The Tathagata does not abide in such presumptions. Hence, the Tathagata does not turn the will of Dharma. O good man! There may be cases in which people make wrong assumptions and say, the self is the I, and the I is what the self possesses. The same with ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. The self is matter, and matter is what the self possesses. And this may extend down to Dharma. The self is the earth, and the earth is what the self possesses. The same applies to water, fire and wind. O good man! People may speculate and say, the self is faith and faith is what the self possesses. The self is multiple knowledge and multiple knowledge is what the self possesses. The self is Danaparamita perfected giving and Danaparamita is what the self possesses. The self is Shilaparamita perfected moral precepts and Shilaparamita is what the self possesses. The self is Kaisantaparamita perfected patience and Kaisantaparamita is what the self possesses. The self is Viryaparamita perfected exertion and Viryaparamita is what the self possesses. The self is Dhyanaparamita perfected meditation and Dhyanaparamita is what the self possesses. The self is Prajnaparamita perfected wisdom and Prajnaparamita is what the self possesses. The self is Katvarasamriti Upasthana mindfulness and Katvarasamriti Upasthana is what the self possesses. The same with the 4 right efforts, the 4 at-willnesses, the 5 sense organs, the 5 powers, the 7 elements of enlightenment, and the Noble Eightfold Path. O good man! The Tathagata does not, to the end, make such assumptions. Hence, the Tathagata does not turn the will of Dharma. O good man! If we say that he is eternal and unchanging, how could we say that the Buddha nature turns the will of Dharma? So you should not say, the Tathagata now turns the will of Dharma. O good man! There is the situation, for example, where we get visual consciousness through the harmonious combination of eye, color, light, and thinking. O good man. The I does not think, I shall cause consciousness to arise. Color, down to thinking, do not ever say, I shall cause visual consciousness to arise. Neither does consciousness say, I shall arise by myself. O good man. Such a harmonization of the causal relations of the law, i.e. of dharmas, is drishti. Seeing, view. O good man. It is the same with the Tathagata. Through the harmonious combination of the causal relations of the six paramithas, we gain drishti. O good man. The same with the Tathagata. He reaches the bottom of all things by means of the six paramithas and the 37 elements assisting towards enlightenment. Also, we call it the turning of the wheel of Dharma. As he, using throat, tongue, teeth, lips and mouth, and through speech and voice, speaks of Dharma to Kundanya and others. That is why we do not say that the Tathagata turns the wheel of Dharma. O good man. What is not turned is Dharma. Dharma is the Tathagata. O good man. Through the use of flint, by means of striking, by means of using the hands, and through using 165 autumnal, dried up grass, we obtain fire. But the flint does not say, I shall cause fire to come about. The act of striking, the hand, and the dried up grass also do not think, I shall cause fire to arise. Nor does the fire say, I shall come about by myself. It is the same with the Tathagata. Through the six paramithas, down to speaking to Kundanya, there occurs the turning of the will of Dharma. But the Tathagata, too, does not think and say, I turn the will of Dharma. O good man. We speak of non-coming out, non-arising, non-acting. This is the right turning of the will of Dharma. This turning of the will is the Tathagata. O good man. An example, from cream, water, churning, a pot, and a person's hand holding it, we obtain butter. The cream does not think to itself, I will call forth butter. Nor, even, does the person's hand think to itself, I will call forth butter. And the butter, too, does not think to itself, I will come about by myself. By means of the coming together of the various causal relations, butter comes into being. The same with the Tathagata. He does not think and say, I turn the will of Dharma. O good man. This non-coming out, non-deliberation of one's acts. Spontaneity is but the turning of the will of wonderful Dharma. This turning of the will is at once the Tathagata. O good man. Through the combinations of such conditions as body, earth, water, fire, wind, and the fertility of the soil and the season, a bud comes out. O good man. The seed also does not say, I shall call forth the bud. Nor does the labor itself think and say, I shall call forth the bud. Nor does the bud say, I shall come about. It is the same with the Tathagata. To the end, he does not think and say, I do turn the will of Dharma. This turning of the will of Dharma, Dharmakakrapravartana, is the Tathagata. O good man. As an example, through the conjoining of a drum, emptiness, leather, man, and drumstick, we get the sound of the drum. The drum does not think and say, I call forth sound. The same with the drumstick. Nor does the sound say, I shall come out. O good man. It is the same with the Tathagata. He does not, to the end, think and say, I turn the will of Dharma. O good man. Turning the will of Dharma means not doing. Non-doing is turning the will of Dharma. Turning the will of Dharma is the Tathagata. O good man. Turning the will of Dharma is what takes place in the world of the All-Buddha. World Honored One. It is not something that can be known by Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. O good man! Space is no being born, not coming out, non-doing, not construing, or not what is created. It is the same with the Tathagata. He is no being born, no coming out arising, no construing, and not what has been created. Like unto the nature of the Tathagata is the Buddha. Nature. It is not a being born, not an arising, not a making, not a construing, and is not what is created. O good man! In what the All-Buddha World-Honored One says, there are two kinds. Categories. One is of the mundane, and the other is of the supramundane world. O good man! For the sake of Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas, the Tathagata speaks about what is mundane. For the sake of Bodhisattvas, he speaks about what is supramundane. O good man! In this great congregation, there are, again, two kinds. One is the type of person who seeks the smaller vehicle, and the other is he who seeks the larger vehicle. In days gone by, at Varanasi, I turned the will of Dharma to all Sravakas, and first at Kusinagara I turned the larger will for Bodhisattvas. Also, next, O good man! There are again two kinds of people, who are of 1. Middle grade and 2. Higher grade. For those of the middle grade, I turn the will of Dharma at Varanasi. And for those of the higher grade, for the Elephant King, Bodhisattva Kasyapa, and others, I now, here, at Kusinagara, turn the larger vehicle will of Dharma. For those of the very lowest grade, the Tathagata, to the end, does not turn the will of Dharma. The lowest is the Ekantika. Also, next, O good man! There are two kinds of person who seek the Buddhist teaching. One is he who makes middling effort, and the other is the person who makes higher effort. At Varanasi, I turn the will of Dharma for the sake of those of the middle grade, and here at this castle I turn the larger will of Dharma for those of the higher grade. Also, next, O good man! In days gone by, at Varanasi, when I first turned the will of Dharma, 8,000 devas attained the level of Shrotapanna, and here at this castle, 800,000 people will attain unsurpassed 166 enlightenment and will not retrogress. Also, next, O good man! At Varanasi, great Brahma fell to his knees and begged me to turn the will of Dharma. Now, here at this castle, Bodhisattva Kasyapa falls to his knees, begging me to turn the will of Dharma. Also, next, O good man! When, in days gone by, I turned the will of Dharma, I spoke of the non-eternal, suffering, void, and selflessness. Now, here in this castle, I turn the will of Dharma. I speak of the eternal, bliss, self and purity as true as can be. Also, next, O good man! When I turned the will of Dharma in the past at Varanasi, my voice reached Brahma. When, now, the Tathagata turns the will of Dharma here at Kusinagara, my voice reaches and fills all the Buddha lands to the east, whose number is as great as the sands of 20 Ganges. The same applies to the lands in the south, west, and north. Also, next, O good man! The All-Buddha World-Honored One speaks of the Dharma. In all cases, we say that he turns the will of Dharma. O good man! It is just as the Chakravartins. Chakraratna jewel will thoroughly subdues those not yet come under his banner and gives peace to those already subdued. O good man! So does it stand with the delivering of sermons by the All-Buddha World-Honored One. The countless defilements not yet subdued will be conquered, and the root of good will shoot forth amongst those people already conquered. For example, O good man! It is just as the Chakravartin's Chakraratna truly makes away with all enemy robbers. The same with the sermons of the Tathagata. They thoroughly subdue all the hostile defilements, and peace reigns. Also, next, O good man. It is similar to the Chakravartins Chakraratna, which rotates up and down. It is the same with the Tathagata's sermons. They indeed make the people of the lower world come up and gain rebirth in the worlds of humans, gods, or up to the Buddha world. O good man. That is why you should not utter praise, saying, the Tathagatan now, here, further turns the wheel of Dharma. Then Manjushri said to the Buddha, O world-honored one. It is not that I did not know this. It was merely for the benefit of beings that I put this question. O world-honored one. I have long known this. Turning the wheel of Dharma is truly what obtains in the world of the all. Buddha Tathagata, and this is something that cannot be attained by Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. Then the world-honored one said to Bodhisattva Kasyapa, O good man. This is why we say that a bodhisattva abides in the teaching of the great Nirvana Sutra of Mahayana and performs holy actions. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one. Why do we say holy action? O good man. Holy refers to the all-Buddha Tathagata. Hence, we say holy action. O world-honored one. If this refers to the works of all Buddhas, it cannot come within the reach of practice of Sravakas, Pratyekabuddhas, and Bodhisattvas. O good man. The all-Buddha world-honored one abides in Mahaparinirvana and thus opens out, discriminates and explains the meaning. For this reason, we say holy action. The Sravakas, Pratyekabuddhas and Bodhisattvas, as soon as they hear the Buddha's words, practice well. Hence, holy action. O good man. As soon as this Bodhisattva Mahasattva has done this work, he attains the stage of fearlessness. O good man. If a Bodhisattva attains the stage of fearlessness, he then has no fear of greed, anger, ignorance, birth, age, illness, and death. Also, he does not fear the unfortunate realms of hell, hungry ghosts, and animals. O good man. Of evil, there are two kinds. One is of the Asura, and the other is of man. Of man, there are three kinds, which are, 1. Ekantika, 2. Slandering of the Vaipulya Sutras, and 3. The four grave offenses. For a monk, killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, and lying. O good man. All bodhisattvas of this stage do not have fear of falling into evil. Also, they are not afraid of sramanas, Brahmins, Tirthayikas, the evil-minded, and Mrupapian. Also, they are not afraid of being born into the 25 existences. That is why this stage is called that of fearlessness. O good man. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva abides in the soil of fearlessness. He gains the 25 samadhis and breaks, destroys, liberates himself from, does away with the 25 existences. O good man. When he attains the non-defilement samadhi, he does away with existence in hell. On gaining the non-retrogressive samadhi, he does away with existence as an animal. Gaining the blissful mind samadhi, he does away with existence as a hungry ghost. Gaining the all-joy 167 samadhi, he crushes out existence as an asura. Gaining the sunlight samadhi, he destroys existence in aparagodhaniya. Gaining the burning flame samadhi, he does away with existence in uttarakuru. Gaining the phantom samadhi, he does away with existence in jambudvipa. Gaining the immovable samadhi of all things, he does away with existence in the four heavens. Gaining the unbeaten samadhi, he does away with existence in Rayastrimsa heaven. Gaining the glad will samadhi, he crushes out existence in Yama's heaven. Gaining the blue color samadhi, he does away with existence in Tushita heaven. Gaining the yellow color samadhi, he destroys existence in Nirmanarati heaven. Gaining the red color samadhi, he crushes out existence in Parinirmitavasavartan heaven. Gaining the white color samadhi, he does away with existence in the first dhyana heaven. Gaining the varied samadhi, he does away with existence as great Brahma. Gaining the twin samadhi, he destroys existence in the second dhyana. Gaining the thunder sound samadhi, he destroys the third dhyana. Gaining the rain samadhi, he does away with the fourth dhyana. Gaining the akasha-like space-like samadhi, he does away with avra existence. Gaining the bright mirror samadhi, he does away with the existences of the Suddhavesa heaven and the Anagaman. Gaining the unhindered samadhi, he destroys Akashanantayatana existence. Gaining the non-hindrance samadhi, he destroys Akashanantayatana existence. Gaining the eternity samadhi, he does away with Vijnananantayatana existence. Gaining the bliss samadhi, he crushes out the Akinkanyayatana. Gaining the self samadhi, he does away with the naive samjnana. O good man! This is how we say that a bodhisattva, on gaining the 25 samadhis, destroys the 25 existences. O good man! These 25 samadhis are called the king of all samadhis. O good man! If the bodhisattva Mahasattva gains the all-samadhi king and wishes to blow away or crush Mount Sumeru, he can do so as he wills. If he desires to know what the minds of the beings of the 3,000 great thousand worlds are thinking, he can do this as he wishes. If he desires to put the beings of the 3,000 great thousand worlds into the pores of his skin, he can indeed do so as he desires. And he can do so without the beings having any sense of being constricted. If he desires to transform innumerable beings and fill the 3,000 great thousand worlds, he can do so as he desires. He can easily make one body into many, and many into one. Though he can do this, he does not cling to it. This is like the case of the lotus flower. O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva, having thus entered the king samadhi, can indeed go anywhere. The Bodhisattva, abiding in this unmolested i.e. unlimited, free state, gains unmolested power and can be anywhere he desires to be. O good man! For example, this is like a Chakravartin who, having gained 4 lands, finds nothing that obstructs him and he can act as he desires. The same with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Wherever he desires to go and live, he can do so as he desires. If a Bodhisattva Mahasattva sees any being in hell who can be taught and made to do good, he can immediately go there. The Bodhisattva is not originally born as a result of karma, but gains the unmolested soil through the causal relations of thus being born. O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva, even though in hell, does not suffer from the pain of being burned or slashed. O good man! It is difficult fully to explain all the virtues which the Bodhisattva Mahasattva has cultivated within himself and which are as innumerable and boundless as 100,000 million billion. And how could one explain all the virtues of all Buddhas? Then, among those gathered there, was a Bodhisattva whose name was King who abides in the undefiled storehouse. He had achieved great virtue and possessed divine power, great dharnis, was perfect in samadhi and fearlessness. He stood up and, baring his right shoulder, placed his right knee on the ground, prostrated himself and said to the Buddha, O world honored one! As you the Buddha say, the virtues and wisdom perfected by all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are as innumerable as 100,000 million billion. It is impossible to explain. them. I think to myself that nothing can supersede this Mahayana Sutra. Why not? Because through the power of this Mahayana Vaipilya Sutra, there appear the all-Buddha world. Honored one and unsurpassed enlightenment. Then the Buddha praised him and said, "Well said, well said. O good man. It is thus, it is thus. It 168 is as you say. All the innumerable Mahayana Vaipilya Sutras accomplish innumerable virtues. But compared with this, the simile fails. The virtue of the sutra exceeds the virtue of other sutras by more than 100 times, more than 1,000 times, more than 100,000 million times, and no number can express it. O good man. For example, a cow brings forth milk, the milk produces cream, the cream produces fresh butter, the fresh butter produces clarified butter, and the clarified butter produces sarpermanda. Sarpermanda is the best. When it is partaken of, all illnesses die away. All medicines are contained in this. O good man. It is the same with the Buddha. From the Buddha come about the 12 types of sutra scripture. From the 12 types of sutra there come about the sutras proper. From the sutras come about the Vaipilya Sutras. From the Vaipilya Sutras there arise the Prajnaparamita perfection of wisdom sutras, and from the Prajnaparamita comes about the great nirvana. The case is as that of Sarpermanda. Thus, Sarpermanda can well be likened to the Buddha nature. The Buddha nature is the Tathagata. O good man. For this reason, I say that the virtues of the Tathagata are immeasurable. They stand beyond number. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one. You the Buddha say, the great Nirvana Sutra is like Sarpermanda and is the best. When partaken of, it cures all illnesses. All medicines are contained in this. On hearing this, I think to myself, if any person cannot get to hear this sutra, such a person is the greatest of the ignorant and has no good mind. O world honored one. I shall now peel off my skin, turn it into paper, take out my blood and turn it into ink, get water from my marrow, crack a bone to have it serve as a pen, and with all of these copy out the great Nirvana Sutra. Having copied it out, I shall read and recite it, understand it well. And then, later, I shall patiently expound it to others. O world-honored one. If beings are dying for wealth, I shall give it to them, and later recommend this Nirvana Sutra and have them read it. With the nobility, I shall use loving words, follow them and later, by degrees, recommend this Mahayana great Nirvana Sutra to them and get them to read it. With the dull, I shall force them to read it, with the arrogant, I shall become their servant, comply with their will, gladden them, and then guide them into the great Nirvana Sutra. If there should be anyone who slanders the Vaipilya, I shall crush him down, and after having subdued him, I shall recommend this great Nirvana Sutra to him and have him read it. To any person who loves the Mahayana Sutras, I shall myself pay homage, I shall make him offerings, and I shall respect and praise him. Then the Buddha praised Bodhisattva Kasyapa, well said, well said. You love this Mahayana Sutra very much. You covet it, you love the Mahayana Sutra, you understand it. Believe in and respect Mahayana, and you make offerings to it. O good man. Through the causal relations of the good mind, you will rise above bodhisattvas whose number is as countless and as boundless as the sands of the river Ganges, and you will attain unsurpassed enlightenment. Before long, you too, like me, for the sake of beings, will expound great Nirvana, the Tathagata, the Buddha nature, and all the hidden teachings of all Buddhas. O good man. In days past, when the son of the Buddha had not yet risen, I was born as a Brahmin and was practicing the way of a Bodhisattva. I was versed in all sutras and in the sutras of the Tirthayikas, and was practicing the way of silent extinction. And I was perfect in my deportment. My mind was pure. Even if others came and attacked me, I was not beaten. Having relinquished the fire of anger, I upheld the law of the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure. I went about and looked for Mahayana sutras, but had not yet heard the name of the Vaipulya. At that time I lived in the Himalayas. The mountains were pure, there was a plenitude of running rivers, ponds, forests, medicinal trees all around. Here and there, between the rocks, ran clear streams, beautiful flowers adorned everywhere. There were innumerable birds and animals. Sweet were the fruits and countless their varieties. Also, there were lotus roots, sweet roots, blue trees, and fragrant roots. I lived alone at that time, on fruit. After partaking of the fruit, I concentrated my mind and sat in meditation. It took an immeasurably long time, but I never heard of the appearance of the Tathagata or of the Mahayana Sutras. O good man! I thus practiced the way through all difficulties, and Sakrodevanam and all the Devas wondered at my 169 practicing of the way. They all gathered together and spoke to each other, saying in a Gatha. Each of us points and says that in this pure quarter of the Himalayas there lives a master, alone, and parted from all greed, the king of all virtues. Removed is he already from greed, anger, and arrogance. Long since has he done away with flattery and ignorance. His mouth does not speak what is rough or evil. At that time, there was a Deva among those present whose name was Joy, and who also said in Agatha, one like this who is apart from greed, is pure and makes effort. Is not such a person one who looks up to Shakra, chief of gods, or the Devas? If such a person is one who seeks the way, such a one will undergo penance. Such a person will desire to gain the place where Shakra sits. At that time, there was a rishi who spoke to Shakra in Agatha. O Kausika, i.e. Shakra, master of heaven, do not conceive things this way. The Tirthayikas undergo penance. Why do they need necessarily to seek the place where Shakra lives? Speaking thus, he also said, O Kausika, there is a great person here who, for the sake of beings, does not conceive things for his own good. To benefit beings, he practices penance in innumerable ways. Such a person sees in the world of birth and death all kinds of wrong, so that he does no covet any treasure, even if it filled this earth, all the mountains and the great seas. He sees all such things as being equal to tears and spit. Such a great person gives up his treasures, his wife and children, whom he loves, his head, eyes, marrow, hands, feet, the house where he lives, his elephant and horse, his vehicle, his male or female servants or pages, and he does not desire to be born in heaven. What he desires is solely to gain all happiness. What is evident to me is that such a great person is pure, has no defilements, he has done away with all the bonds of the ashravas. Possibly he is bound for unsurpassed bodhi. Sakrodevanamindra says, what you say seems to refer to one who desires to save all beings of the world. O great sage! If there is to be a Buddha tree in this world, he will uproot all the serpents of illusion of all such as Brahma, the beings of the world, and the Asuras. If beings live in the cool shade of this Buddha tree, all poison will go away. O great Rishi! If this person, in days to come, becomes a Shugata Buddha, all of us will be able to extinguish the innumerable burning fires of illusion. Such a thing is hard to believe. Why? Innumerable beings gain unsurpassed bodhicitta resolve to gain enlightenment, but as their causal relations for this are meager, the bodhicitta shatters. This is like the moon reflected in water, which moves if the water moves, or it is as difficult as trying to draw pictures in water, pictures which easily disperse. It is the same with bodhicitta. It is difficult to attain it and it easily breaks apart. Oh. 170. Great Rishi. There are many people decked out in armor and with arms, who proceed to beat the enemy. But if the mind has fear while on the battlefield, that person is forced to draw back. It is like this with all beings. A person may be strongly armed with bodhicitta and be adorned with it. But on seeing the works of birth and death, the mind feels fear, at which the person has to pull back. O great Rishi! I have seen the minds of innumerable beings being thus shattered and shaken, after they gained initial bodhicitta. For this reason, though I now see this person intent upon penance, and though he has no worry or heat, and even though on a precipitous path his pursuit is pure, yet I still cannot believe in him. I shall now go and see for myself whether he is decidedly worthy of shouldering the heavy burden of unsurpassed enlightenment. O Rishi! It is like a wagon, which, if it has two wheels, can well stand carrying weight, or like a bird which, if it has two wings, can indeed fly. It will be the same with this person who is practicing penance. Now, he is intent on upholding the prohibitive precepts, but I do not know if this person has deep wisdom. If he has, he will indeed be able to shoulder the great weight of unsurpassed enlightenment. O great Rishi! A fish, for example, may have many eggs, but only a few fish will manage to emerge from them. The mango tree has many flowers, but the fruits are small in number. Many are the people who aspire to enlightenment, but so few are those who attain that, and that it is not worth mentioning. O great Rishi! I shall go along with you and see for myself how matters stand. For example, O great Rishi, one can distinguish true gold if one performs 3 types of test, which are burning, beating, and polishing. This must be the way to test penance. Then Shukradeva Amindra transformed himself into a Rakshasa flesh-eating demon who was very fearful to behold. He came down to the Himalayas, and he stood there, not far away. At that time, the Rakshasa had no fear in his mind, he looked brave, with none to compare to him. His oratory was in order, with his voice clear. He spoke half of a gatha from the Buddhas of days past. All things change. This is the law of birth and death. Thus saying, he stood before the person. He looked very frightening, and looked all around him. The person who was practicing penance heard these words and was happy. It was like a merchant who, while traveling on a difficult path through the dark night and losing sight of his companions, becomes full of fear, but when he meets up with his comrades again feels no end of joy. Or it was like a person who has long been ill, without encountering a good doctor, good treatment or good medicine, who later comes across such. Or it was like a person at sea who falls into the sea water and suddenly encounters a boat, or like a thirsty person who comes across water, or like a person who is being pursued by an enemy and who suddenly escapes, or like a person who has long been chained up in prison, who suddenly obtains release. Or it was like a farmer who encounters rain during the days of drought, or like a traveler who returns home again, and whose people at home are overjoyed. O good man! I, at that time, heard this one half of the gatha and was likewise joyous. I immediately got up from my seat, lifted up my hair with my hand, looked around me and said, from whom was that Gatha which I heard just now? At that time, as I looked around, I could see nobody except a Rakshasa. I said, who is it that so opens the gate of emancipation and so thunders out the voice of all Buddhas? Who is it who, amidst the sleep of birth and death, alone awakes and utters such words? Who is it who shows beings, facing birth and death and famine stricken, this unsurpassed way? Innumerable beings flounder in the sea of birth and death. And who is it who is going to become a great master? Mariner. All these beings are always greatly stricken by the illness of the ashravas. Who is it who is able to become the best of doctors? This half of the Gatha teaches me, opens up and awakens my mind. It is as when the half-moon causes the lotus to open up its petals. I then, oh good man, saw none but the Rakshasa. Also, I thought thus, did the Rakshasa speak this Gatha? Again I doubted, maybe he did not. Why not? The appearance of the man is so very frightful. 171 Anyone who heard this Gatha would do away with all fear and ugliness. How could a man like this, who looks so ugly, deliver a Gatha such as this? A lotus cannot come out of fire, there cannot be cool water where the sunlight falls. O good man! I then said to myself, I am now ignorant. This Rakshasa may have seen all the Buddhas in the past. On seeing them, he may have had a chance of hearing this half of the Gatha. I shall ask. Going up to where he was, I said, well, O great one, where did you get this half of the Gatha from a fearless one of the past? O great one, where did you get this half of a Sintamani wish-fulfilling jewel of a Gatha? O great one, this half of the Gatha is the right path of the all-Buddha world-honored ones of the past, future, and present. The innumerable beings of the world are always overshadowed by all wrong actions, and all life through they stand amidst the teachings of the Tirthayikas and do not have the chance of hearing the supramundane words spoken by the world's hero Buddha, who is possessed of the 10 powers. O good man! When I thus asked, the answer came back, O great Brahmin! Do not ask of me the meaning of this. Why not? I have not eaten anything for days. I have looked all around, but I cannot find anything to eat. Due to thirst, hunger, and worry, my mind is deranged. And my words do not come out in order. My mind itself does not know what is what. I have flown through the sky. I have been to Uttarakuru, to heaven, and to all other places, but I cannot get food anywhere. So, I speak thus. O good man! I then said to the Rakshasa, O great one! If you tell me about this Gatha, I shall be your disciple to the end of my life. O great one! What you spoke was not entire and the meaning was not complete. Why do you not wish to speak? Now, there is an end even to wealth, but there is no end to the dana giving of Dharma. The dana of Dharma knows no ending. The benefit it bestows is great. Now that I have heard this half of the Gatha, my mind is surprised, and I also have doubt. Now, ease my mind. If you complete this Gatha, I shall be your disciple until the end of my days. The Rakshasa answered, you have penetrated deeply into wisdom. Only, you care solely for your own self and miss what was meant. I am now oppressed by hunger. I cannot carry on talking. I asked, what do you eat? The Rakshasa replied, do not ask. If I say, people get frightened. I further said, I live alone. There is nobody else here. I, now, am not afraid of you. Why will you not say? The Rakshasa said, what I eat is the soft flesh of man, what I drink is man's warm blood. It is an unfortunate Destiny of mine that I have to sustain my life in this way. I go round and look about, but I cannot get any of these things. There are many men in the world, but all have virtue, all are protected by heaven. Besides, I have no strength and cannot kill. O good man! I further said, tell me the meaning of the Gatha in full. After hearing it, I shall offer you my body. O great one! I may die, but such a body as mine is of no use to me. It could get devoured by a tiger, wolf, owl, or eagle, without my being blessed with a hair's amount of gain on my side. I am now intent upon unsurpassed enlightenment. I shall discard a body which is not hard enough, and I mean to trade it for an indestructible one. The Rakshasa answered, who could believe what you say? Abandoning the beloved body for the sake of 8 in English, 11 words, i.e. the final words of the poem. O good man! I replied, you are really ignorant. Imagine a man here. It would be like giving up an earthenware pot for a vessel containing 7 jewels. The same with me. I shall cast away my body which is not strong enough, in order to obtain an adamantine body. You say, how can I believe you? I have witnesses such as great Brahma, Shukrodeva Namindra, and the 4 guardians of the earth, who will all bear witness to me. Also, all bodhisattvas who wish to benefit countless beings and who all study Mahayana and who are perfect in the 6 paramithas will attest to my sincerity. And there are the all-Buddha world honored ones of the 10 directions who desire to benefit all beings. They, too, will bear witness that I shall indeed cast aside my body for the sake of those 8 words. The Rakshasa said further, if you wish to throw away your body thus, then listen well, listen well. I shall now recite the remaining half of the Gatha for your sake. O good man! Then, on hearing his words, I was glad at heart. I took off the deerskin clothing that I had on and spread it on the ground for the Rakshasa to preach upon, and said, O honored one! Please sit on this. I shall fold my hands and prostrate myself on the ground before you and say, O please, honored one, speak. 172 Well for me the remaining half of the Gatha and bring things to completion. The Rakshasa said, when birth and death are done away with, quietude is bliss. Having said this, the Rakshasa further said, O Bodhisattva Mahasattva! You have now gained the complete meaning of the Gatha and you must be satisfied. If you desire to benefit all beings, give me your body now. O good man! I, at that time, pondered greatly upon the Gatha's meaning. So I later wrote this Gatha upon stones, walls, trees, and upon the path. Then I put my clothes on, for possibly after death my body might be exposed to someone. I climbed a tall tree. Then the tree god said, O you! What do you intend to do? O good man! I answered, I shall now cast away my body, so as to repay the value I have obtained from the Gatha. The tree god asked, what benefit does the Gatha bestow? I answered, this Gatha is what the Buddhas of the past, future, and present have had for the opening up of the doctrine of the all-void. I give my body up for this. It is not for profit, fame, or treasure, not for the bliss of the Chakravartin, the 4 guardians of the earth, great Brahma, or man or heaven. I cast this away for the benefit of all beings. O good man! I also vowed to myself, let all miserly people come and see how I relinquish this body. If there is a person who gives little and asks for much, let such a person see how I, merely for this Gatha, cast my body away, just as a person might discard grass or wood. As I said this, I flung my body down from the tree to the ground. It had not yet reached the Ground when several voices sounded in the air. The voices reached as far as Akanist the heaven. Then the Rakshasa displayed his original form as Shakra, took hold of me in mid-air, and deposited me upon the ground. Then, Skakrodevanamindra, all the Devas, and great Brahma fell to the ground. They touched my feet, raised me up, and said, "Well done, well done. It is good, it is good." This truly is a bodhisattva who benefits innumerable beings and who, in the blackness of the gloom, desires to set up a great torch. As I love the Tathagata's great Dharma, I beautifully ponder and worry. Please give ear to how I repent of my sins. You shall assuredly, in days to come, achieve unsurpassed enlightenment. Please condescend to succor me. Then, Shakrodevanamindra and the Devas touched my feet. Then they disappeared and were seen no more. O good man! Since I discarded my body in days gone by for the sake of Agatha, in consequence I was able to hope to attain unsurpassed enlightenment after 12 kalpas before. Maitreya. O good man! I had accomplished such innumerable virtues. All arise from making offerings to the Tathagata's wonderful Dharma. O good man! It is the same with you. If you aspire to unsurpassed bodhicitta mind of enlightenment, this will place you above bodhisattvas as innumerable as the sands of innumerable, boundless Ganges. This is what we mean when we say that a bodhisattva abides in the teaching of the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana and practices the holy way. Chapter 21, On Pure Actions 1. O good man! What are the pure actions of a bodhisattva Mahasattva? O good man! The bodhisattva Mahasattva, abiding in the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana, can be perfect in pure actions in 7 categories. What are those 7? They are, 1. Knowing Dharma, 2. Knowing the meaning, 3. Knowing the time, 4. Being contented, 5. Knowing for oneself, 6. Knowing the masses, 7. Knowing the difference between respectable and mean. O good man! How does a bodhisattva Mahasattva know Dharma? O good man! This bodhisattva Mahasattva knows the 12 types of scripture, which are, 1. Sutra, 2. Gaya, 3. Vyakarana, 4. Gatha, 5. Udana, 6. Nidana, 7. Avadana, 8. Itavirtika, 9. Jataka, 10. Vaipilya, 11. Adbhuta and 12. Upadesa. O good man! What is meant by sutra? A sutra begins with, "Thus have I heard," and ends with, "Practice with joy." All such are sutras. What is Gaya? It goes like this: the Buddha said to all bhikkhus, in days gone by, I, like you, was ignorant and had no wisdom, and could not see the 4 truths. For that reason, I had long 173 transmigrated and repeated birth and death and floundered in the great sea of suffering. What are the 4? They are, 1. Suffering, 2. The cause of suffering, 3. Extinction, 4. The way to the extinction of suffering. In days gone by, the Buddha spoke of the sutras. At that time, there was a sharp-witted person who came to the Buddha to be taught Dharma. He asked others, "What did the Tathagata speak about before?" The Tathagata, seeing this, said in Agatha, basing himself on the sutras, "I, like you, did not see the 4 truths, and as a result floundered long in the sea of suffering of birth and death. By seeing the 4 truths, one well severs birth and death. Birth and death done away with, one no more gains any existence. This is Gaya." What is Vyakarana? There are sutras and vinyas monastic rules in which, when the Tathagata speaks, he gives prophecies to all the heavenly ones, such as, O you, Ajita. In days to come, there will be a king named Sunkha. In his reign, you will practice the way, attain Buddhahood, and be called Maitreya. This is Vyakarana. What is Gatha? In addition to the sutras and Vinaya, there are cases in which a 4-line poem appears, such as, do not do any evil. Do all that is good. Purify your mind. This is the teaching of all Buddhas. This is Gatha. What is Yudhana? The Buddha, at about 4 in the afternoon, enters a dhyana meditation. He speaks about Dharma to the Devas gods. At that time, the Bhiksus monks think, what is the Tathagata doing? The Tathagata awakes next morning from the dhyana and, without being asked by anyone, he, with the power of knowledge that can read the minds of others, speaks unasked, O Bhiksus. Know that the life of all Devas is extremely long. O all of you Bhiksus. It is good that you all act for others and do not seek your own profit. It is good that you seek but little, it is good that you feel contented, it is good that you are quiet peaceful. It goes like that. In all such scriptures, the Buddha speaks unasked. This is Yudhana. What is Nidana? The Gathas of all sutras speak for others about the basic roots of all causes. In Sravasti there was a man who caught a bird in a net. Having caught it, he put it in a cage, gave it water and cereal, and then let it go. The world-honored one knows all histories from beginning to end and talks about this in a Gatha, such as, do not belittle small evil acts. And do not say that there is no evil that arises. Small is a drop of water. But by accumulation it fills a great vessel. This is Nidana. What is Abadana? It is as in the case of the parables that occur in the Vinaya. This is Abadana. What is Itavirtika? This is as when the Buddha says, O Bhiksus. Know that what I speak when I am in the world is the sutras. In the days of Buddha Krakuchanda, it is called Amrita. Drum drum of the immortal, what appears in the days of Kanak Muni is called Dharma. Mirror, what appears in the days of Buddha Kasyapa is called void discriminating. This is 174 Itavirtika. What is Jataka? This is when the world-honored one tells of how he, in days gone by, became a bodhisattva and practiced the way, such as, O Bhiksus. Know that, in days gone by, I gained life as a deer, a brown bear, a reindeer, a hare, the king of a small state, a Chakravartin, a Naga, and a Garuda. Such are all the bodies one receives when one practices the way of a bodhisattva. This is Jataka. What is Vaipilya Sutra? It is none other than the Mahayana Vaipilya extensive sutras. What it states is on a large scale. It is like space. This is Vaipilya. What is Adbhuta? After the bodhisattva has just been born, he takes 7 steps. Without any help from others, sending out great lights, which shine in all 10 directions, or a monkey holds in its hand a pot of honey and offers it to the Tathagata, or a white-headed dog sits by the Buddha's side and listens to his sermons, Mahaparinirvana transforms himself into a blue cow and walks between tiles and bowls, touching but not damaging them, or, when the Buddha first enters the Deva's temple, the Devas come down and pay him homage. Any sutra such as this is called Adbhuta. What do we mean by Upadesa? It is one scripture that discusses the sutras which contain the Buddha's sermons and analyses and widely explains the characteristics. Any such is an Upadesa. If any bodhisattva is well versed in the 12 types of scripture, this is knowing Dharma. How does a bodhisattva Mahasattva understand the meaning? A bodhisattva knows the meaning of all words and languages. This is knowing the meaning. How does a bodhisattva Mahasattva know the right time? O good man! The bodhisattva, at a given time, will practice quietude. At another time, he will make effort. At another time, he will practice equanimity and dhyana. At another time, he will make offerings to his teacher. At another time, he will practice dana giving, upholding the moral precepts, forbearance, effort, and dhyana, thus perfecting prajnaparamita transcendent wisdom. This is knowing the time. In what way does a bodhisattva Mahasattva feel contented? O good man! The bodhisattva Mahasattva knows contentment in his meals, clothing, medicine, in going, coming, sitting, lying, sleeping, waking, talking, and in silence. This is knowing contentment. O good man! How does a bodhisattva Mahasattva know things by himself? The bodhisattva knows all about faith, the precepts, rich hearing, equanimity, wisdom, going and coming, right remembrance, good deeds, questions and answers. This is knowing of one's own self. How does a bodhisattva Mahasattva know the masses? Such a bodhisattva knows, this is a kshatriya, this a Brahmin, this a Nyupasaka, this a Sramana. Such a person goes thus, comes thus, sits thus, stands up thus, delivers sermons thus, and puts questions and answers thus. This is knowing the masses. O good man! In what way does a bodhisattva Mahasattva know the difference between respectable and mean? O good man! There are two kinds of men, one who has faith, and the other, who has not. O bodhisattva! Know that he with faith is one who is good, and that he who has no faith is one who is not good. Also, next, there are two kinds of faithful person. One always pays visits to viharas, and the other does not. O bodhisattva! Know that he who goes is good, and the other who does not should not be called good. There are two kinds of people who go to viharas. One is he who worships, and the other is he who does not. O bodhisattva! Know that he who worships is good, and the other who does not is not to be called good. There are two kinds of worshipper. One is he who listens to the sermons, and the other is he who does not listen to the sermons. O bodhisattva! Know that he who listens to the sermons is one who is good, and that the other is one who cannot be called good. There are again two kinds of people who listen to sermons. The one is he who listens with a true mind, and the other is he who has no true mind. O bodhisattva! Know that he who listens with a true mind is one who is good, and that he with no true mind is not to be called good. Of listeners with a true mind, there are two kinds. One thinks about the meaning, and the other does not think about the meaning. O bodhisattva! Know that he who thinks about the meaning is good, and he who does not think about the meaning is 175 not good. And there are two kinds amongst those who think about the meaning. One is he who practices the way as told, and the other is he who does not practice the way as told. He who practices the way as told is one who is good, and he who does not practice the way as told is one who is not good. There are, again, two kinds of people who practice the way as told. One is he who takes to the way of the Sravaka, who is unable to relieve all beings of all their worries and give them peace and benefit. The second is he who takes to the unsurpassed Mahayana and gives benefit and peace to the many. O bodhisattva! Know that he who gives benefit and peace to the many is unsurpassed and the best. O good man! Of all jewels, the Sintamani wish-fulfilling gem is the most superb, of all tastes. Amrita ambrosia is the best. Such a bodhisattva is the most superb and the best of all humans and devas. No comparison can express it. O good man! This is what we mean when we say that the Bodhisattva Mahasattva abides in the Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra and lives in the 7 good laws. The Bodhisattva, abiding in these 7 good laws, can become perfect in pure action. Also, next, O good man! There are pure actions, which are, loving-kindness Maitri, compassion Karuna, sympathetic joy Mudita, and equanimity Upeksha. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, a person who practices kindness segregates himself from anger, a person who practices compassion segregates himself from anger. And yet we speak of the limitless immeasurable minds. From the content of the meaning, there must be 3. O world-honored one! There are 3 circumstantial factors in loving kindness. One relates to beings, the second to dharmas, and the third to what is unrelated. The same with compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. Following this logic, there can only be 1, not 4. What relates to beings comes about relative to the 5 skandhas, and one prays to give bliss thereto. This is what relates to beings. By what relates to things dharmas is meant giving what beings desire to possess. This is what relates to things. By unrelated comes about is meant the Tathagata. This is the unrelated. Compassion has bearings on the poor and those in stressed circumstances. The Tathagata, the great teacher, is long since far removed from poverty and stressed circumstances and is blessed with the highest bliss. If any relation is had with beings, it obtains thus with the Buddha. The same is the case with things. That is why we say that any bearing that is had upon the Tathagata is the relationless. O world-honored one! The field in which compassion becomes related to all beings has bearings upon parents, wife, children and relatives. Hence, we say related to all beings. We say related to dharmas. Here, we see no parents, wife, children, or relatives. We see here that all things arise from circumstantial factors. Hence, related to dharmas. The unrelated is not based on dharmas or beings. Hence, unrelated. It is the same with compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. So there must be 3 things, and not 4. O world-honored one! There are 2 kinds of people. One is a person who practices the way using his own intellect, and the other is a person who practices the way through faith and love. The person who practices the way through the intellectual channel generally practices loving kindness, and the person who practices the way through faith and love practices sympathetic joy and equanimity. Hence, there must be 2, and not 4. O world honored one! Immeasurable means boundless. The boundary is unattainable. Hence, boundless. If something is immeasurable, there can only be 1, not 4. If there were 4, how could they be immeasurable? Therefore, there must be 1, not 4. The Buddha said to Kasyapa, O good man! The essence of what the All-Buddha Tathagata says is undisclosed. For this reason, it is difficult to know. There are cases where he speaks about a set of causes and conditions. What there is here is just one. It is as when one says that all things are created things. Or there may be a case where it is said that there are 2 kinds. These are the direct and indirect causes, and the result. Or it may be spoken of as 3. These are illusion, action and suffering. Or it may be spoken of as 4. These are ignorance, created existence, birth, and age and death. Or it may be spoken of as 5, such as feeling, craving, cleaving, existence, and birth. Or it may be spoken of as 6, which are the causes and results of the 3. times past, present, and future. Or things may be spoken of in terms of 7, which are 176 consciousness, mind and body, the sixth sphere, touch, feeling, craving, and cleaving. Or 1 might speak of 8 things, which are those of the 12 links of interdependent arising. Minus the 4 elements of ignorance, action, birth, and age and death, which makes 8. Or 1 may speak of 9, as stated in the Nagara Sutra. This refers to the 9, excepting the 3 elements of ignorance, action, and consciousness. Or 1 may speak of 11, as to Satyakanirgranthaputra. These are the 11, excepting the 1 category of birth. At times, the Buddha speaks fully of the 12 links of interdependent arising. This is as when he spoke at Rajagrihata and others about ignorance all the way down to birth, age, illness, and death. O good man! A single causal relation is, for the benefit of beings, expounded in various ways. It is the same with the innumerable phases aspects of the mind. O good man! For this reason, do not entertain doubt in regard to the deeply hidden action of the All-Buddha. Tathagata. O good man! The Tathagata world-honored one enacts great expedients. He speaks of impermanence as eternal, and of the eternal as impermanent. He speaks of bliss as suffering and suffering as bliss, the impure as pure and the pure as impure. He speaks of the self as selfless, and of the selfless as the self, of non-being as a beings and the real being as a non-being. A non-substance is spoken of as a substance and a substance as a non-substance. The non-real is spoken of as real and the real as non-real, the non-field of cognition as a field of cognition and the field of cognition as a non-field of cognition, non-birth as birth and birth as non-birth, ignorance as brightness and brightness as ignorance, rupa form as non-rupa and non-rupa as rupa, the non-way as the way and the way as non-way. O good man! The Tathagata, by using all such expedients, sets beings to rights. How could we say that anything is wrong with him? O good man! There may be a person who covets wealth. I then, for the sake of that person, transform myself into a Chakravartin and for innumerable ages give things to him in various ways. Later, I teach him and enable him to abide in unsurpassed enlightenment. If there is a person who clings to the 5 dhyasras, I fill up that person's clinging for innumerable ages with wonderful things that such a person desires to have, and later teach him and make him attain unsurpassed enlightenment. If there is a rich person, strong and proud, I serve him for innumerable hundreds of thousands of years, running errands and waiting upon him, and after having won over such a person's mind, I will cause him to attain unsurpassed enlightenment. If there is a person who transgresses, is self-assertive, thinks he is on the right path and quarrels with others, I shall, for innumerable ages, advise him, remonstrate with him and bring him round, and then cause him to attain unsurpassed enlightenment. O good man! The Tathagata, for innumerable ages, enacts various means, thus causing beings to achieve unsurpassed enlightenment. How could anything be wrong here? The All-Buddha Tathagata may live amidst all evils, but, like the lotus, he is not tainted by them. O good man! You should understand the 4 immeasurables, i.e. Brahma Viharas thus. O good man! There are 4 qualities in this limitless mind. The practice accomplished, 1. Gains birth in the world of great Brahma. O good man! There are thus 4 kinds within the limitless mind. That is why we speak of 4. By practicing loving kindness matri, a person thoroughly extirpates greed. Practicing compassion karuna, a person extirpates anger. Practicing sympathetic joy mudita, a person extirpates non-bliss. By practicing equanimity, a person well segregates beings from greed and anger. O good man! For this reason, we speak of 4. It is not 1, not 2, and not 3. O good man! As you say, loving kindness indeed cuts out anger. If things are thus with compassion, one may say 3. Do not make such a reproof? Why not? O good man! Of anger, there are 2 kinds. One takes life, the other encourages a person. O good man! Because of this, how could it be other than 4? Also, next, of anger there are 2 kinds. One is being angry towards beings, and the other towards non-beings. By practicing loving kindness, one thoroughly dispels anger towards beings. By practicing compassion, one thoroughly dispels anger towards non-beings. Also, next, of anger, there are 2 kinds. One is based on causal relations and the other is not. 177 Practicing loving kindness, one cuts away that which is based on causal relations. Practicing compassion, one cuts away that which is based on causal relations. Also, next, there are 2 kinds of anger. One is anger that has been accumulated over a long period in the past, and the other is that which one has just gained. By practicing loving kindness, one severs the anger from the past, and by practicing compassion, one severs the anger of the present. Also, next, there are 2 kinds of anger. One is anger at holy persons, and the other at common mortals. By practicing loving kindness, one casts off anger at holy persons. By practicing compassion, one casts off anger at common mortals. Also, next, there are 2 types of anger. One is top grade, and the other is middle grade. The practicing of loving kindness dispels top grade anger, while practicing compassion dispels middle grade anger. O good man! For this reason, I say 4. How can you reproach me and speak of 3 and not 4? Thus, O Kasyapa, in this limitless mind, antitheses stand against one another, and classified, we get 4. Also, it is 4 because of the vessel. If there is loving kindness in the vessel, there can be no compassion, joy, and equanimity. For this reason, it is 4 and nothing less. O good man! We discriminate according to action. Hence, 4. When loving kindness is acted upon, there can be no compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. Hence, 4. O good man! Because of limitlessness, we say 4. Now, of the limitless there are 4 kinds. There is the case where what there is the relation of the limitless mind, but not unmolestedness, unimpededness. Or there is the case where the limitless mind is unmolested and it does not depend upon relations. There is the case where things stand on the relations of the limitless mind and also on unmolestedness. There is the case where things do not stand on relations and also not on unmolestedness. What is the limitless that has relations, but is not unmolested? This is the case where causal relations are had with innumerable and boundless beings, and yet there is nothing of the kind as the unmolested state of samadhi. Even if gained, it does not remain. Or one gains and loses it. What is the limitless that is unmolested and has no causal relations? It is like desiring to have causal relations with parents, brothers, and sisters and to give them peace and bliss. There can be no limitless causal relations here. What is the limitless that has causal relations and is unmolested? This refers to all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. What is the limitless with no causal relations and no unmolestedness? The Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas cannot have unlimited relations with beings. Also, they are not unmolested, i.e. they are constrained by limitations. O good man! Because of this, we speak of the four limitlessnesses. This is not something any Sravakas or Pratyekabuddhas can know. This is what applies to the world of the All-Buddha Tathagata. O good man! The Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas may call these four the things that are limitless. But petty is what is said by them, it is not worth talking of. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas should be called the limitless. Limitless. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! It is thus, it is thus. It is just as you, the Holy One, say. What obtains in the world of the All-Buddha Tathagata does not come within the reach of Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. O world-honored one! A Bodhisattva abides in the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana and gains a heart of loving kindness. Is this a great heart of loving kindness and compassion or not? The Buddha said, it is. O good man! The Bodhisattva sees three things as he lives with all beings, which are, 1. People on intimate relations with him, 2. People of hateful relations, and 3. People who are in between. With those on intimate relations, there are three classes, which are, 1. Top, 2. Middle, and 3. Low. The same with those involved in hateful relations. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva gives the highest bliss to those with whom he is on the most intimate relations. He also gives the highest bliss all equally to those of the middle and low grades. He gives some degree of bliss to those whom he hates most, and to a person whose hatred is of middle grade he gives middle grade bliss, and to him whose hatred is of a low level, he gives the highest bliss. The Bodhisattva thus practices from one to the other, and to the one he most hates he gives middle grade bliss, and to those 178 whom he hates on a middling level and a low level, he gives the highest bliss. He practices and gives the highest bliss all equally to those of the top, middle and low grades. When the highest bliss is given to one whom he most hates, we say that the heart of loving kindness has been accomplished. The Bodhisattva, then, whether at the place of his parents or of those whom he most hates, is all equal in mind, and there exists no mental state of discrimination. O good man! One obtains loving kindness, but this is not called great loving kindness. O world-honored one! Why is it that the Bodhisattva achieves such loving kindness and yet we do not call it great loving kindness? O good man! We do not call loving kindness great loving kindness, because great loving kindness is hard to obtain. Why so? For a long time past, over innumerable kalpas, one has amassed ashrava's defilements, illusions, and not practiced what is good. For this reason, one is unable to subdue the mind in a day. O good man! When a pea is dried up, one might try to thrust an awl through it, but one cannot. It is like that. The ashravas are as hard as that. Try as one might single-mindedly the whole day and night through, one cannot yet subdue them. Also, the dog of a house does not fear people, and the deer of the forest fears man and runs away. Anger is difficult to do away with, like the dog that guards a house, but the heart of loving kindness easily flees, like the deer in the forest. It is therefore hard to subdue this mind. That is why we do not say great loving kindness. Also, next, O good man! When we draw a picture on stone, it always remains thus. But drawn on water, it disappears immediately and its strength does not remain there. Anger is hard to do away with. Like a drawing that has been done in stone. A good deed easily disappears, like a picture drawn in water. That is why it is not easy to subdue this mind. A great ball of fire sustains light for a long while, the brightness of a flash of lightning cannot endure long. It is the same here. Anger is a fireball, loving kindness is like lightning. That is why this mind is hard to subdue. Hence, we do not say great loving kindness. O good man! When a bodhisattva mahasattva attains the first soil bhumi, level of a higher bodhisattva, this is called great loving kindness. Why? O good man! The last i.e. most evil person is the ekantaka. When a bodhisattva of the first bhumi practices great loving kindness, no discrimination exists in his mind, not even towards an ekantaka. As no wrong is seen, no anger arises. For this reason, we indeed call this great loving kindness. O good man! He deprives all beings of what gives no benefit. This is great loving kindness. He desires to give an uncountable amount of benefit and bliss to all beings. This is great compassion. He plants joy in the minds of all beings. This is great sympathetic joy. There is no guarding or protecting. This is great equanimity upeksha. My Dharma does not see one's own existence and self. What is seen is that all things are viewed all equally and with no divided mind. This is great equanimity. One forsakes one's own bliss and gives it to others. This is great equanimity or great relinquishment. O good man! The only thing there is here is that these four limitless minds well enable the bodhisattva to increase and perfect the six paramithas perfections. Things are not necessarily thus regarding others' actions. O good man! The bodhisattva mahasattva first gains the four limitless minds that pertain to the world. Later, he aspires to unsurpassed bodhicitta resolve to win enlightenment. And by degrees he gains what concerns those of the supramundane world. O good man! From the limitedness of the secular world, one obtains the unlimitedness of the supramundane world. Hence, we say great limitlessness. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! We say that the benefitless is done away with and that benefit and bliss are given. Truth to tell, nothing happens. Thinking thus is surely false. No real fruition comes about. O world-honored one! This is as when a bhiksu meditates on impurity and regards what he is wearing as leather, which it actually is not. He thinks that what he eats is worms. But here too, it is not really worms. He regards a beautiful soup as a defiled liquid, but it is not really anything defiled. He regards the cream that he eats as the marrow of the brain, but actually it is not a brain. He meditates on the crushed powder of bones and regards it as parched barley flour. And yet it is not really parched barley flour. The same with the case of the four limitless minds. There is not really any benefiting of beings, nor 179 any giving to them of bliss. The mouth speaks about bliss being given, but no such thing comes about. It's such a meditation not false? O world-honored one! If it is the case that falsehood does not exist here, but bliss truly is given, why is it that all beings do not gain bliss by the miraculous powers of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas? If no bliss results in any true sense, it must be as the Buddha says, I call to mind that in days gone by I practiced loving kindness and through 7 successive stages of the dissolution and re-arising of the world in this Kalpa eon, I did not get born here. When the world was born, I saw my birth in the heaven of Brahma, and when the world underwent dissolution, I was born in the heaven of Abhasvara. Born in the heaven of Brahma, one has unmolested i.e. unrestricted power and cannot ever be subdued. Of the 1,000 Brahmas, the most superb is great Brahma. All beings considered me as the most superb. 36 times I became Sakrodeva Namindra, the king of Trayastrimsa heaven, and innumerable hundreds of thousands of times a Chakravartin. Only by practicing the way of the heart of loving kindness did I gain the fruits of man and heaven. If not true, how could things be in accord with this meaning? The Buddha said, well said, O good man. You are, indeed, brave and fear nothing. And for Kajyapa's sake, he spoke in a gatha. If one does not feel anger, even towards a single being, and prays to give bliss to such a being, this is loving kindness. If one has compassion for all beings, this is the holy seed. Endless is the recompense. Even if the five-powered rishis filled this earth, and gave to Mahasvara elephants, horses, and their various possessions, the reward gained would not equal 1/16 of one impulse of loving kindness that is practiced. O good man, practicing loving kindness is true and does not come from a false mind. It is clearly the truth. The loving kindness of Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas is that which is false. With all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, what there is the true, and not what is false. How do we know this? O good man, as the Bodhisattva Mahasattva practices the way of great nirvana, he meditates upon earth and mentally turns it into gold, and meditates upon gold and turns it into earth, earth into water, water into fire, fire into water, earth into wind, and wind into earth. All appears as willed, and nothing is false. He meditates upon real beings and makes them into non-beings, and turns non-beings into real beings. All appears as willed and nothing is false. O good man, know that the four limitless minds of a bodhisattva come about from true thinking, and are not what is untrue. Also, next, O good man, why is it called true thinking? Because it thoroughly does away with all defilements. O good man, now, a person who practices loving kindness uproots all greed. One who practices compassion uproots anger, one who practices sympathetic joy uproots unhappiness, one who practices equanimity uproots greed, anger, and all the aspects of things that beings have. Hence, we call this true thinking. Also, next, O good man, the four limitless minds of a bodhisattva Mahasattva form the root of all good deeds. O good man, if the bodhisattva Mahasattva does not see a poverty-stricken being, there cannot be any arising of compassion. If the compassionate mind does not arise, there will not arise any thought of giving. By means of the causal relations of giving, he bestows on beings peace and bliss. These are drink, food, vehicles, clothing, flowers, incense, bedsteads. 180. Houses, and lamps. When giving is done in this way, there is no bond in the mind and no greed arises. He definitely transfers the merit hereof to unsurpassed enlightenment. The mind does not sit on time. The false mind is forever done away with. What is done is not done out of fear, for fame or profit. It does not seek the world of humans or gods. Whatever pleasure is gained does not evoke arrogance, it does not look for rewards. Giving is not done to cheat others, it does not seek wealth or respect. When giving is performed, no distinction is made as to whether the recipient has upheld the moral precepts or transgressed, whether he is a true field of will or a bad field of will, whether learned or unlearned. When giving is performed, no discrimination is drawn between the right and wrong of the vessel, no difference is seen between the right or wrong time or place. One does not think about whether there is a famine or plenitude of things and bliss. No discrimination is made as to the cause or the result thereof, or to worrying about what is right worthy or not right about the recipient, or whether he is rich or not rich. Also, the Bodhisattva does not trouble to look into any difference as to whether the recipient is a person who gives or one who receives, what the thing is that is given, or ceasing, or the recompense for what is given. The only thing that is done is that giving is performed without cessation. O good man! If the Bodhisattva looked to the upholding or infringing of the precepts, or the results thereof, there could not be any giving to the end. If there is no giving, there cannot be perfection of the Danaparamita transcendent giving. If there is no Danaparamita, there cannot be any arriving at unsurpassed enlightenment. O good man! As an illustration, there is a man who has been struck by a poisoned arrow. His relatives call in a doctor to relieve him of the poison and mean to extract the arrow. The man says, "Don't touch me for a moment. I shall think, from where did such an arrow come? Who discharged it? Was it a Kshatriya, a Brahmin, a Vaishya, or Sudra?" He also thinks, "What type of wood is this? Bamboo or willow? By whom was the iron barb made? Is it strong or soft? What bird does the feather of the arrow come from? Is it from a crow, an owl, or an eagle? What is the poison made from? Is it man-made or natural? Is it a human poison or from a poisonous snake?" An ignorant person like this can never reach the end of trying to know about all these things. Then, his life will depart. O good man! It is the same with the Bodhisattva. If, when giving, he were to seek to know whether the recipient had upheld or violated the precepts, what the effect of the gift might be, he would not be able to give, to the very end. If there is no giving, then Danaparamita will not have been accomplished. If Danaparamita is not accomplished, there cannot be the attainment of unsurpassed enlightenment. Also, next, O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva practices giving, his kind heart sees all beings equally, like unto his own only son. Additionally, when giving, his compassionate heart bestirs itself, as when a father and mother look at their own son who is ill. When giving, his heart feels joy, as when the father and mother see their child's illness cured. When giving is performed, his mind is away from not attached to what is given, as when a father and mother see their son already grown up and living by himself. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva always vows when he benevolently gives food, "I now give this," and share it with all beings, and intend that by the causal relations of this act all beings should attain the food of great wisdom and with effort transfer the merit thereof to unsurpassed Mahayana. I pray that all beings will gain the food of good wisdom and that they will not seek the food of the Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. I pray that all beings will gain the food of the joy of Dharma and not seek the food of craving. I pray that all beings will gain the food of Prajnaparamita transcendent wisdom in abundance, and that they will have the unobstructed and best root of good, which will grow greater. I pray that all beings will understand and attain the phase of the void and perfect the unhindered body and become like space. I pray that all beings will always pity all for the sake of those who receive and will become a field of blessings. O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva, when practicing the heart of loving kindness, should firmly pray thus in regard to any food that is given. Also, next, O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, with a heart of loving kindness, 181 gives drink to someone, he should always vow, "I share what I now give with all beings." By reason of this act, they will walk towards the river of Mahayana and partake of the water of the 8 tastes, so that they can take to the path of unsurpassed enlightenment, segregate themselves from the thirst of the Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas, and long for the unexcelled Buddha vehicle. I pray that they will segregate themselves from the thirst of the defilements, and long for the food of Dharma, that they will part from the love of birth and death, entertain loving thoughts towards the Mahayana Mahaparinirvana, be perfect in the Dharma body, gain all samadhis and enter the great sea of wisdom. I pray that all beings will partake of the taste of renunciation, abandon greed, and attain silence and quietude. I pray that all beings become perfect in the countless hundreds of thousands of tastes of Dharma. Perfect in the taste of Dharma, they will see the Buddha nature, and having seen the Buddha nature, they will rain down the rain of Dharma, and having rained down the rain of Dharma, the Buddha nature will overspread all like space. Also, I pray that all the other countless beings will attain the oneness of taste of the Dharma of Mahayana. This is not the taste of all the Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. I pray that all beings will gain the oneness of sweet taste and that there will not be any discriminative difference of the six kinds. I pray that all will solely seek the taste of Dharma, the unhindered taste of Buddhist actions, and that they will not seek other tastes. Oh, good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, with a heart of loving kindness, bestows drink upon others, he should take such a vow. Also, next, O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, with his heart of loving kindness, gives away vehicles, he should always pray, I shall share what I now give with all beings, and by reason of this I shall cause all beings to become perfect in the Mahayana and abide in it. And they will not step back from the vehicle which will be unshakable and adamantine. What will be sought will not be the Sravaka or Pratyekabuddha vehicle, but the Buddha vehicle, an unbeaten, indestructible vehicle, a vehicle that is not weak and is lacking in no part, one that does not fall over or sink down, the unsurpassed vehicle, the ten-powered vehicle, the great virtue vehicle, the incomparable vehicle, the rarest of vehicles, the difficult-to-find vehicle, the boundless vehicle, and the omniscient vehicle. O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, with his heart of loving kindness, gives away a vehicle, he should always take such vows. Also, next, O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, with his heart of loving kindness, gives clothing to a person, he should always pray, I shall always share what I now give with all beings, and through this I shall enable all beings to gain the clothing of repentance and let the Dharma world cover their body and rend asunder the clothes of all twisted views. A robe will be put on parts of the body 1 foot and 6 inches. The body that shines is golden, its touch is soft and unobstructed, its color is brilliant, its skin is soft and delicate. The eternal light is unending and is colorless. I pray that all beings will gain the colorless body and part from all colors, and attain great nirvana. O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva gives away clothing, he should definitely take such vows. Also, next, O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, practicing loving kindness, gives flowers, incense, smearing incense, powdered incense, or various other kinds of incense, he should always vow, I share with all beings what I now give, and I pray that, through this, all beings will attain the Buddha flower samadhi, and that I shall enable them to put on their head the wonderful wig of the 7 Bodhi elements. I pray that all beings will look like the full moon, and that their complexion will be wonderful and best. I pray that beings will look one and be adorned with 100 blessings. I pray that all beings will gain whatever color they desire to have. I pray that all beings will encounter a good friend of the way and gain the incense of unhinderedness and do away with all evil smells and defilements. I pray that all beings will be armed with the roots of good and possess rare gems. I pray that, when they see, they will feel happy and have no apprehension or sorrow, that they will all be garbed in every good deed, and that they will have no anxieties. I pray that all beings will be completely perfect in the incense of the precepts and that the fragrance of this incense will fill all the 10 directions. I pray that all beings will be perfect in the precepts that are stubborn tenacious, the unrepenting precepts, and 182 the precepts of all wisdom, that they will segregate themselves from all acts of precept violation. That they will gain a state totally away from the precepts, not separate from the precepts, the precepts that are unprecedented, the precepts that need no teacher, the precepts of non-action, the untainted precepts, the last attained, absolute and all equal precepts. There shall be undefiled Shila precepts, no favoring, no vengeance, no good, no bad, all will be equal, with no hating and no loving. I pray that all beings will gain the topmost, the Mahayana, and the non-Hinayana precepts. I pray that all beings will be perfect in Shilaparamita transcendent morality and also be equal to the precepts attained by all Buddhas. I pray that all beings may be suffused with the incense of giving, precept upholding, forbearance, effort, meditation, and wisdom. I pray that all beings will be accomplished in the all-wonderful lotus of great nirvana, and that the fragrance thereof will fill the 10 directions. I pray that all beings will partake of the unsurpassed dishes of great nirvana of Mahayana, and that they will act as the bee does that calls at a flower, taking along with it only its fragrance. I pray that all beings will achieve a body suffused with the incense of innumerable virtues. O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva should definitely always vow as in the above way when he abides in the heart of loving kindness and bestows flowers and incense. Also, next, O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, with the heart of loving kindness, gives away bedding, he should always vow, I pray that I shall share amongst all beings what I now give, and that, through this, all beings will obtain the bed which one sees in the Buddha country, that they will attain great wisdom and dwell in the 4 dhyanas deep meditative states. I pray that they will sleep on the bed which the Bodhisattva uses, not sleeping on those of the Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas. I pray that all beings will sleep on peaceful beds, abandoning the bed of birth and death, and will sleep in the lion's bed of great nirvana. I pray that all beings will gain this bed, and later, for the sake of innumerable other beings, will move from place to place and manifest the lion's play sport of all divine powers. I pray that all beings will live in the great palace of Mahayana and will preach the Buddha nature for the benefit of all beings. I pray that all beings will sleep in the unexcelled bed, one not subject to worldly dharmas. I pray that all beings will gain the bed of patience, thus parting from birth and death, famine, frost, and hunger. I pray that all beings will attain the bed of fearlessness and part from all the worries of the vengeance of defilement. I pray that all beings will gain the untainted bed and look for the unsurpassed right way. I pray that all beings will gain the bed of wonderful Dharma, and always be under the protection of a good friend of the teaching. I pray that all beings will be able to sleep on their right side and abide in the Dharma of all Buddhas. O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, with a heart of loving kindness, gives away bedding, he should vow thus. Also, next, O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, abiding in his heart of loving kindness, gives away a house for someone to live in, he should vow, I shall share what I now give with all beings, and, by this means, I intend to have all beings dwell in the house of Mahayana and practice the way as practiced by good friends of the way, so that they will be able to practice such as great compassion, the 6 paramitas, the great, true enlightenment, the ways and practices that all bodhisattvas follow, the boundlessly vast ways that are like space. I pray that all beings will attain the right state of mind and segregate themselves from all evil thoughts, I pray that all beings will peacefully abide in what is eternal, bliss, self, and purity. Parting from the four inversions of truth. I pray that all beings will learn what is written about the supramundane. I pray that all beings will unfailingly become the vessels of unsurpassed wisdom. I pray that all beings will enter the house of Amrita immortality. I pray that all beings will enter the house of Nirvana of Mahayana at their first thought, second thought, and last thought. I pray that all beings will, in the days to come, dwell in the place where the Bodhisattvas live. O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, with his heart of loving kindness, gives away houses, he should definitely always take such vows. Also, next, O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, from his heart of loving kindness, gives away lamplight lamps, he should always pray, I shall share what I now give with all 183 beings, and through this shall enable beings to be blessed with limitless light and to abide in the Buddhist teaching. I pray that all beings will gain the light of the lamp. I pray that all beings will be blessed with the light that is all wonderful and best. I pray that all beings will be blessed with eyes that are clear, bright, and unclouded. I pray that all beings will gain the great light of wisdom and grasp the fact that they have no self, no phase of a being, man, or life. I pray that all beings will see the pristine Buddha nature, which is as of space. I pray that all beings will be blessed with the pure fleshly eye, so that they will be able to see the depths of the worlds of the 10 directions, which are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. I pray that all beings will be blessed with the light of the Buddha and will shine over all the 10 directions. I pray that all beings will be blessed with unobstructed insight, so that they will be able to see the pristine Buddha nature. I pray that all beings will be blessed with the light of great wisdom and destroy all gloom and the state of mind of the Ekantika. I pray that the limited light of all beings will shine over all the innumerable Buddha lands. I pray that all beings will light the lamp of Mahayana and be released from the lock of the 2 vehicles. I pray that the light with which all beings will be blessed will break the gloom of ignorance for over 1,000 days. I pray that all beings will be blessed with the light of a fireball and will do away with the gloom of the 3,000 great thousand worlds. I pray that all beings will perfect the 5 eyes, i.e. the physical eye, the Deva eye, the eye of wisdom, the Dharma eye, and the eye of a Buddha, and will awaken to the true aspect of all things and attain the teacherless light. I pray that all beings will have no clinging views or ignorance. I pray that all beings will be blessed with the wonderful light of great nirvana of the Mahayana and will show all beings the Buddha nature. O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, from his heart of loving kindness, gives away lamplight, he should always vow thus. O good man! All the roots of good of all Sravakas, Pratyeka Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and all Tathagatas have as their foundation loving kindness. O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva practices the heart of loving kindness, he gains all such innumerable roots of good as mindfulness of the impure Ajubhasamriti, awareness of the impurity of the carnal body, meditation upon the exhalation and inhalation of the breath Anapanasamriti, awareness of impermanence, birth and death, the 4 mindfulnesses Katarsamritayupasthana, mindfulness of the impurity of the body, mindfulness of feeling as suffering, mindfulness of the mind as impermanent, and mindfulness of dharmas as contingent, without a separate, exclusive nature of their own, the 7 expedients, the 3 views of existence, the 12 links of interdependent arising, meditation on impermanence, etc., usmagata, kasanti patience. Lokakagrad prime in the world condition, or first of the world root of good. Darshnamarga the path of seeing, Bhavnamarga path of meditation, right effort and At-willness, all roots and powers, the 7 factors of enlightenment mindfulness. Discriminative investigation of Dharma, vigor in practice, supersensuous rapture, pacification of body and mind, concentration and equanimity, the 8 paths Noble Eightfold Path, the 4 dhyanas, the 4 limitless minds, the 8 emancipations, the 8 superior places, the 10 all places, knowledge of mind reading Parasitan Pariyaya Jnana, and other divine powers, the utmost fathoming knowledge, the Sravaka knowledge, the Pratyeka knowledge, Bodhisattva knowledge, and Buddha knowledge. O good man! All such have as their foundation loving kindness. O good man! For this reason, loving kindness is true, and is not what is false. If any person asks about the root of any aspect of good, say that it is loving kindness. Thus, this is true and not false. O good man! A person who performs good is one of true thinking. True thinking is loving kindness. Loving kindness is the Tathagata. Loving kindness is Mahayana. Mahayana is loving kindness. Loving kindness is the Tathagata. The Tathagata is loving kindness. O good man! Loving kindness is great Brahma. Great Brahma is loving kindness. Loving kindness is the Tathagata. O good man! Loving kindness acts as the parent to all beings. The parent is loving kindness. Loving kindness is the Tathagata. O good man! Loving kindness is what exists in the inconceivable world of all Buddhas. What exists in the inconceivable world of all Buddhas is at once loving kindness. Know that loving kindness is the Tathagata. O good man! Loving 184 kindness is the Buddha nature of all beings. Such a Buddha nature has long been overshadowed by defilements. That is why all beings are unable to see. The Buddha nature is loving kindness. Loving kindness is the Tathagata. O good man! Loving kindness is the great firmament. The great firmament is loving kindness. Loving kindness is the Tathagata. O good man! Loving kindness is space. Space is loving kindness. Loving kindness is the Tathagata. O good man! Loving kindness is the eternal. The eternal is Dharma. Dharma is the Sangha. The Sangha is loving kindness. Loving kindness is the Tathagata. O good man! Loving kindness is bliss. Bliss is Dharma. Dharma is the Sangha. The Sangha is loving kindness. Loving kindness is the Tathagata. O good man! Loving kindness is the pure. The pure is Dharma. Dharma is the Sangha. The Sangha is loving kindness. Loving kindness is the Tathagata. O good man! Loving kindness is the self. The self is Dharma. Dharma is the Sangha. The Sangha is loving kindness. Loving kindness is the Tathagata. O good man! Loving kindness is Amrita immortality. Amrita is loving kindness. Loving kindness is the Buddha nature. The Buddha nature is Dharma. Dharma is the Sangha. The Sangha is loving kindness. Loving kindness is the Tathagata. O good man! Loving kindness is the supreme way of all bodhisattvas. The way is loving kindness. Loving kindness is the Tathagata. O good man! Loving kindness is the limitless world of the all-Buddha world honored one. The limitless world is loving kindness. Know that loving kindness is the Tathagata. O good man! If loving kindness is non-eternal, the non-eternal is loving kindness. Know that this loving kindness is that of the Sravaka, i.e. inferior, not the ultimate. If loving kindness is suffering, suffering is loving kindness. Know that this loving kindness is that of the Sravaka. O good man. If loving kindness is impure, the impure is loving kindness. Know that this loving kindness is that of the Sravaka. O good man. If loving kindness is non-self, non-self is loving kindness. Know that this loving kindness is that of the Sravaka. O good man. If loving kindness is the mind of defilement, the mind of defilement is loving kindness. Know that this loving kindness is that of the Sravaka. O good man. If loving kindness cannot be called Dana-paramitha, this is the loving kindness of non-Dana. Know that this loving kindness is that of the Sravaka. And the same with Prajna-paramitha. O good man. If loving kindness cannot benefit all beings, any such loving kindness is none but that of the Sravaka. O good man. If loving kindness does not get into the one mode of the way, know that this loving kindness is that of the Sravaka. O good man. If loving kindness does not awaken to all dharmas, know that this loving kindness is that of the Sravaka. O good man. If loving kindness cannot see the Tathagata nature, know that this loving kindness is that of the Sravaka. O good man. If loving kindness is of the Ashravas spiritual defilements, such loving kindness of the Ashravas is that of the Sravaka. O good man. If loving kindness is the created, the loving kindness of the created is that of the Sravaka. O good man. If loving kindness cannot gain the first bhumi first stage of a higher bodhisattva, that loving kindness which is not of the first bhumi is, no, that of the Sravaka. O good man. If loving kindness acquires the 10 powers and the 4 fearlessnesses of the Buddha, know that this loving kindness is that of the Sravaka. O good man. If loving kindness merely gains the 4 fruitions of Hinayana practice, this loving kindness is that of the Sravaka. O good man. If loving kindness is and is or not is, neither is nor not is, such loving kindness is not something that can be known by Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. O good man. If loving kindness is inconceivable, Dharma is inconceivable. The Buddha nature is inconceivable. The Tathagata too is inconceivable. O good man. If the Bodhisattva Mahasattva abides in the Mahaparinirvana of Mahayana and practices loving kindness, he is not asleep even when resting in sleep, because he is all effort. Though awake, he is not awake, because there is no sleeping with him. Though the gods guard him, there is none that guards, since there is none that does evil. Though sleeping, there is no dreaming of evil, because he has no evil and is far from sleeping. After death, he is born in the heaven of Brahma, but there is no birth, as he is unmolested, unrestricted. O good man. A person who practices loving kindness indeed accomplishes such infinite and boundless virtues. O good man. This all-wonderful Sutra of 185 Mahaparinirvana, 2, accomplishes such infinite and boundless virtues. O good man. The all Buddha Tathagata, 2, is accomplished in such infinite and boundless virtues. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, all thinkings of the Bodhisattva are all true and the Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas are not true. Why are all beings not blessed with joy and bliss with the divine powers of the Bodhisattvas? If all beings do not attain bliss, we can know that the loving kindness practiced by the Bodhisattva is fruitless. The Buddha said, O good man. It is not the case that the loving kindness of the Bodhisattva does not generate benefit. O good man. Beings can be those who unfailingly suffer or who do not. To those beings who, without fail, have to suffer, the loving kindness of the Bodhisattva has no benefit to bestow. This refers to the Ekantaka. To those for whom suffering is not unfailingly their lot, the loving kindness of the Bodhisattva generates benefit and all beings enjoy happiness. O good man! It is, for example, like the case of a person who sees in the distance a lion, tiger, leopard, jackal, wolf, rakshasa flesh-devouring demon or other creature, and fear comes about of itself, or a person who is out walking at night and sees a pole sticking up out of the ground, and fear arises. O good man! All such people spontaneously gain fear. When beings see a person practicing loving kindness, bliss spontaneously arises. For this reason, we can say that the Bodhisattva's practicing of loving kindness is true thinking and is not without benefit. O good man! There are innumerable gates to the loving kindness about which I speak. These are the divine powers. It is as in the case of Devdatta, who instigated Ajatasattu to kill his own father and who tried to harm the Tathagata. At that time, I was in Rajagriha, begging alms from house to house. King Ajatasattu let loose a crazed and maddened elephant that he used for protecting his household possessions, and tried to harm me and my disciples. At that time, the elephant trampled and killed a good 100,000 people. As the people were being killed, blood flowed. The elephant smelled it and his frenzy increased. I, on seeing the red color on the clothing of the followers, said, "Blood." And I saw my disciples run. Those who had not yet done away with the mind of desire ran in all directions, except for Ananda. Then the people of Rajagriha wept and cried loudly and said, "It is most certain that the Tathagata's life will come to an end today. How can the truly enlightened one die in the course of just a day?" Then Devdatta rejoiced, "It is very good that Sramana Gautama is going to die. From now on, there truly will be no more of what obtained before. How good it is that things stand thus. I have gained my end. O good man!" With the intention of subduing the household elephant, I entered the samadhi of loving kindness. I held out my hand and opened it, bringing out 5 lions from my 5 fingers. The elephant, on seeing these, released his urine and excrement, and threw his body down upon the ground and worshipped me. O good man! I did not actually have any lions on my fingers. Due to the power of good from practicing loving kindness, the elephant was thus subdued. Also, next, O good man! To enter nirvana, I took my first steps towards Kusinagara. There were 500 wrestlers who were making the middle part of the road flat. There was a rock there. All were hard at it, trying to shift the rock, but they could not. I felt pity, loving kindness arose. I then, with the big toe of my foot, lifted up this big stone and kicked it up into the air. It then fell back down upon the palm of my hand. I puffed and made it into powder. It again gathered itself together and became a stone. This was done to kill the wrestlers' arrogant minds. Thus effecting an expedient, I spoke to them of the way and caused them to aspire to supreme enlightenment. O good man! The Tathagata, at that time, kicked up that big stone with his toes, threw it up into the air and made it come down again onto my right hand palm. I puffed on it and turned it into powder and made it join up again. O good man! Know that the power of goodness of loving kindness enabled all the wrestlers to see this spectacle. Also, next, O good man! Here in South India, there is a big castle called Surparika. In this castle lived a rich man whose name was Rusai. He led the people. He had already done much good in the past at the sites of innumerable Buddhas. O good man! All the inhabitants of that castle were pursuing wrong faiths, serving the Nirgranthas. As I desired to teach this rich man, I traveled on to this castle town. The distance was 65 yojanas, yojana 15-20 kilometers. The Buddha covered the distance on foot, followed 186 by his retinue. This was to teach the people. The Nirgranthas, on hearing that I was coming to the castle town, thought, if Sramana Gautama comes here, everybody will abandon us and not give any more offerings to us. We shall be hard pressed. How are we to sustain our lives? All the Nirgranthas went here and there and said to the people of the castle town, Sramana Gautama is about to come here. But all Sramanas are people who have deserted their parents and have gone east and west. Wherever they go, the cereal fails and the people suffer from hunger and many have died. Illnesses prevail and there is no means of saving people. Gautama is a vagabond and is followed by evil rakshasas and demons. All are lonely solitaries, without father or mother. They come and praise and follow him. He teaches emptiness. Wherever he goes, there is no peace. The people, on hearing this, became frightened and touched the feet of Nirgrantha, saying, O Great One, what are we to do? Nirgrantha answered, Sramana Gautama, by nature, loves forests, rivers, ponds, and pure water. If there are any such things, have them destroyed. All of you go out of the town together, fell the trees, do not leave one standing. Fill the rivers, ponds, and wells with dirty things. Close the castle gates. Have soldiers with you, stick to the bulwarks and keep unrelenting watch. He may come, but do not allow him to enter. If he does not come, you will be safe. We, too, shall think of some means and drive him back. All the people heard this and respectfully did as they were told. They felled all the trees, made all the watery places dirty, and strongly armed themselves for protection. O good man! When I arrived there, I could not see any trees or forest, all I could see were the people bearing arms and standing by the castle walls on guard. On seeing this, compassion welled up within me, and with a heart full of loving kindness, I stepped forward. Then all the trees came back and looked just as they had before. And all the trees, whose number was beyond reckoning, grew again. The water of the rivers, ponds, wells, and springs was all pure and full, like blue Vaidurya. All kinds of flowers spread out in profusion. The bulwarks looked like dark blue Vaidurya. The people could all easily see me and my retinue. The gates opened by themselves, with nothing stopping them. All the weapons changed into various flowers. Led by Rusai, all the people came out to see me. I then spoke about many things connected with Dharma and caused them all to aspire to unsurpassed enlightenment. O good man! I, at that time, called forth all those trees artificially and filled the streams, rivers, and ponds with pure water. I made the main castle transform itself and look like dark blue Vaidurya. I let the people all see through me. I made the gates open and caused all the weapons to be transformed into flowers. O good man! Know that the power of good of loving kindness enabled those people to see such things. Also, next, O good man! There was in the castle of Sravasti a woman called Vasistha. She had a son whom she loved very much. This son died from an illness. Then sorrow poisoned her mind, and she became mad. She stripped off all her clothing and felt no shame. She wandered about the crossways and wept and cried, "O my child, where have you gone?" She walked unceasingly around a castle town and there was no stopping her. But this woman had already amassed virtue at the place of the Buddha before. O good man! I could not help but sympathize with her. She saw me and thought of her son, i.e. thought I was her son, and came back to herself. She came up to me and embraced me as though I were her own son. I then said to my follower, Ananda, go and fetch some clothing and give it to her. After having given her some clothing, I told her various things of the way. Having heard about the way, the woman was overjoyed and aspired to unsurpassed enlightenment. O good man! I, at that time, was not her son, she was not my mother. Also, there was no embracing. O good man! Know that this was but the power of the good act of loving kindness, through which that woman saw such things. Also, next, O good man! At the castle of Varanasi, there was an Upasika female lay Buddhist, called Mahayana, who had already done various good deeds at the places of innumerable Buddhas before. This Upasika invited the Sangha to be her guests for 90 days in the summer, and offered the Sangha medicine. At that time, there was a bhiksu who was seriously ill. A good doctor saw him and prescribed human flesh. If flesh were given, the illness would at once retreat. If not, his life would be at stake. On hearing the words of the doctor, the Upasika took some gold 187 and went about the town, saying, who can sell me human flesh? I want to buy some. I will give gold equal to the amount of flesh. She went about the town, but nobody gave her any. Then the Upasika cut off some from her own thigh. She made a hot meal, scented it, and gave it to the bhiksu. After he had partaken of it, his illness was cured. But the pain the Upasika had from her wound was so great that she could not stand it and cried out, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya. Adoration of Buddha. I was in Sravasti at that time and heard her voice. Great pity took hold of me for this Upasika. The woman, on receiving some good medicine from me, applied it to her wound. A cure ensued, and all was as before. I told her wonderful things about the way. On hearing them, she was overjoyed and aspired to supreme Bodhi. O good man! I, at that time, did not go to Varanasi castle, take medicine with me and smear it over the Upasika's body. O good man! Know that all of this came from the power inherent in the good deed of loving kindness, which enabled the Upasika to experience these things. Also, next, O good man! Devdutta, the evil-hearted one, was greedy beyond measure. He ate a lot of butter and got a headache and a swollen belly, and the pain was so great that he could not endure it. He said, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya. At that time, I was living in the castle town of Ujjaini. Hearing his voice, pity overtook me. Then Devdutta saw me come to him, rub his head and belly, give him hot salt water and make him partake of it. Having partaken of it, he regained his health. O good man! I did not go to where Devdutta was, rub his head and belly, or give him hot water. O good man! All of this arose from the power of virtue inherent in the good deed of loving kindness, so that Devdutta was able to see all of this. Also, next, O good man! In the state of Kosala, there were 500 robbers. This robber band plundered and wreaked much havoc. Worried over their misdeeds, King Prasenajit dispatched some soldiers who, hiding under cover, caught the band. Having been caught, their eyes were taken out, and they were taken to a dark forest and left there. These robbers had, in the past, planted virtue under the Buddha. Having lost their eyes and in great pain, they cried out, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya. We now have no one to help us. They wept and cried out loudly. I was staying at Jetavana at that time. On hearing their cry, loving kindness overcame me. Then a cool wind sprang up, which blew and filled the cavities of their eyes with fragrant medicine. Then their eyes returned, and there was no difference from before. The robbers opened their eyes and saw that the Buddha was standing before them, preaching Dharma. Having heard the sermon, the robbers aspired to unsurpassed enlightenment. O good man! I, at that time, did not cause the cool wind to arise and waft fragrant medicine, nor did I stand before them. O good man! Know that this was all the result of the power of the goodness of loving kindness that made things thus come about. Also, next, O good man! Prince Vijayadabha, due to ignorance, did away with his father and ascended the throne. Also, recalling a long-standing hatred, he killed many of the Shakya clan, i.e. the Buddha's own clan. 12,000 Shakya women were taken prisoner. As a punishment, their ears and noses were chopped off. Their hands and legs were cut off, and they were thrown into holes and trenches. Then the females, oppressed by pain, said, Namo Buddhaya, Namo Buddhaya. We are helpless. They also wept and cried. All of these females had already amassed virtue in the time of Buddhas before. On that occasion I was at the bamboo grove. Hearing their cry, loving kindness overtook me. All the females saw that I, at that time, had come to Kapilavastu and that I was washing their wounds with water and applying medicine to them. Their pain gradually abated, and their ears, noses, hands and legs were restored to them, just as before. I then, in a simple way, spoke about the essence of Dharma and they all aspired to unsurpassed enlightenment. They were ordained at the place of Mahaprajapti, i.e. the Buddhas, and an adoptive mother, and received the Upasampada. O good man! It was not the case that the Tathagata, at that time, went to Kapilavastu and washed their wounds with water, applied medicine and stopped the pain. O good man! Know that this came about as a result of the power of good inherent in loving kindness, which enabled the women to experience these things. It is the same with compassion and sympathetic joy, too. O good man! For this reason, the thinking mental state of loving kindness practiced by the Bodhisattva Mahasattva is true and 188 not false. O good man! Limitless means inconceivable. What the Bodhisattva does is inconceivable. What the Buddha does, is also inconceivable. The same applies to this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra, too, which is likewise inconceivable. Chapter 22, on Pure Actions 2. Also, next, O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva, having practiced loving kindness, compassion, and sympathetic joy attains the stage of the best loved only son. O good man! Why do we call this stage that of the best loved and also only son? A father and mother, for example, greatly rejoice when they see their son in peace. The same with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva who abides in the soil bhumi. He sees all beings just as though they were his only son. On seeing a person practicing good, he greatly rejoices. So we call this stage that of the best loved. O good man! As an example, a father and mother become worried in their hearts when they see their son ill. Commiseration anguish poisons their hearts, their minds cannot get away from the illness. It is thus, too, with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva who abides in this stage. When he sees beings bound up by the illness of defilement, his heart aches. He is worried, as if over his own son. Blood comes from all the pores of his skin. That is why we call this stage that of the only son. O good man! A person, in his childhood, will pick up earth, dirty things, tiles, stones, old bones, and bits of wood and put them into his mouth, at which his father and mother, fearful of the harm that may ensue therefrom, take hold of the child with their left hand and take these things away from him with their right. It is the same with the bodhisattva of this stage. He sees that all beings have not grown up to the stage of the Dharma body and that non-good is performed with body, mouth and mind. The bodhisattva sees this and extracts the harmful things with the hand of wisdom. He does not wish any person to repeat birth and death, receiving thereby suffering and worry. Hence, this stage is also called the bhumi of an only son. O good man! When, for example, a son dies and the father and mother have to part from their son whom they love, their hearts so ache that they feel that they themselves will die too. It is the same with the bodhisattva. When he sees an ekantaka person of the most deluded, twisted views on life falling into hell, he himself wishes to be born there, too. Why so? Because this ekantaka, as he experiences pain, may gain a moment of repentance when I speak to him of Dharma in various ways and enable him to gain a thought of good. Hence, this stage is called that of an only son. O good man! As an example, all a father and mother have is their only son. Asleep or awake. While walking, standing, sitting or reclining, their mind is always on their son. If any sin occurs, they give kindly advice, and the boy is thus guided not to do evil again. It is the same with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, too. When he sees beings falling into the realms of hell, hungry ghosts and animals, his mind is ever upon them and not away from them. He may see them doing all kinds of evil, and yet he does not become angry or punish them with evil things. Hence, this stage is called the bhumi of an only son. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! What the Buddha speaks is closely guarded words. I am shallow in wisdom. How can I arrive at the meaning? If it is the case that all bodhisattvas abide in the stage of the only son and can do all such things, why was it that the Tathagata, when born as a king, practicing the bodhisattva way, took the life of a Brahmin of a certain place? If this stage was gained, there must be some protection. If it was not yet attained, why did he not fall into hell? If all beings are viewed as an only son, like Rahula, why did you say to Devdatta, you eat the tears and spittle of one ignorant and shameless? Why was he made to hear this and to entertain anger and enmity and evil thoughts, so as to cause blood to come out of the Buddha's body? When Devdatta had committed this evil, the Tathagata went on to prophesy, saying, Devdatta will fall into hell, where punishment will persist for a kalpa. O world-honored one! Subhuti has attained the bhumi of space. Whenever he enters a castle and begs for food, he always looks at the person. If he should get 189 any feeling of displeasure or jealousy, he ceases begging. Even if he is excessively hungry, he will not go and beg. Why not? This Subhuti thinks, I remember that in days gone by I gained an evil thought at a place that was a field of merit, and as a result I fell into a great hell, where I suffered from various pains. I may now not gain anything to eat all day, but even so, I will not have any ill will raised against me, so that I would have to fall into hell and suffer from various mental afflictions. He also thinks in this way, if people hate to see me standing, I shall sit all day long and not stand. If people do not like to see me sitting, I shall stand the whole day and not move. The same with walking and reclining. This Subhuti thinks thus so as to protect people. How could things be otherwise with the Bodhisattva? How could a Bodhisattva who has attained the bhumi of an only son, O Tathagata, speak thus rudely and cause people to entertain extremely heavy ill will? The Buddha said to Kasyapa, "Now, you should not use such harsh words and say that the Buddha Tathagata causes any kind of worry of defilement, any mental affliction due to the ashravas to arise within beings. O good man! The proboscis of a mosquito could sooner gain the bottom of the sea than that the Tathagata would ever occasion any worry of defilement to any being. O good man! The great earth could sooner turn out to be immaterial, or water become solid, fire cool, wind static, the three jewels, Buddha nature and space impermanent, than that the Tathagata would ever occasion a cause of worry to any being. O good man! Even those who have committed the four heavy transgressions, or an ekantaka, or those who slander wonderful Dharma, could sooner attain in this present life the 10 powers, the 4 fearlessnesses, the 32 signs of perfection, and the 80 minor marks of excellence than that the Tathagata would ever occasion the worry of defilement to any being. O good man! Even Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas could sooner exist eternally than that the Tathagata would ever occasion the worry of defilement to any being. O good man! All the bodhisattvas of the 10 abodes could sooner commit the 4 grave offenses, become ekantakas, and slander wonderful dharma than that the Tathagata would ever give occasion for defilement worry to any being. O good man! All beings could even sooner cut off the Buddha nature and the Tathagata enter the last of nirvanas than that the Tathagata would ever, even once, give occasion for the worry of defilement to any being. O good man! One could sooner catch hold of the wind with a rope, or crush iron with one's teeth, or destroy Mount Sumeru with a fingernail than that the Tathagata would ever occasion the worry of defilement to any being. One could sooner live with vipers, or put both hands into the mouth of a famished lion, or wash one's body with the charcoal of Katara, than ever say that the Tathagata occasions the worry of defilement to any being. O good man! The Tathagata truly extirpates the bond of worry of all beings and does not occasion the worry of defilement to any of them. O good man! You say that the Tathagata, in days gone by, killed a Brahmin. O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva would not purposely kill an ant, a large, winged black ant. How could he kill a Brahmin? The Bodhisattva always, through various means, gives unending life to beings. O good man! Now a person who gives food gives life. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva practices the Danaparamita, he always gives beings unlimited life. O good man! By upholding the precept of non-harming, one gains a long life. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva practices the Shilaparamita, he gives all beings unlimited life. O good man! If one is mindful of one's speech and does not do anything wrong, one gains a long life. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva practices the Kaisantaparamita perfect patience, he always teaches beings not to give rise to any thought of enmity, to do what is straight, to refrain from what is twisted, and thus to look to one's own self and not dispute with others. And through this one is blessed with a long life. Because of this, when the Bodhisattva Mahasattva practices the Kaisantaparamita, he always gives beings long life. O good man! If one makes effort and does good, one will be blessed with long life. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva practices the Viryaparamita perfected vigor, effort, he always urges beings to do good. Having done as told, those beings are blessed with a long life. Thus, when the Bodhisattva practices the Viryaparamita, he already gives beings an immeasurably long life. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva practices Dhyanaparamita perfected 190 meditation, he urges beings to develop the all-equal mind. Having practiced this, beings will be blessed with long life. Hence, when the Bodhisattva practices the dhyana paramita, he already gives beings an immeasurably long life. O good man! A person who is not indolent regarding Dharma gains a long life. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva practices the prajnaparamita, perfected wisdom, he urges all beings to practice all kinds of good dharmas things and is not indolent. Having thus practiced, beings in consequence gain a long life. For this reason, when the Bodhisattva practices the prajnaparamita, he already bestows on beings unlimited life. O good man! Because of this, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva does not take the lives of any being to the end. O good man! You asked if one could gain this bhumi or not when one has killed a Brahmin. O good man! I already gained it. Out of love, I took his life. It was not done with an evil mind. O good man! For example, a father and mother have an only son. They love him greatly and act against the law. At that time, the father and mother, out of fear, drive one away or kill. Though they drove him away or killed him, they had no evil mind. In just the same way, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva acts likewise for reasons of protecting wonderful Dharma. Should beings slander Mahayana, he applies kindly lashings, in order to cure them. Or he may take life, in order that what obtained in the past could be mended, thus seeing to it that the law Dharma could be accorded with. The Bodhisattva always thinks, how might I best make beings aspire to faith? I shall always act as is best fitted to the occasion. The Brahmin fell into Avachi hell after his death. He gained 3 thoughts. The first thought was, where have I come from to be born? Here in this way? And the realization dawned on him to the effect that he had been born there, from the world of men. His second thought was, what is this place where I have now been born? The realization dawned that this was Avachi hell. The third thought then arose. Through what causal concatenations have I been born here? He then came to realize that things had taken this turn because of his slandering of the Vaipulya Mahayana Sutras and by his not believing, and by his being killed by the king, thus had he been born there. Thinking in this way, respect arose towards the Mahayana Vaipulya Sutras. Then, after his death, he was born in the world of Tathagata Amritadrum. There he lived for 10 kalpas. O good man! I thus, in days gone by, gave this person a life of 10 kalpas. How could it be said that I killed him? O good man! There is a man who digs up the ground, mows the grass, fells trees, cuts corpses into pieces, slanders and beats people. Would this cause him to be born in hell? Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! From what I gather from what you said, this would be a cause of hell. Why? It is as the Buddha once said to the Sravakas, O all you bhiksus! Do not bear any ill will towards any grass or trees. Why not? Because, due to an evil mind bad thoughts, all beings fall into hell. Then the Buddha praised Bodhisattva Kasyapa, well said, well said. It is as you say. Hold fast to the precepts. O good man! If a person falls into hell through an evil mind, this tells us that the Bodhisattva does not have any evil mind. Why not? Because the Bodhisattva Mahasattva always pities and desires to benefit all beings, down to insects and ants. Why? Because he is versed in all causal relations and expedients. Through the power of expedients, he desires to cause beings to plant the seeds of all varieties of virtue. O good man! For this reason, I, at that time, took life as the best expedient. Yet I did not entertain any evil in my mind. O good man! According to the doctrine of the Brahmins, there is no karmic result even if one kills tens of wagons of ants. All such insects and animals that harm man, such as the mosquito, gadfly, flea, louse, cat, lion, tiger, wolf and bear may be killed in an amount as great as 10 wagon loads according to the Brahmins. Such beings as demons, rakshasas, kumbhandas, katapitanas, and all those made and dried up devils who harm human beings may well be killed, without any evil result arising from the killing according to the Brahmins. But if one kills an evil person, karmic consequences ensue. If one kills and there is no repentance that follows, one gains life in the hell of hungry ghosts according to the Brahmins. If one repents and fasts for 3 days, the sin dies out and nothing remains behind. If any harm is caused to an upadhyaya teacher of the Vedas, grammar, etc., to one's father, mother, a woman, or a cow, one will have to go to hell for innumerable thousands of years according to the Brahmins. 191 O good man! The Buddha and Bodhisattvas see 3 categories of killing, which are those of the grades 1, low, 2, medium, and 3, high. Low applies to the class of insects and all kinds of animals, except for the transformation body of the Bodhisattva who may present himself as such. O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva, through his vows and in certain circumstances, gets born as an animal. This is killing beings of the lowest class. By reason of harming life of the lowest grade, one gains life in the realms of hell, animals, or hungry ghosts and suffers from the downmost dukkha pain, mental or physical. Why so? Because these animals have done somewhat of good. Hence, one who harms them receives full karmic returns for his actions. This is killing of the lowest grade. The medium grade of killing concerns killing beings from the category of humans up to the class of anagamins. This is middle grade killing. As a result, one gets born in the realms of hell, animals, or hungry ghosts and fully receives the karmic consequences befitting the middle grade of suffering. This is medium grade killing. Top rank killing relates to killing one's father or mother, an arhat, pratyekabuddha, or a bodhisattva of the last established state. This is top rank killing. In consequence of this, one falls into the greatest avicii hell, the most terrible of all the hells, and endures the karmic consequences befitting the highest level of suffering. This is top grade killing. O good man! A person who kills an ekantaka does not suffer from the karmic returns due to the killings of the 3 kinds named above. O good man! All those Brahmins are of the class of the ekantaka. For example, such actions as digging the ground, mowing the grass, felling trees, cutting up corpses, ill-speaking, and lashing do not call forth karmic returns. Killing an ekantaka comes within the same category. No karmic results ensue. Why not? Because no Brahmins and no 5 laws to begin with faith, etc. are involved here. Maybe, no Brahmins are concerned with the 5 roots of faith, vigor, mindfulness, concentration, and wisdom. For this reason, killing of this kind does not carry one off to hell. O good man! You asked why the Tathagata spoke ill of Devdutta to the effect that he was an ignorant person who gulped down spittle. You should not speak ill of this, either. Why not? It is not possible to conceive, i.e. fully understand what the Buddha world-honored one says. O good man! True words are loved in the world, or there are cases where what is contrary to the time, occasion and law Buddhist teaching do not benefit a person. I never speak thus. O good man! There are situations in which rough, untrue, untimely, unlawful words are not loved by him who hears them, and do not bring benefit. I also do not speak such words. O good man! And there are times when, though the language be harsh, it is true and not false. At such a time, if this teaching gives benefit to all beings, I always speak, even if the listener is not pleased to hear my words. Why? Because the All-Buddha, the Arhatansamayakam Buddha fully awakened. One knows the best expedient for any given situation. O good man! I once passed hours in the wild, in hamlets and forests. In the forest, there was a demon called Wild. He only ate human flesh and blood, and many a being was killed. And one person from the village was eaten every day. O good man! I, at that time, was speaking expansively about the essence of Dharma. But he, the demon, was rude, evil, ignorant, and had no wisdom, and did not lend an ear to what I was saying regarding Dharma. I then transformed myself into a very powerful demon, shook his palace so mightily that there was no peace. Then that demon came out of his palace with his kindred to challenge me. On seeing me, he lost heart. Frightened, he fell to the ground, wriggled and moaned, and looked as though he were dead. Pitying him, I rubbed his body with my hand. He regained himself, sat up and said, I am glad that I have regained my body and life. This great God possesses great virtue. Being compassionate, he pardons my hateful acts. He gained a good state of mind and faith at my place in my presence. I then reassumed my body as the Tathagata and spoke to him about the various essentials of Dharma. And I made that demon receive from me the precept of non-harming. And that day there was a rich man in the village in the wilds, who was about to die. The villagers brought him to the demon. The demon, after receiving him, gave him to me. I got him, and named this rich man Hand Rich Man. Then the demon said to me, O world-honored 192-1. My people and I feed on flesh and blood and thus sustain our life. I have now received this Shila rule of moral conduct. How am I to live? I replied, from now on, I shall give orders to the Sravakas. Follow them and go to where they practice the way, and I shall make them give you things to eat. O good man! For this reason, I instituted for the bhiksus the Shila, you shall henceforward give food to the field demon. If there are those who, living themselves, cannot give, such are, you should know, not my disciples, but the relatives of the heavenly. Mara, the devil Mara's abode is in heaven. O good man! The Tathagata puts forth such diverse expedients so as to teach and subdue beings. It is not particularly to cause fear. O good man! I also beat the law-protecting demon with a wooden stick. And at one time I was on top of a hill. I pushed a sheep-headed demon down the hill. Also, when in the top of a tree, I beat a monkey protecting demon, and another time I caused the treasure-guarding elephant to see 5 lions. And made Vajradeva fear Satyakanirgrantha. And another time I thrust a needle into an arrow. Hair demon. Though I did all these things, there were no demons that were harmed or killed. It was only to get them to rest in peace in wonderful Dharma. Thus did I perform all such expedients. O good man! I did not at that time speak ill of Devdatta and did not make him feel ashamed. He, too, was not so ignorant as to gulp down another person's spittle. Nor did he fall into Avachi, hell, there to suffer punishment for a kalpa. Nor did he disrupt the peace of the Sangha or cause blood to come out of the Buddha's body. Nor did he commit the 4 grave offenses, nor did he slander the wonderful Dharma of the Mahayana Sutras. He is no Ekantaka, no Sravaka, and no Pratyeka. O good man! Devdutta does not belong to the class of the world of the Sravakas or Pratyekabuddhas. All this is only what all Buddhas can know. O good man! For this reason, do not reproach me and say, why should the Tathagata impeach Devdutta, speak ill of him, and make Devdutta feel ashamed? Do not doubt things that concern the world of all Buddhas. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! As an example, when we decoct sugar cane many times, we gain various grades of taste. The case is so with me. Following as often the words of the Buddha, we gain the various kinds of dharma. These are those dharmas of fleeing the world, of abandoning desire, of quietude, and of enlightenment. O world-honored one! Another example, if we burn, beat, smelt, and temper gold, it becomes all the brighter and purer, more harmonious, soft, wonderful in its color, and priceless. And later, gods and men prize it highly as treasure. O world-honored one! The same is the case with the Tathagata, too. If we carefully and respectfully ask questions, we arrive at the depths of the meaning. By practicing the way profoundly, one can uphold it, and innumerable beings will aspire to unexcelled enlightenment, and one is looked up to and respected by humans and gods. Then the Buddha spoke in praise of Bodhisattva Kasyapa, well said, well said. O Bodhisattva Mahasattva! To benefit all beings, you put such questions of deep signification to the Tathagata. O good man! For this reason, I follow your lead and speak about the deepest depths of the Mahayana Vaipulya. This is the stage of an only son of dearest love. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! If all bodhisattvas practice the ways of loving kindness, compassion, and sympathetic joy and attain the stage of an only son, what is the stage that one attains when one practices the mind of equanimity? The Buddha said, well said, well said. You know well when to ask. You see what I desire to speak about. And you ask. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva practices the mind of equanimity, he attains the all-void all-equal stage, and becomes like Subhuti. O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva dwells in the all-void all-equal bhumi, he no longer sees parents, brothers, sisters, children, relatives, good friends of the way, enemies, those who are hostile or friendly, those who are neither friendly nor antagonistic, down to the 5 skandhas, the 18 realms, the 12 spheres, beings, and life. O good man! As an illustration, it is like space, in which we see no parents, brothers, wife, and children, down to beings and life. It is the same regarding all things. There can be no parents and life. Thus does the Bodhisattva Mahasattva see all things. His mind 193 is all equal like space. Why? Because he thoroughly practices the Dharma of the void. Shunyata. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! What do you mean by the void? O good man! Of the void, there are such as the internal, external, internal-external void, the void of created existence, the void of the uncreated, the void of beginninglessness, the void of nature, the void of non-possession, the void of paramartha satya, the void, and the great void. How does the Bodhisattva Mahasattva experience the internal void? This Bodhisattva Mahasattva meditates on the void of the internal elements adhyatma. That is to say, that the internal elements, the 6 sense organs, are void. This means to say that there are no parents, no persons with ill will or on friendly terms with one, none who is indifferent, no beings, life, eternal, bliss, self, and purity, Tathagata, Dharma, Sangha, and all good. In these internal elements, there is the Buddha nature. Yet this Buddha nature exists neither within nor without. Why not? Because the Buddha nature is eternal and experiences no change. This is what we mean when we say that the Bodhisattva Mahasattva meditates on the internal elements. The same applies in the case of the external void Bhairthashunyata, the six sense fields. No internal elements exist. It is the same with the internal external void Adhyatma Bhairthashunyata. O good man! There are only the Tathagata, Dharma, and Sangha, and the Dha nature. This has no two aspects of the void. Why not? For the four are the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure. That is why we do not say that these four are void. We call this the all void of both the internal and the external. O good man! We say the void of created existence Samskritashunyata, the voidness of formed, conditioned, assembled phenomena. Whatever is created is all void. Thus there can be the internal void, the external void, the internal external void, the void of the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure, the void of life, of beings, of the Tathagata, Dharma, and Sangha, and of Paramartha Satya. Of these, the Buddha nature is not anything created. Hence, the Buddha nature does not belong to the category of the void of created existence. O good man! How does the Bodhisattva Mahasattva meditate on the void of the uncreated? Asamskritashunyata. Those things of the category of the uncreated are all void. They are so called impermanence, suffering, the impure, the non-self, the 5 skandhas, the 18 realms, the 12 spheres, life, beings, the characteristics, the created, the leakable ashravas, the internal elements, and the external elements. Of the uncreated, the four which begin with the Buddha are not the uncreated. As the nature is good itself, it is not the uncreated, as it is eternal, it is not the created. This is how the Bodhisattva meditates on the void of the uncreated. How does the Bodhisattva Mahasattva meditate on the void of the beginningless Anavaragra Shunyata? This Bodhisattva Mahasattva sees that birth and death are beginningless. Hence, he sees that all are void and quiet. We say void. That is to say that the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure are all void and quiet, with nothing that changes. So are life, beings, the 3 jewels, and the uncreated, in all of which the Bodhisattva sees the beginningless void. How does the Bodhisattva meditate on the void of nature Prakriti Shunyata, emptiness of primordial matter? This Bodhisattva Mahasattva sees that the original nature of all elements is all void. These are the 5 skandhas, the 18 realms, the 12 spheres, the eternal, the non-eternal, suffering, bliss, the pure, the impure, self, and non-self. In all such things, he sees no nature of their own. This is how the Bodhisattva Mahasattva meditates on the void of nature. How does the Bodhisattva Mahasattva meditate on the void of non-possession? This is like speaking of a house being empty when there is no child inside. He sees here an uttermost void. There is no friendliness, no love. The ignorant say that in all directions what there is peace. A poor man says that all is void. All such presumptions are either void or non-void. When the Bodhisattva meditates, it is as with the poor man who says that all is void. This is how the Bodhisattva Mahasattva meditates on the void of non-possession. How does the Bodhisattva Mahasattva meditate on Paramartha Shunyata, the void of 194 Paramartha, of ultimate reality? O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva meditates on the Paramartha, he sees that when this I comes about, it does so from nowhere. When it dies out, it dies out to nowhere. What originally was not, now is, what was turns back to nowhere. As we look into the real nature, we see that what there is eyelessness and masterlessness. All other things are as in the case of the eye. What is the void of the Paramartha? It is seeing that there is action and the result thereof, but no maker. Such a doctrine of voidness is the void of the Paramartha. This is how the Bodhisattva Mahasattva meditates on the void of the Paramartha. How does the Bodhisattva Mahasattva meditate on the void? This void is where the Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas get lost. O good man! This is and this is not is. This is the void. This is not this is this. This is the void. O good man! The Bodhisattva of the 10 Bhuma stages is only able to know a little of this, which might well be likened to the size of a dust mote. How much less must it be with others? O good man! Thus, the void is not equal to the void samadhi of the Sravakas. This is the void which the Bodhisattva meditates upon. O good man! How does the Bodhisattva Mahasattva meditate on the great void? O good man! The great void is the Prajnaparamita perfection of wisdom. This is the great void. O good man! Attaining such a gate of the void, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva abides in a bhumi equal to space. O good man! As I now, here amongst the congregated, speak about all these kinds of void, Bodhisattva Mahasattvas as numerous as the sands of 10 Ganges are able to gain the bhumi equal to space. O good man! Abiding in this bhumi, nothing hinders the Bodhisattva Mahasattva in anything, no clinging binds him and no anguish takes hold of his mind. Hence, we call it the bhumi equal to space. O good man! As an illustration, this is as with space, which does not greedily cling to any lovable color and does not become angry with the color which is displeasing. The same with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva who abides in this bhumi. No mind of desire or anger arises towards good or bad colors. O good man! This is like space, which is vast and great, with nothing to equal it, taking in all things. It is the same with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva abiding in this bhumi. It is vast and great, so that nothing can bear comparison to it. And it can indeed take in all things. For this reason, we can truly call it the bhumi equal to space. O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva abides in this bhumi, he can see and know all things. Be it actions, circumstantial factors, the nature and characteristics of things. Causes, by causes, the minds of beings, the sense roots, dhyana, vehicle, good friends of the way, upholding of the precepts, or whatever is given, all is seen or known. Also, next, O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva, abiding in this bhumi, knows and yet does not see. How does he know? According to the self-fasting self-abnegation doctrine, 1. Throws one's own body into deep water, into fire, jumps from a high precipice, always stands on one leg, bares one's body and exposes it to heat, always sleeps on ashes, thorns, woven rafters, mats, harmful grass, cow dung, and wears coarse hemp clothing, dung-defiled woolen cloth left in a graveyard, kambala cloth, reindeer or deer skin, fodder clothing. Such fakirs feed on vegetables, fruit, lotus roots, oil dregs, cow dung, and roots and fruits. When they go to beg food, it is only to one house. If the householder says that he has nothing to give them, they desist. Even if people later call them back, they do not look back. They do not eat salted flesh or the 5 varieties of the cow's products, i.e. fresh milk, cream, fresh butter, clarified butter, sarpermanda, What they consume is dreg juice and hot water. They uphold Shila's moral prohibitions vis cows, hens, dogs, and pheasants. They smear ashes over their bodies, wear their hair long. Worship heaven by sacrificing and killing sheep, first saying a charm. For 4 months they worship fire, and for 7 days they partake of the wind, offer hundreds and thousands and billions of flowers to the devas, and all that they desire is to have their wishes fulfilled. He, the Bodhisattva, knows that all such things can never be the cause of supreme emancipation. This is knowing. What does he not see? The Bodhisattva Mahasattva sees that not one person attains true emancipation by such acts. This is not seeing. 195 Also, next, O good man. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva both sees and knows. What does he see? He sees that beings perform twisted practices and unfailingly fall into hell. This is seeing. What does he know? He knows that all beings come out of hell and gain life as a human, practice the Dana-paramitha and become perfect in the other paramithas. He knows that these people unfailingly attain right enlightenment. This is knowing. Also, next, O good man. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva further sees and knows. What does he see? He sees the eternal and the non-eternal, suffering, bliss, the pure and the non-pure, the self and the non-self. This is seeing. What does he know? He knows that all Tathagatas definitely do not enter nirvana, i.e. do not truly die and desert the world. The body of the Tathagata is adamantine and indestructible. It is not one of defilement. It is also not a body that emits bad smells and decays. Thus does he know. Also, he knows that all beings possess the Buddha nature. This is knowing. Also, next, O good man. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva also knows that the mind of beings achieves faith. These beings seek Mahayana. He knows that they float down, or float back, or abide rightly. He knows that beings do gain the other shore. Floating down refers to common mortals, floating back refers to the Shrotapanna up to the Pratyekabuddha, right abiding refers to all bodhisattvas, and attaining the other shore to the Tathagata, the Arhat, the Samyaksambuddha. This is knowing. What does the Bodhisattva see? He abides in the teaching of the Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra, practices pure actions, and, with the pure heavenly Deva eye, sees that all beings commit evil through body, mouth, and mind and fall into the realms of hell, animals, and hungry ghosts. He sees that beings who do good die and are reborn in the worlds of heaven or humans. There are beings who move from gloom to gloom, from gloom to light, from light to gloom, and then from light to light. This is seeing. Also, next, O good man. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva also knows and sees. He sees that all beings practice the way of the body, observe Shila morality, and practice the way of the mind, and that of wisdom. He sees that a person who does deeds replete with evil in this present life, or through greed, ill will, and ignorance, harvests karmic returns in hell. He sees a person practicing good in body, upholding Shila, cultivating the mind, practicing the way of wisdom, and being recompensed in this life to some degree and not falling into hell. How can this action gain rewards in the present life? This comes about when a person confesses all the evils he has done, repents, and does not commit them any more. When he repents fully, makes offerings to the three treasures, and always reproaches himself. This person, due to his good deeds, does not fall into hell, but receives in this life karmic returns such as headaches, pain in the eyes, stomach, and back, an untimely death, criticism, slander, lashings, prison, or fetters, hunger, and poverty. He knows that light karmic returns are visited upon a person in this present life. This is knowing. What does he see? The Bodhisattva Mahasattva sees that a certain person does not practice the way in body, shila, mind, and wisdom, and that person performs petty bad deeds. And all such actions call forth returns in the present life. This person does not confess his petty bad deeds, does not reproach himself, does not repent, and feels no fear. Such action increases, and he receives his karmic results in hell. This is seeing. Also, there is the case where one knows but does not see. How does one know and not see? All beings know that they have the Buddha nature, but, overshadowed by defilements, cannot see it. This is knowing but not seeing. Also, there is the situation where one knows and sees somewhat. The Bodhisattva Mahasattvas of the 10 Bhumis know that all beings have the Buddha nature, but they cannot see it clearly. This is like on a dark night, where one cannot see clearly. Also, there is both seeing and knowing. This is the situation of the All-Buddha Tathagata, where he both sees and knows. Also, there are cases in which one sees and knows, and, not seeing, one does not know. Seeing and knowing refers to what pertains in the world of letters, language, men and women, vehicles, pots, trays, houses, castles, clothing, eating, drinking, mountains, rivers, gardens, forests, beings, and life. This is seeing and knowing. What is not seeing and not knowing? This is all the minute words of the sages themselves, and men and women, and gardens, and forests, in which these do 196 not exist. This is not seeing and not knowing. Also, there is a situation in which one knows but does not see. One knows where to give, where to dedicate offerings, one who receives, and the fact that results accrue from the things that have been done. This is knowing. How does one not see? There are cases where one does not see what is given, the place where to dedication is made, one who is given, and the results of causality. This is not seeing. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva knows 8 types of knowing. This is what is known by the 5 eyes of the Tathagata. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, what profit does the Bodhisattva Mahasattva gain from such kinds of knowing? The Buddha said, O good man, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva gains the 4 unhindered nesas rock pradisambhita. Analytical knowledges, discriminations from such knowings, which are unhinderedness in 1. Dharma pradisambhita, 2. Meaning artha pradisambhita, 3. Language nirukti pradisambhita, and 4. Eloquence pratibhana pradisambhita, ready wit. In the unhindered knowledge of dharmas, one knows all things and their names. In the unhindered knowledge of meaning, one knows all about the meaning of things of the dharma, arriving at the meaning by the names established for them. In unhindered knowledge of language, one knows the morphological, phonological, prosodical, and oratorical aspects of words. In unhindered knowledge of eloquence, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva has no hindrance in oratory, and is unmoved. He has no fear, and it is difficult to defeat him. O good man! If the Bodhisattva thus sees and knows, we may say that he is armed with the 4-fold unhindered knowledge. Also, next, O good man! In unhindered knowledge of Dharma, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva knows the dharmas of the Sravaka, Pratyekabuddha, Bodhisattva, and all Buddhas. In unhindered knowledge of the meaning, he knows that, though there are 3 vehicles, these enter into one and he sees therein no distinction. In unhindered knowledge of language, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva gives various names to a thing. Even in the course of innumerable kalpas, one could not fully name them all. The Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas are not equal to this. In unhindered knowledge of eloquence, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, in the course of innumerable kalpas, talks about all dharmas to all beings, and his speech is endless in regard to names and meanings, and all about ideas. Also, next, O good man, by unhindered knowledge of dharmas is meant that, though the Bodhisattva Mahasattva is versed in all dharmas, he has no clinging to them. By unhindered knowledge of the meaning is meant that though the Bodhisattva Mahasattva is versed in all meanings, he has no clinging to them. By unhindered knowledge of language is meant that though the Bodhisattva Mahasattva knows the meaning relevant language, he has no clinging to this. Unhindered knowledge of eloquence means that though the Bodhisattva Mahasattva knows that this eloquence is best, he has no clinging to it. Why? If one clings, one is not called a Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, if one does not cling, one cannot come to know of Dharma. If one knows of Dharma, this is nothing but clinging. If one does not cling, there can be no knowing. How can the Tathagata say that one knows Dharma and yet does not cling? The Buddha said, O good man, clinging is not unhinderedness. Unobstructed knowledge. Where there is no clinging, there is unhinderedness. O good man. Hence, any bodhisattva who has any clinging is not one unhindered. If not unhindered, he is no bodhisattva. Know that such a person is a common mortal. Why do we say that clinging is of the common mortal? All common mortals cling to matter. Rupa, body, form down to consciousness vijnana, the five skandhas are here meant. When one clings to matter, this clinging evokes a mind of greed. Because of greed, one gets bound up by matter down to consciousness. Because of such bondage, one cannot escape from 197 the great suffering of birth, aging, illness, death, apprehension, and sorrow, nor from all the various kinds of defilement. Hence, due to his clinging, we call a person a common mortal. For this reason, no common mortal possesses the fourfold unhindered knowledge. O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva has already, over innumerable asamkhyas of kalpas past, seen through the characteristics of all things, through knowing, he knows the meaning. As he knows the characteristics of all things and the meanings, he does not cling to matter. The same with consciousness, too. With no clinging, the Bodhisattva does not have any greed for matter. Nor does he have greed for consciousness. Not having any greed, he is not bound by matter. Nor is he bound by consciousness. Because he is not bound, he can indeed become emancipated from birth, age, illness, death, the great sufferings of apprehension and sorrow, and all the defilements. For this reason, all bodhisattvas possess the fourfold unhindered knowledge. O good man! Hence, for the sake of my disciples, I have spoken in the 12 types of scripture about clinging and spoken of it as being bound by Mara. Without clinging, one becomes emancipated from Mara's hands. For example, in worldly life, one who has committed a crime gets chained up by the king. A person without sin cannot be taken prisoner by the king. It is the same with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva. A person possessed of clinging is bound up by Mara. One with no clinging is not bound up by Mara. Thus, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva has no clinging. Also, next, O good man! We say unhindered knowledge of Dharma. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva well upholds the words of Dharma and does not forget them. Upholding is like the actions of the earth, mountains, eyes, clouds, man, and mother. The same is the case with all things. We say unhindered knowledge of the meaning. Now, the the Bodhisattva may know the names of all things and yet not know the meaning. When one is unhindered in the meaning, one comes to know of the signification. How does one know of the signification? We say upholding like the earth. This is analogous to the way in which the earth supports all beings and non-beings. Hence, earth is referred to symbolize support. O good man! We say support of the mountains. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva thinks thus. Why do we say that mountains support? The mountains well support the earth and there is no shaking. Hence, to support. Why do we say that the eye supports? The eye well supports light. Hence, support. Why do we say that clouds support? Clouds are called the air of the Naga snake beings. Dragons. The air of the Nagas supports water. Hence, support. Why do we say that man supports? Man well supports Dharma and non-Dharma. Hence, support. Why do we say that a mother supports? A mother well supports her child. Hence, support. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva knows well the names and meanings of all things. It is thus. We say unhindered knowledge of language. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva may use various idioms words to speak about a single meaning. But there is no signification. It is as in the case of the names of man, woman, house, vehicle, beings, etc. Why is there no signification? O good man! We say signification. But this is of the world of Bodhisattvas and all Buddhas. Idioms. Words belong to the world of common mortals. By knowing the meaning, one gains unhinderedness in language. We say unhindered knowledge of eloquence. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva knows the language and the meaning as he goes on talking for a period of innumerable asamkhyas of kalpas. This is unhinderedness in eloquence. O good man! The Bodhisattva, for innumerable, boundless, asamkhyas of kalpas, practices secular dharmas. By practicing, he gains unhinderedness in dharmas. Also, for innumerable, boundless asamkhyas of kalpas, he practices the paramartha. Thus, he gains unhinderedness in meaning. Also, for innumerable, boundless asamkhyas of kalpas, he practices the vyakaranas. Hence, he 198 gains unhinderedness in language. Also, for innumerable asamkhyas of kalpas, he practices secular eloquence, and he gains unhinderedness in eloquence. O good man! No one can say that the Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas gain this fourfold unhindered knowledge. O good man! In the 9 types of scripture, I say that Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas do possess the fourfold unhindered knowledge. But, truth to tell, no Sravakas or Pratyekabuddhas can have any such knowledge. Why not? The Bodhisattva Mahasattva particularly practices such fourfold unhindered knowledge in order to save beings. The Pratyekabuddha practices the way of extinction and seeks a lonely place. With him, there is no saving of beings, no resorting to miracles. Instead, he is silent, without talking, all day long. How can he have unhindered wisdom? Why does he sit silently and not teach? He does not speak about Dharma and enable beings to gain the Usmagata, Murdana, Lokakagradharma, Shrotapanna, Sakritagaman, Arhat, Pratyekabuddha, or Bodhisattva Mahasattva level. He does not cause others to gain unsurpassed Bodhicitta. Why not? O good man! When the Pratyekabuddha appears in the world, there are not the 9 types of scripture. Hence, there can be no unhinderedness in language and eloquence with the Pratyekabuddha. O good man! The Pratyekabuddha knows all about dharmas, but he is not unhindered in dharma. Why not? Unhinderedness in dharma is knowing the words. The Pratyekabuddha knows the words, but is not blessed with unhinderedness in words. Why not? Because he does not know the two words, eternal and abiding. That is why the Pratyekabuddha cannot gain unhinderedness in Dharma. He knows of the meaning, but he is not blessed with unhinderedness of understanding in the meaning. If he truly understood the meaning, he would have to know that all beings possess the Buddha nature. The meaning of Buddha nature is none other than unsurpassed enlightenment. Thus, the Pratyekabuddha does not possess unhindered knowledge of meaning. So, for him there cannot be unhindered wisdom in all things of the four categories. Why does the Sravaka not have the fourfold unhindered knowledge? He does not have the three kinds of best expedient. What are the three? First, using soft gentle words, followed by accepting Dharma. Secondly, using harsh words, followed by melting into the teaching. Thirdly, neither softness nor harshness, followed by the teaching. As the Sravaka does not have these three, he cannot have the fourfold unhindered knowledge. Also, next, the Sravaka and Pratyekabuddha, after all, do not know language and meaning. With them, there is no knowing of the world of unmolested wisdom. They do not have the 10 powers and the 4 fearlessnesses. They, after all, cannot cross the great sea of the 12 links of interdependent arising. They do not know well the differences between beings, as to whether they are sharp-witted or born dull. They cannot yet eradicate the doubting mind regarding the two phases of truth: relative, worldly truth, and absolute, supramundane truth. They do not know the various aspects of being's mental activities. They cannot speak well about the all-void of Paramartha Satya, absolute, supramundane truth. For this reason, these two vehicles of Pratyekabuddha and Sravaka do not possess the fourfold unhindered knowledge. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, if Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas do not possess the fourfold unhindered knowledge, why, O world-honored one, do we say that Shariputra is the foremost in wisdom, Mahamoggallana the foremost in divine powers, and Mahakasthila the foremost in the fourfold unhindered knowledge? If this is not the case, why do you say so? Then the world-honored one praised Kasyapa and said, well said, well said. O good man! The Ganges, for example, contains an immeasurable volume of water. The great volume of water of the Indus cannot be known. The water of the Oxus, too, cannot be known. The volume of water of Lake Anavatapta is also immeasurable. The water of the Great Sea is immeasurable. The volume of all this water together is immeasurable. But actually, there can be more or less, they're not all being the same. It is the same with the fourfold unhindered knowledge of Sravakas, Pratyekabuddhas, and Bodhisattvas. O good man! We can never say that they are the same. O good man! For the sake of common mortals, I say that Mahakasthila is the foremost in the fourfold unhindered knowledge. What you ask about stands 199. Thus, O good man, amongst the Sravakas, there may be one who has one of the 4 unhindered kinds of knowledge, or one who has 2. But there is no case where a Sravaka has the 4. Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, you spoke above in this chapter on pure actions about the fourfold unhindered knowing and seeing, and you say that in the knowing and seeing of the Bodhisattva, there is nothing that is gained and his mind has nothing that is not gained. O world-honored one! Now, this Bodhisattva Mahasattva has, truth to tell, nothing to gain. If there is still something to be gained in his mind, he is not a Bodhisattva, he is a common mortal. How can the Tathagata say that the Bodhisattva still has something to gain? The Buddha said, O good man! Well said, well said. You again ask that of which I desire to speak. O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva has nothing to gain. Having nothing to gain is the fourfold unhindered knowledge. O good man! Why is having nothing to gain unhinderedness? If there is something still to be gained, this is a hindrance. A person who has a hindrance is one who has the four inversions distorted views. O good man! As the Bodhisattva Mahasattva does not have the four inversions, he has unhinderedness. Hence, we say that the Bodhisattva is a person who has nothing more to gain. Also, next, O good man! This unga-indness is wisdom. As the Bodhisattva Mahasattva gains this wisdom, we say that he has unga-indness. Still having something to gain means ignorance. When the Bodhisattva has eternally dispelled the gloom of ignorance, he has nothing more to gain. Hence, we say that the Bodhisattva is a person who has nothing more to gain. Also, next, O good man! Having nothing more to gain is great nirvana. Abiding in peace in this great nirvana, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva sees no nature, no characteristics in anything. Hence, we say that the Bodhisattva has nothing more to gain. Having the need to possess means the 25 existences. The Bodhisattva has long segregated himself from the 25 existences and attained great nirvana. Thus, we say that the Bodhisattva has nothing more to gain hold of. Also, next, O good man! Not having to possess means Mahayana. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva does not abide in any dharma. Hence, he gains Mahayana. So, we say that the Bodhisattva has nothing more to gain. The need to possess is the path of the Sravaka and Pratyekabuddha. The Bodhisattva has segregated himself from the paths of the two vehicles. Hence, he gains the Buddha way. So, we say that the Bodhisattva has nothing more to gain. Also, next, O good man! Having no need to possess anything is the Vaipulya Sutra. When the Bodhisattva recites such a sutra, he gains great nirvana. Hence, we say that the Bodhisattva has nothing more to gain. The need to possess is the 11 types of scripture. The Bodhisattva does not practice these, he exclusively expounds the Mahayana Vaipulya Sutras. So, we say that the Bodhisattva does not need to gain anything. Also, next, O good man! Not having to gain anything is emptiness shunyata. In the world, when there is nothing there, we say empty. The Bodhisattva attains this emptiness samadhi, meditative state, because there is nothing to see. Hence, we say that the Bodhisattva has nothing to gain. The need to possess is the will of birth and death. As all common mortals repeat birth and death, they have things to see. The Bodhisattva has long segregated himself from all births and deaths. Hence, we say that the Bodhisattva has nothing more to gain. Also, next, O good man! Not to possess is the eternal bliss, self, and the pure. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva sees the Buddha nature, he gains the eternal bliss, self, and the pure. Hence, we say that the Bodhisattva has nothing to gain. Having something to gain is the non-eternal, non-bliss, non-self, and the non-pure. Hence, we say that the Bodhisattva is a person who has nothing to gain. Also, next, O good man! That there is nothing to gain is the all-void of Paramartha Satya, ultimate truth. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva meditates on the all-void of Paramartha Satya, he sees nothing. Hence, we say that the Bodhisattva is a person who has nothing to gain. That one still has something to gain equates with the 5 distorted views Pancadrastaya as 200. The Bodhisattva has eternally segregated himself from the five distorted views, he gains the all. Void of Paramartha Satya. Hence, we say that the Bodhisattva has nothing more to gain. Also, next, O good man, that there is nothing more to be gained, this is unsurpassed Bodhi. Enlightenment. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva gains unsurpassed Bodhi, there is nothing more to see. Hence, we say that the Bodhisattva has nothing more to gain. What still has more to be gained is the enlightenment of the Sravaka and Pratyeka Buddha. The Bodhisattva is eternally away from the enlightenment of the two vehicles. Hence, we say that the Bodhisattva has nothing more to gain. O good man, what you ask about has nothing more to gain. What I say, also has nothing more to gain. Any person who says that there is still a thing to be gained is one of Mara's kindred and not my disciple. Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, as you expound to me the ungainedness of enlightenment, i.e. that it is not a separate thing that can be grasped hold of, an innumerable number of beings cut themselves away from the mind that has an image of existence. Hence, I particularly ask of you to explain to me what has nothing more to be gained, and to enable innumerable beings to segregate themselves from Mara's clan and become the Buddha's disciples. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, you said before in Agatha, for Kunda's sake, what originally was is now no longer. What originally was not, now is. There can be no such thing as is pertaining in the three times of past, present, and future. O world-honored one, what might this mean? The Buddha said, O good man, as I desire to teach all beings, I say this. I also say this for the sake of Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas. Also, I say this to the Prince of Dharma, Manjushri. It is not the case that I said this to Kunda alone. At that time, Manjushri wished to put a question to me. Fathoming reading his mind, I spoke thus. When I spoke thus, Manjushri understood. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said, O world-honored one, how many persons could there be of the class of Manjushri, who could thus gain the point? Please, O Tathagata, for the sake of all beings, explain expansively once again. O good man, listen carefully, listen carefully. I shall now explain it again in detail, especially for you. I said originally was not. There was originally no prajnaparamita. As there was no prajnaparamita, there are now so many bonds of defilement. If any Sramana, Brahmin, Deva, Mara, Brahma, or human were to say, the Tathagata had defilement in the past, has defilement in the present, or will have defilement in the future, this is not so. Also, next, O good man, I said originally was. In days gone by I had a body gained through the union of father and mother. And in consequence, I do not now have an adamantine dharma body, i.e. if the Buddha as Buddha had ever been produced by parents like an ordinary, mortal being, he would not now be able to have an adamantine dharma body. Precise meaning not clear here and in the following. I said, originally was not. I did not have the 32 signs of perfection and the 80 minor marks of excellence. As I did not have the 32 signs of perfection and the 80 minor marks of excellence, I now have the 404 illnesses. If any Sramana, Brahmin, Deva, Brahma, or human says, the Tathagata has had, all the way through past, present and future, the suffering of illness, this is not so. Also, next, O good man, I said, originally was. I once had the non-eternal, non-bliss, non-self, and the non-pure. As I had the non-eternal, non-bliss, non-self, and the non-pure, there is now no unsurpassed enlightenment. I said, originally was not. I did not see the Buddha nature. Not seeing it, there are the non-eternal, non-bliss, non-self, and the non-pure. If any Sramana, Brahmin, Deva, Mara, Brahma, or human says, the Tathagata does not, throughout all the past, present and future, possess the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure, such can never be, i.e. this is an utterly untrue statement. 201 Also, next, O good man. I said, originally was. Common mortals might have the idea of practicing penance and say that one thus arrives at unsurpassed enlightenment. For this reason, one cannot now crush out the four maras. I said, originally was not. That is to say that there were originally no 6 paramithas. Not having the 6 paramithas, the common mortal has the thought of practicing penance and says that he can attain unsurpassed enlightenment. A Sramana, Brahmin, Deva, Mara, Brahma, or human might say, the Tathagata, all through the past, future and present, did penance. But such can never be stated. Also, next, O good man. I said, originally was. I had in the past a body sustained by various kinds of food. As I had a body supported by various kinds of food, I cannot have a boundless body now. Originally was not says that there were not the 37 factors assisting towards enlightenment. As there were not the 37 factors assisting towards enlightenment, there is now the body supported by various kinds of food. Some Sramana, Brahmin, Deva, Mara, Brahma, or human might say, the Tathagata, all through the past, future, and present, has a food-supported body. But such can never be truly stated. Also, next, O good man. I said, originally was, meaning that I originally had a mind that clung to all things. So, there cannot now be any samadhi of the ultimate void. I said, originally was not, meaning that I did not originally have the true meaning of the middle path. And as I did not have the true meaning of the middle path, I now have clinging to all things. If any Sramana, Brahmin, Deva, Mara, Brahma, or human says, the Tathagata, all through past, future and present, has a body that has samsarically existed, this is not so. Also, next, O good man. I said, originally was. When I first attained this unsurpassed enlightenment, there were dull-headed Sravaka disciples. As I had dull-headed Sravaka disciples, I could not speak about the truth of the one vehicle. I said, originally was not. There was no sharp-witted elephant king such as Bodhisattva Kasyapa. As there was none sharp-witted like Kasyapa, I resorted to the expedient of the 3 vehicles, which I enlarged upon. If any Sramana, Brahmin, Deva, Mara, Brahma, or human says, the Tathagata has, all through the past, future, and present, preached the Dharma of the 3 vehicles, this is not so. Also, next, O good man. I said, originally was. I formerly said, in 3 months' time, I shall enter Parinirvana between the sal trees. That is why I cannot now preach the doctrine of the Great Vaipulya Sutra, Mahaparinirvana. I said, originally was not, meaning that there were no such great bodhisattvas as Manjushri and the others. As there were not, we now say, the Tathagata is non-eternal. If any Sramana, Brahmin, Deva, Mara, Brahma, or human says, the Tathagata, all through the past, future and present, is non-eternal, this is not true. O good man. Although the Tathagata knows all things, he says that he does not know, because of all beings. He sees all things. But he says that he does not so see. Speaking about what has Form, he says formless, speaking about things that have no form, he say that there are forms. There. Speaking about what has form, he says formless. The same applies to the self, bliss, and the pure. Speaking about the three vehicles, he say one vehicle, speaking about one vehicle. He says, as the case may be according to the situation, three vehicles. He says that an abbreviated form is one that is full, and a full one abbreviated. He says that the four grave offenses are the stulatyayas, and the stulatyayas are the four grave offenses. He says that transgression is non-infringement, and that non-infringement is an infringement. He says that a venial sin is grave, and a grave sin venial. Why so? Because the Tathagata sees the root of being's abilities. O good man! The Tathagata speaks thus, but nothing is wrong at bottom. Why not? Whatever is false constitutes sin. The Tathagata is totally segregated from sin. How could he say anything false? O good man! Although the Tathagata does not resort to falsehood, he will do so as an expedient and as it serves the occasion when he sees that all beings gain the benefit of Dharma. O good man! To the Tathagata, all worldly truths are paramartha satya. And he also enables beings to attain paramartha satya. If all beings did not attain paramartha satya, 202 all Buddhas, to the end, would not speak of worldly truth. O good man! When the Tathagata at times speaks of worldly truth, beings say that the Tathagata is speaking about paramartha satya. When he at times speaks about paramartha satya, beings say that the Buddha is speaking about worldly truth. All of this comes from the deepest depths of the world of all Buddhas. This is not something that can be understood by Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas. Oh, good man! For this reason, do not hastily contest and say that the Bodhisattva Mahasattva possesses nothing. The Bodhisattva always abides in Paramartha Satya. How could anyone criticize him and say that he has nothing? Kasyapa said, O world-honored one! You say that Paramartha Satya is the way, enlightenment, and nirvana. If we say that the Bodhisattva possesses the way, enlightenment, and nirvana, this is nothing other than the non-eternal. Why? If Dharma is eternal, one cannot gain it. It is like space. Who can gain it? O world-honored one! In worldly life, what originally was not, but is now, is called the non-eternal. The same with the way. If the way can be gained, this is nothing but the non-eternal. If Dharma is the eternal, there can be no gaining of anything. No arising, as in the case of the Buddha nature, which knows no gaining and no arising. O good man! Now, the way is non-matter, not non-matter, not long, not short, not high, not low, not arising, not extinction, not red, not white, not blue, not yellow, not is not. How could the Tathagata speak of it as what can be gained? The same applies to enlightenment and nirvana. The Buddha said, it is thus, it is thus. O good man! There are two kinds of way. One is eternal, and the other non-eternal. Enlightenment, too, is of two kinds. One is eternal, and the other non-eternal. The same applies to nirvana, too. What the Tirthayikas say regarding the way relates to the non-eternal, what is said within Buddhism relates to the eternal. The enlightenment of the Sravaka and Pratyeka Buddha relates to the non-eternal. The enlightenment of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas is the eternal. The emancipation of the Tirthayikas is non-eternal, and that of the Buddhist is eternal. O good man! The way, enlightenment, and nirvana are all eternal. All beings are always overshadowed by innumerable defilements, and as they lack the eye of wisdom, they cannot see. But in order to see, all beings practice Shila morality, samadhi, meditative absorption, and wisdom. By practicing these, they see the way, enlightenment, and nirvana. The nature and characteristics of the way do not suffer from birth and death. Hence, it is hard to grasp. O good man! With the way, there is no color or form to be seen, nor any weight to be known. Yet there is its function. O good man! A being's mind is not long, not short, not coarse, not minute, not bound nor unbound, nor is it anything visible, but it still appears as though it were visible. Hence, I said to Sudatta, O rich man, make the mind the king of the castle. If the mind is not guarded, the body and mouth will not be guarded. If the mind is guarded, the body and mouth, too, will be guarded. When the body and mouth are not well guarded, all beings fall into the three unfortunate realms. If beings guard their body and mouth well, they can attain the nirvana of humans and gods. Gaining speaks of truth. Not gaining speaks of non-truth. Oh, good man! It is the same with the way, enlightenment, and nirvana. There can be the is and the eternal. If there were only the not is, how could there be a cutting away of all defilements? Because of the is, all bodhisattvas are able to see clearly and to know. O good man! There are two kinds of seeing. One is seeing by outer signs indications, and the other by fathoming. What is seeing by outer signs? It is like seeing fire from afar, when one sees the smoke. Actually, one does not see the fire. Though one does not see it, nothing is false here. We see a crane in the sky, and say that we see water. Though we do not see water, this is not false. We see the flower and the leaf, and we say that we see the root. Though we do not see the root, this is not false. We see a cow's horns far off through the hedges, and we say that we can see a cow. Though we do not see the cow, this is nevertheless not false. We see a pregnant woman and say that we see carnal desire. We do not actually see carnal desire, but this is not false. Also, we see the fresh leaves of a tree and say that we see water. Though we do not actually see it, this is not false. We see a cloud, and we say that we see rain. Though the rain 203 itself is not seen, this is not false. Seeing the actions of the body and mouth, we say that we see the mind. The mind is not seen, but this is not false. This is seeing by outer signs. What is seeing by fathoming? It is like seeing the color of the eye. O good man! A man's eye is pure and does not get broken damaged by looking. It is like seeing a mango held in one's own palm. The same is the case where the bodhisattva clearly sees the way, enlightenment, and nirvana. Though he sees thus, there are no characteristics to be seen. For this reason, in days past, I said to Shariputra, O Shariputra, the Tathagata alone knows, sees, and realizes all that the world, such as Sramanas, Brahmins, Devas, Maras, Brahmas, or humans, do not see and realize. It is the same with the bodhisattvas. O Shariputra, what all the world knows, sees, and realizes, I and the bodhisattvas also know, see, and realize. What the world and beings do not know, see, and realize, is also known, seen, and realized by the Buddha and the bodhisattvas. It must be thus. The world and beings know, see, and realize, and they say that they know, see, and realize. O Shariputra, the Tathagata knows, sees, and realizes all, yet he does not say that he knows, sees, and realizes. So do things also obtain with the bodhisattvas. Why? If the Tathagata shows that he knows, sees, and realizes, he is no but a world-honored one. He is a common mortal. It is the same with the bodhisattva, too. Chapter 23, On Pure Actions 3. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said, the Buddha world-honored one once said to Shariputra, what the world knows I also know, what the world does not know, I also know all. What does this mean? O good man! The world does not know, see, or realize the Buddha nature. If there is a person who knows, sees, and realizes the Buddha nature, we do not call such a person one of the world. We say bodhisattva. The world also does not know, see, or realize the 12 types of scripture, the 12 links of interdependent arising, the 4 inversions, the 4 truths, the 37 factors leading to enlightenment, unsurpassed enlightenment, and great nirvana. If these are known, seen, or realized, we do not say of the world, we say bodhisattva. O good man! This is what we mean when we say that the world does not know, see, or realize. How does the world know, see, or realize? So-called Brahma, Mahesvara, Narayana, nature, time, mode, dharma, non-dharma are the creators. They talk about an end and a beginning, about the is not and is of the world, and say that nirvana commences from the first dhyana and ends in non-thoughtlessness. O good man! This is what the world knows, sees, and realizes. The bodhisattva knows, sees, and realizes such. The bodhisattva already has known, seen, and realized such. If we say that he does not know, see, or realize, this is nothing but falsehood. What is false constitutes sin. On account of this sin, one falls into hell. O good man! If any man, woman, sramana or Brahmin says that there is no such thing as the way, enlightenment, or nirvana, know that such a person is an ekantaka, most spiritually deluded person. Such a person is one of Mara's kindred. This is slandering Dharma. Such slandering is a slandering of all Buddhas. Such a person is not of the world, and not of the world. Then Kasyapa, on hearing this, praised the Buddha in a gatha, saying, the great compassionate one pities beings, and has them take refuge in him. He well extracts all poisonous arrows. So I call him a great doctor. A worldly doctor effects a cure. He cures indeed, but the illness returns. The Tathagata cures, but the illness does not return. The world-honored one gives all beings amrita, the ambrosia of immortality. When beings partake of this, they do not die, nor do they get reborn. The Tathagata expounds to me 204 Great Nirvana. When beings hear the closely guarded doctrine, they gain birthlessness and deathlessness. Having sung thus, Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! The Buddha says, the Bodhisattva does know, see, and realize what the world knows, sees and realizes. If it is the case that the Bodhisattva is here in the world, we cannot say, the world does not know, see, or realize. But this Bodhisattva well knows, sees, and realizes. If he is not of the world, what different characteristics does he have? The Buddha said, O good man! The Bodhisattva is of the world and not of the world. What does not know, see, and realize is the world. He who does know, see, and realize is not of the world. You ask, what difference is there? I shall now explain. O good man! If any man or woman hears this Nirvana Sutra, feels respect, and aspires to unsurpassed enlightenment, such a person is a bodhisattva of the world. All the world does not know, see, or realize. Such a bodhisattva, too, does not know, see, or realize, as in the case of the world. When the bodhisattva hears this Nirvana Sutra, he comes to know that the world does not know, see, or realize, and that this is what the bodhisattva should come to know, see, and realize. Having come to know of this, he thinks to himself, how am I to effect an expedient and learn and come to know, see, and realize? He further thinks, I shall uphold the pure Shila moral rules with the deepest mind. O good man! On this account, the bodhisattva, in the world to come, is pure in all places where he gets born. O good man! As the bodhisattva Mahasattva is pure in Shila, in whatever place he finds himself he has no arrogance, no wrong views, no doubt, and never, to the end, says that the Tathagata ever enters nirvana. This is how the bodhisattva observes pure Shila. The precepts are already pure with him. He then next practices meditation. Through practicing meditation, wherever he may be, he abides in right remembrance and does not forget. That is to say that beings all have the Buddha nature, that there are the 12 types of scripture, and that the all-Buddha world-honored one is the eternal, bliss, the self, and the pure. All bodhisattvas abide in the Vaipulya Great Nirvana Sutra and see the Buddha nature. They rightly remember all of this and do not forget. Through practicing dhyana's meditations, they gain 11 shunyata's emptinesses. This is the practicing of the pure meditation of the bodhisattva. Achieving Shila and meditation, they next practice pure wisdom. By practicing wisdom, they first see the self in the body and the body in the self. There are no such clingings as, this body, this self, no body, and no self. This is practicing the pure wisdom of the bodhisattva. By practicing wisdom the Shila which he observes is steadfast and does not move. O good man! It is like Sumeru, which does not shake, in spite of the winds from the four quarters. The same is the case with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva. He does not shake, in spite of the four inversions. O good man! The Shila which the Bodhisattva knows, sees, and realizes and upholds at that time does not shake. That is why we say that what the Bodhisattva knows, sees, and realizes is not of the world. O good man! The Bodhisattva has no repentance in his mind when he sees that the Shila he upholds is steadfast. As there is no regret, there is joy in his mind. As he has joy, his mind is happy. As he is happy, his mind is at peace. As his mind is at peace, there comes about an immovable samadhi. As the samadhi is immovable, there is true knowing and seeing. Due to true knowing and seeing, there is parting from birth and death. Parting from birth and death, he achieves emancipation vimutti. As a result of emancipation, he clearly sees the Buddha nature. This is what we mean when we say that what the Bodhisattva knows, sees, and realizes is not something that obtains in the world. O good man! This is what the world does not know, see, or realize. Kagyapa further said, in what way does the Bodhisattva not repent as he upholds the pure Shila? And how does he clearly see the Buddha nature? The Buddha said, O good man! The Shila that obtains in the world is not pure. Why not? Because the Shila that obtains in the world is grounded on is, and because its nature is not fixed and is not the utmost. It stands not widely for all beings. Hence, we say non-pure. Not being pure, there is regret. Because of regret, the mind 205 knows no joy. As there is no joy in the mind, there is no happiness. As there is no happiness, there is no peace. As there is no peace, there is no immovable samadhi. As there is no immovable samadhi, there is no true knowing and seeing. As there is no true knowing and seeing, there is no fleeing from the world. As there is no fleeing from the world, there is no emancipation. As there is no emancipation, there is no seeing of the Buddha nature. As there is no seeing of the Buddha nature, there is no gaining of great nirvana. This is what we call the impure Shila that obtains in the world. O good man! We speak of the pure Shila of the Bodhisattva Mahasattva because the Shila is no Shila, not for existence, but the ultimate in samadhi, and is for the benefit of beings. This is the pure Shila of the Bodhisattva. Although the Bodhisattva Mahasattva does not desire to gain any non-regretting mind through pure Shila, the non-regretting mind spontaneously arises. O good man! If, for example, a man holds a bright mirror in his hand, his face will appear in it, even if he does not wish it to appear there. It is also as in the case of a farmer who sows good seed in a good field, after which buds spontaneously emerge there, even were this not so desired. Also, it is like lighting a lamp, when the gloom automatically disappears, even though such may not be desired. As the Bodhisattva Mahasattva steadfastly observes the purity of Shila, a non-regretful mind will automatically arise. The case is thus. Through the purity of the Shila, the mind gains joy. O good man! It is like the mien of a man of straight honest mind, which is pleasing to behold. The same is the case with a person who observes the purity of Shila. O good man! One's mind does not feel pleased when one sees the impurity of Shila of a person who violates Shila. This is like seeing the ill-looking unattractive face of a cruel person, when one does not feel any joy. The situation is the same with a person who violates Shila. O good man! As an example, there are two pasture women. One holds in her hand a pot of cream, and the other a pot of milk. Both go to the castle town, wishing to sell their produce there. On the way, they take a tumble, and the pots get broken. The one woman is happy, and the other is sad and worried. It is the same with upholding and not upholding Shila. The person who upholds the purity of Shila has a joyful mind. Glad at heart, that person thinks, the All-Buddha Tathagata says in his Nirvana Sutra that a person who upholds the purity of Shila will gain nirvana. Since I now uphold the purity of Shila, I shall surely attain it. Because of this, my heart is glad. Kajyapa said further, what difference is there between joy and bliss? O good man! When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva does not commit any evil, there is joy with him. When the mind is pure, and when one upholds Shila, there is bliss. O good man! When the Bodhisattva sees birth and death, this is joy. When he sees great nirvana, there is bliss. What is low in grade is joy, and what is high in grade is bliss. When one departs from the property gained in common with others, there is joy. When one attains individually gained property, there is bliss. When Shila is pure, the body is light and soft, and one's speech knows no coarseness. Then, the Bodhisattva can see, hear, smell, taste, touch, and know, and there is nothing that is evil in these sensations. With no evil, the mind is at peace. Because of peace, he gains the quietude of samadhi. As he gains the quietude of samadhi, he truly knows and sees. When he truly knows and sees, he flees from birth and death. When he flees from birth and death, he gains emancipation. When he gains emancipation, he sees the Buddha nature. When he sees the Buddha nature, he gains great nirvana. This is the pure upholding of Shila by the Bodhisattva. This is not what applies in the upholding of Shila in secular life. Why not? O good man! The pure Shila which the Bodhisattva Mahasattva upholds is supported by 5 things. What are these 5? They are, 1. Faith, 2. Feeling ashamed of oneself for any sin that one has committed, 3. Feeling ashamed of others, 4. Any sin they have committed, 4. A good friend of the way, and 5. Respect adding increasing. Shila. Because one segregates oneself from the 5 overshadowings Pankavaranani. Because what one sees is pure, as one is separate from the 5 distorted views Panka. Dristaya. There is no element of doubt, since one is away from the 5 doubts, which are doubting, 1. The Buddha, 2. Dharma, 3. Sangha, 4. Shila, and 5. Non-indolence. The Bodhisattva then gains the 5 roots, which are, 1. Faith, 2. Remembrance, 3. Effort, 4. Meditation, and 5. Wisdom. Through the 5 roots, he gains the 5 kinds of nirvana, which 206 are emancipation from, 1. Rupa body, matter down to consciousness, i.e. emancipation from the 5 skandhas. This is the Bodhisattva's pure upholding of Shila. This is not of the secular world. O good man! This is what the secular world does not know, see, or realize. This is what the Bodhisattva knows, sees, and realizes. O good man! If any of my disciples uphold, recite, copy and speak about the great Nirvana Sutra and violate the moral precepts, people will reproach them, look down upon them, and say, if the Mahaparinirvana which the Buddha closely guards is supposed to have power, how come that it makes you thus violate the moral precepts which you have received? If it is the case that anybody upholding this Nirvana Sutra breaks the prohibitive rules, know that this sutra has no power. If it has no power, there can never be any merit from it, even if one recites it. By belittling and transgressing against this Nirvana Sutra, all innumerable and boundless numbers of people have to fall into hell. Anyone who upholds the sutra and breaks the moral rules is a very bad teacher of the way. Such is no disciple of mine, but one of Mara's kindred. I do not permit such a person to hold the sutra. It is better not to allow such a person to receive, possess, and practice than to allow him to transgress, uphold, and practice Shila. O good man! Any disciple of mine, when upholding, reciting, copying, or speaking about the Nirvana Sutra, should be serious in the deportment of his body and mind and should be careful not to play around and behave lightly. What refers to body is playing around, what refers to mind is behaving lightly. The mind that seeks is what behaves lightly, the body that does many things is that which plays around. Any of my disciples who seek is and act cannot receive and hold this Mahayana Great Nirvana Sutra. Should any such be holding the sutra, people will belittle and reproach him, saying, if the Buddha's close-guarded Nirvana Sutra possesses any power, how can it be that he permits you to seek is and act? If anyone who holds this sutra seeks is and acts, know that this sutra has no power. If it cannot generate any great power, it is useless to possess the sutra. When a person thus belittles the sutra, innumerable and boundless numbers of beings will have to fall into hell. Should a person possess the sutra, see is and act, such a person is none but the worst friend of the way. Such a person is not one of my disciples, but a kindred of Mara. And next, O good man! Any disciple of mine who receives, recites, copies, and speaks about this Nirvana Sutra should not speak about it at an untimely moment, in a land where one should not preach, not when one is not asked to preach, not with a light mind, not in all places, not speak about it, praising it by oneself, not speak of it while belittling others, not by killing the Buddhist teaching, and not by burning out secular dharma. O good man! If any of my disciples receive and hold the sutra and speak about it at an untimely moment or down to burning off of secular dharma, people will belittle it and say, if there is any great power in the Buddha's closely guarded great nirvana, how can it allow you to speak of it at an untimely moment or burning out secular dharma? If a person who possesses the sutra acts like this, then know that this sutra has no power. If it has no power, there is no benefit to be had from it, even if you hold it. Through belittling this Nirvana Sutra, innumerable beings are caused to fall into hell. If one receives and upholds the sutra and speaks of it on untimely occasions down to burning off of secular dharma, such a person is the worst friend of all beings. Such a one is not a disciple of mine, but is of Mara's kindred. O good man! What is required first of all of anyone who desires to keep the sutra, who speaks of great nirvana, who speaks of the Buddha nature, who speaks of the hidden dharma of the Tathagata, who speaks of Mahayana, who speaks of the Vaipulya Sutras, who speaks of the Sravaka vehicle, who speaks of the Pratyekabuddha vehicle, who sees the Buddha nature, is to make the body pure. When the body is pure, there can be no grounds for reproaching. When there is nothing to reproach, this enables beings to gain the pure mind in this great nirvana. When faith arises, one respects the sutra. One hears a gatha, a line, or a word, or one speaks of dharma, and one aspires to unsurpassed enlightenment. Know that this person is a true, good teacher of the way to all beings. Such a person is not a bad teacher of the way. Such is a disciple of mine and not of Mara's clan. This is what we mean when we say that the Bodhisattva is not of 207 the world. O good man! This is what the world does not know, see, or realize. This is what the Bodhisattva knows, sees, and realizes. Also, next, O good man! What is that which all the world does not know, see, or realize, and which the Bodhisattva knows, sees, and realizes? This is the 6 thinkings. What 6? These are 1. Thinking of the Buddha, 2. Thinking of Dharma, 3. Thinking of the Sangha, 4. Thinking of Shila, 5. Thinking of Dana charitable giving, and 6. Thinking of the Devas. O good man! What is thinking of the Buddha? This is saying that the Buddha, who is the Tathagata, alms deserving, all enlightened one, all accomplished one, well gone, all knower, best trainer, teacher of gods and humans, Buddha and world-honored one is eternal and does not change, possessed of the 10 powers, the 4 fearlessnesses, uttering the lion's roar, and is a great Sramana and a great Brahmin. His great pureness ultimately carries a person to the other shore. No one supersedes him, and none can see the top of his head. There is no fear, no being frightened, and no moving with him. One and alone, none to accompany him, and none to teach him. He is perfectly awake in all such treasures of knowledge as quick acting knowledge, great knowledge, bright knowledge, deep knowledge, emancipation knowledge, unshared knowledge, widely suffusing knowledge, and ultimate knowledge. He is, of men, the elephant king, the cow king, the naga king, the strongest male, the white lotus, and the best trainer. He is the great giver, the great teacher of Dharma. As he knows Dharma, he is called teacher of Dharma. He is called the teacher of Dharma because he knows the meaning, because he knows the apt time, because he knows how to be contented, because he knows by himself Because he knows the masses of beings, because he knows the various natures of beings. Because he knows, of all natures, the sharp, the dull, and the medium, and because he speaks of the middle path. Why do we say Tathagata? Because he does not change, as already taught by all Buddhas in the past. Why does he not change? All Buddhas in the past, in order to succor beings, delivered the 12 types of scripture. The same with the Tathagata. So we say Tathagata, the all. Buddha Tathagata comes from the 6 paramithas, the 37 factors leading to enlightenment, the 11 shunyatas, and enters great nirvana. The same is the case with the Tathagata, too. That is why he is called the Buddha and the Tathagata. The all-Buddha Tathagata enacts expedience as he wills for the sake of beings, and opens up the 3 vehicles. His life is infinite and boundless. The same is the case with the Tathagata too. That is why the Buddha is called the Tathagata. Why is he called one worthy of the offerings made him? Whatever is of the world is the enemy. As the Buddha has to crush this out, he is called one who answers, i.e. one who answers the challenges of Mara. Now, the 4 Maras are the enemies of the Bodhisattva. The all-Buddha Tathagata, when still a Bodhisattva, thoroughly vanquished the 4 Maras through wisdom. Hence, one who answers. Also, next, to answer means to segregate. While a Bodhisattva, he segregated himself from innumerable defilements. Hence, to answer. Also, next, to answer means bliss. All Buddhas in the past, as Bodhisattvas, and for innumerable asamkhya's of kalpas, underwent all kinds of suffering, and yet there was no non-bliss to the end, but always bliss. The same was the case with the Tathagata. Hence, to answer. And also, all humans and devas offer him various kinds of incense, flowers, garlands, flying and hanging banners, and music. Hence, to answer. Why do we say Sho Henji Sumyuk Sambuddha? Sho means not upside down, Henji means that there is nothing in the 4 inversions that he does not know. And also, Sho means penance. We say Henji. By virtue of penance, one knows that sorrowful fruits definitely arise therefrom. And also, Sho is the middle path in secular life. Henji means that as one definitely practices the middle path, one attains unsurpassed enlightenment. And, also, Sho connotes that it is possible to count, weigh, and tell out, describe, proclaim. Henji means that it is not possible to count, weigh, and tell out. That is why the Buddha is the all-enlightened one. Oh, good man. With the Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas, there are cases where they have Henji or where they do not. How so? Hen means the 5 skandhas, 12 spheres, and 18 realms. And the Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas can also gain Henji. Hence, to know all. 208 Pervadingly what is not knowing all pervadingly. O good man. The 2 vehicles cannot know Rupa body, form all through, even if they meditate on it for innumerable kalpas. Hence, there can be no case where the Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas can know all the way through. What is Myogyosoka Vidyakarana Sampana? Myo means to gain innumerable good fruits, and gyo means leg. Good fruit means unsurpassed enlightenment, and leg means Shila and wisdom. Riding on the legs of Shila and wisdom, one gains unsurpassed enlightenment. Hence, Myogyosoku. And also, Myo means to charm, Gyo means good, and Soka fruit. O good man. This is what the world thinks it means. To charm means emancipation, good means unexcelled enlightenment, the fruit refers to Mahaparinirvana. Hence, Maya Jiasaku. And also, Myo means light, gyo action, and soka fruition. O good man! This is the meaning which the world accepts. For these terms, light relates to non-indolence, action to the six paramithas, and fruition to unsurpassed enlightenment. And also, myo means three brightnesses, which are, 1. Bodhisattva brightness, 2. All-Buddha brightness, and 3. Ignorance-destroying brightness. The Bodhisattva brightness is the paramithas, the All-Buddha brightness is the Buddha, ignorance-destroying brightness is the ultimate void. By action is meant that one performs all kinds of good actions over innumerable kalpas for all beings. Foot Soka Beito Ken's clearly seeing the Buddha nature. Hence, we say Maya Jiasaku. What does Zenzei Shugata, well gone mean? Zen means high, and Zai means not high. O good man! This is what the world takes it to mean. High relates to unsurpassed enlightenment, and not high to Tathagata mind. O good man! Anyone whose mind is high is not called Tathagata. That is why the Tathagata is called Zenzei. And also, good Zen connotes good teacher of the way. Zai is the fruition of the good teacher of the way. O good man! This is what the world takes it to mean. Good teacher of the way means the first budding of Bodhicitta enlightenment mind. Fruition is none other than great nirvana. The Tathagata, not abandoning the first budding of the mind, arrives at great nirvana. For this reason, the Tathagata is the well gone. And also, Zen indicates to like, and Zai indicates is. O good man! This is as the world takes the meaning. To like refers to seeing the Buddha nature, and is great nirvana. O good man! The nature of nirvana is not really is. The All-Buddha says is when he is addressing the world at large. O good man! For example, a person does not have a son, but people say that he has. Though, in truth, they have no way, they say that they do. The same is the case with nirvana. Because of standing on this ground of the world at large, we say is. The All-Buddha world-honored one attains great nirvana. Hence, well gone. What do we mean by Sakanji Lokavid, knowledge, understanding of the world? Sakan denotes the five skandhas, and Ge means to know. The All-Buddha world-honored one thoroughly knows the five skandhas. Hence, understanding the world well. Also, world means the five desires, and Ge non-clinging. When one does not cling to the five desires, this is one who well understands the world. We say world. All the Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas, as numerous as Asamkhyas of countries in the East, do not see and know. But all Buddhas know all, see all, and understand all. So is it with the countries in the south, west, north, the four corners, and the lands up and down. Thus the Buddha is one who knows the world. Also, world refers to all beings, to know relates to the good and bad causes and effects of all beings. This is not something that can be known by Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. The Buddha alone knows. That is why we say that the Buddha is the all-knower. Also, the world is lotus, and to know means not to get defiled. O good man! This is what the world takes things to be. Lotus is the Tathagata, not getting defiled means that the Tathagata does not get defiled by the 8 things of the world, possibly, profit, weakening, destruction, honor, praise, slandering, suffering, and bliss. Hence, we call the Buddha the all-knower. Also, all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are called all-knowers. Why? Because of the fact that all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas see the world. Hence, all-knower. O good man! This is as when one gains life from food, as a result of which we call food life. The same is the case with all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. As they know the world, they are called all-knowers. Why do we say Mujoshi Anuttara, the unsurpassed one? Joshi means to cut. 1. 209 Who does not need to cut anything is the unsurpassed one. So the Buddha is the unsurpassed one. Also, Joshi means quarrel. The unsurpassed one has no quarrel. The Tathagata has no quarrel. So the Buddha is the unsurpassed one. And Joshi means that the words can be destroyed. The word, Mujoshi, is not one that can be destroyed. Beings cannot destroy what the Tathagata says. So, the Buddha is the unsurpassed one. Also, Joshi means top seat stavara. An honorific, meaning aged, old, venerable. Mujoshi means that there is no seat that is higher. No one surpasses the Buddhas of the three times. So, we call the Buddha the unsurpassed one. Jo is new, and she old. The all-Buddha world-honored one dwells in great nirvana, and there is no talking of new or old. So, we call the Buddha the unsurpassed one. Why do we say Yago Jabhu Purasadamaya trainer of men persons? Being a man himself, he trains men. O good man! The Tathagata is no man, and is not no man. As he perfects man, the Tathagata is called a man. If any man or woman is perfect in four things, such a one is a man human. What for? These are, 1. Being a good teacher of the way, 2. Listening well, 3. Thinking well, and 4. Practicing the way well as told. O good man! If any man or woman fails in these four things, he or she is not a human. Why not? Because, though the body is that of a human, the action is that of an animal. The Tathagata trains and breaks in men and women. For this reason, the Buddha is called the best trainer. Also, next, O good man! There are 4 ways of breaking in a horse. These are to touch, 1. Its hair, 2. Its skin, 3. Its flesh, and 4. Its bone. By touching, the trainer's will is carried out. It is the same with the Tathagata. Beings get broken in 4 ways. First, he speaks of birth, and beings accept the Buddha's words. This is like the driver touching the hair, by which his will is carried out. Second, he speaks of birth and death, and beings accept the Buddha's words. This is as when the hair and skin are touched, by which the trainer's will is carried out. Thirdly, he speaks of birth, old age, and illness, and beings accept the Buddha's words. This is like touching the hair, skin, and flesh, by which the trainer's will is carried out. Fourthly, he speaks of birth, old age, illness, and death, and the Buddha's words find acceptance. This is as when the trainer's will is carried out as his hand touches the hair, skin, flesh, and bone. O good man! There is nothing definite when a trainer breaks in a horse. When the Tathagata world-honored one subdues beings, this is definite and there is nothing lacking. Hence, we say that the Buddha is the best trainer. Why is he the Tenanchi Sastadava Manusyanam, teacher of gods and humans? Of teachers, there are 2 kinds. One teaches what is good, and the other teaches what is bad. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas teach all beings what is good. What is good? It is what is good of body, mouth, and mind. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas teach beings and say, O good man! You should segregate yourself from the evil actions of the body. Why? Because one ought to segregate oneself from evil actions and attain emancipation. For this reason, I teach you this Dharma. If it were the case that you could not segregate yourself from evil actions and attain emancipation, I would not, to the end, teach you to segregate yourself from evil. It can never come to pass that any being should segregate himself from evil actions and then fall into the three unfortunate realms. Through segregation, one achieves unexcelled enlightenment and attains great nirvana. So, all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas always teach beings this Dharma. It is the same with the situation of the mouth and mind. Hence, the Buddha is the unsurpassed teacher. Also next, before, I was not enlightened, but now I am. With what I have gained, I teach beings. I did not practice pure actions from the very beginning, but now I do so practice. With what I have practiced, I address beings. Having done away with ignorance, I also do away with the ignorance of other beings. I have myself gained the pure I and enable beings to dispel the gloom, and give them the pure I. I know of two truths and also speak to beings about the two truths. On gaining emancipation, I speak to them about this Dharma of emancipation. Crossing the boundless great ocean of birth and death, I likewise enable beings to cross it. Having myself gained fearlessness, I teach and make them fearless. Having myself gained nirvana, I speak to beings of great nirvana. That is why I am the Buddha and the unsurpassed teacher. Heaven is daytime. Up in heaven, the day is long and the nights short. 210. Hence, heaven. And, also, heaven has no apprehension. Hence, what there is pleasure. So we say heaven. And also, heaven is a lamp. It thoroughly dispels the gloom and makes things very bright. Hence, heaven. Also, it thoroughly destroys the gloom of evil actions, giving one good actions, by which one gets born in heaven. Hence, heaven. And also, heaven is felicity. Due to felicity, we also say heaven. Also, heaven is day. The day has light. So we call the day heaven. Hence, heaven. Man feels much obligation. And also, man has softness, gentleness in body and speech. Also, man is arrogant. Also, man thoroughly destroys arrogance. O good man! Although the All-Buddha is the unsurpassed great teacher, in the sutras he is also styled the teacher of gods and humans. Why? O good man! Of all beings, only devas and humans can well aspire to unsurpassed enlightenment, practice the 10 good deeds, and attain the fruits of the Shrotapanna, Sakritagaman, Anagaman, and Arhat, and attain unsurpassed enlightenment. Hence, the Buddha is the teacher of heaven and earth. Why do we say Buddha? He is awake. Himself awake, he also thoroughly awakens others. Oh, good man! For example, if one is aware that there is a robber present, the robber can do nothing. It is the same here. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva is awake to all the innumerable defilements. Being awake to all defilements, he makes all defilements unable to do anything. Hence, the Buddha. On account of this awakening, he is birthless, ageless, diseaseless, and deathless. Hence, the Buddha. We say Bhajaba Bhagavath, Lord. Bhaga means to destroy, Ba means defilement. As he crushes defilements, he is called Bhagavath. He is also so called because he well accomplishes wonderful dharma, because he well comprehends all teachings dharmas. Because he possesses great virtues and towers above all others, because he has great fame, being known in all 10 directions, because he variously makes great offerings, because, innumerable asamkhya's of kalpas ago, he did away with the female quality. O good man! Any person, man, or woman, who thus thinks of the Buddha, always sees the Buddha world-honored one, while walking, standing, sitting, lying in bed, day or night, in the brightness or in the gloom. Why do we say Tathagata, alms-deserving, and all-enlightened one, down to Bhagavath and give him so many epithets of innumerable virtues? O good man! The Bodhisattva, for innumerable long kalpas past, has respected his parents, the honored ones Upadhyaya, the Buddhist teacher responsible for rites, rules, and discipline in a monastic community, all teachers, stavaras, and elders Aosmat, long-lived ones, and has always, over innumerable kalpas, practiced, for being's sake, dana, observed the moral precepts, practiced forbearance, made effort, practiced meditation, attained wisdom, and has been full of great loving kindness and compassion, and is perfect in sympathetic joy and equanimity. Because of this, the Bodhisattva now has the 32 signs of perfection and the 80 minor marks of excellence. And also, the Bodhisattva, for innumerable asamkhyas of kalpas, has practiced effort, faith, mindfulness, meditation, wisdom, the Pancha Indriya, the 5 sense organs or roots, has respected and made offerings to teachers and elders, always caring for the good of Dharma and for food. The Bodhisattva holds, reads, and recites the 12 types of scripture, and for the sake of all beings, works for emancipation, peace, and happiness, not caring a whit for his own. Why? Because the Bodhisattva always cultivates the mind-mental attitude, mental state to flee the world, to renounce home life. He cultivates the non-created mind, the mind of non-disputation, non-defilement, non-binding, non-clinging, uncoveredness, and the non-indefinable mind, the mind of non-birth and death, non-greed, non-anger, non-ignorance, non-arrogance, non-defilement, non-illusion, non-suffering, the infinite mind, the large mind, the mind of the all-void, the vacant mind, the non-vacant mind, the non-trained mind, the non-protected mind, the non-covered mind, the non-secular mind, the mind that is eternally in meditation, the ever-practicing mind, the ever-emancipated mind, the mind that seeks non-recompense, the desireless mind, the mind that desires to do good, the non-speaking mind, the softened mind, the non-abiding mind, the unmolested free, unrestricted mind, the impermanence mind, mind aware of the impermanence of phenomena, the honest mind, the non-flattering mind, the mind of pure good. 211 And the mind that does not care for more or less, i.e. contented mind, the non-hard mind, the mind not of the common mortal, the non-sravaka mind, the non-pratyeka Buddha mind, the good knowing mind, the boundary knowing mind, mind that knows that an existence has its own boundary line, the mind that knows the world of birth and death, the mind that knows the eternal world, the mind of the unmolested world. Because of this, he now has the 10 powers, the 4 fearlessnesses, great compassion, the 3 mental states, and the eternal bliss, self, and the pure. That is why we can say Tathagata down to Bhagavath. This is the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's way of thinking of the Buddha. How does the Bodhisattva Mahasattva think of Dharma? O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva thinks, the Dharma spoken of by all Buddhas is all wonderful and best. Grounding themselves in this Dharma, beings arrive at the fruition of the present life. Only this wonderful Dharma knows no time. What the Dharma eye sees is not that of the fleshly eye. And no analogy can gain comparison express it. Dharma is not something that is born, and it does not die, it abides not, nor does it die away. There is no beginning and no ending. It is not created and is not countable, cannot be reckoned or calculated. To the homeless, it becomes his home. To the refugeless and homeless, it is a refuge. To one with no light, it is light. To one not yet arrived at the other shore, it enables him to reach the other shore. To one who has no fragrance, it becomes unhindered fragrance. It cannot be seen. It does not move, it does not turn. Parting eternally from all pleasures, what there is peace and bliss. It is the ultimate and the all. Wonderful. It is not matter rupa and is cut off from matter. And yet it is matter. The same applies down all the skandhas to consciousness. And it is not consciousness and is cut off from consciousness. And yet it is consciousness. It is not action and is cut off from action. It is not binding, nor severing from bonds. It is no substance and is cut off from substance, and yet, it is substance. It is not the world and is cut off from the world, and yet, it is the world. It is not is, and is cut off from is, and yet, it is is. It is not entering and is cut off from entering, and yet, it is entering. It is no cause and is cut off from cause, and yet, it is cause. It is no result and is cut off from result. It is not false and not true, and is cut off from all that is true, and yet, it is the true. It is not something born, and it does not die, and it is long cut off from birth and extinction, and yet, it is extinction. It has no form that can be seen and is not non-form, and is cut off from all that can be seen, and yet, it is form. It is no teaching and is not no teaching, and yet, it is the teacher. It is no fear and no peace, and is cut off from all fear, and yet, it is peace. It is not patience ksanti and is not non-patience, and is long away from non-patience, and yet it is patience. It is not tranquility samatha, is not non-tranquility, is cut off from all tranquility, and is yet tranquility. It is the top murdhana of all dharmas, and cuts itself away from all defilements. It is pure, has no form to conform to, and is away from all forms. It is the last station of all innumerable beings. It is cut off from the blazing flames of all births and deaths. This is where all Buddhas come to play. It is the eternal, and there is no change. This is the Bodhisattva's thinking of Dharma. In what way does the Bodhisattva think of the Sangha? All Buddhas and all holy priests live in accordance with Dharma and obediently practice the Dharma which is straight. One cannot see it, catch hold of it, destroy it, or cause harm to it. It cannot be conceived of and is a good field of will punyakastra, a field of merit, blessings for all beings. Though it is a field of will, there is no having it in hand grasping hold of it. All is pure and undefiled, it is non-ashrava. And non-created, it is vast and boundless. The mind is trained and soft, is all equal, and is undivided. There is no matting. All is eternal and unchanging. This is how to think of the Sangha. How does the Bodhisattva think of Shila, the moral precepts? The Bodhisattva thinks, there is Shila. It is not to be transgressed against. It is non-ashrava, cannot be destroyed, and is not mixed up. Though it has no form or color, it can be protected. Though there is nothing about it that can be touched or felt, one can certainly effect a means and be perfect in it. Nothing is lacking. It is what all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas praise. This is the cause of the Vaipulya and great nirvana. O good man! As an example, all such things as the great earth, ships, garlands, 12 great family clans, the great ocean, ash water, houses, swords, bridges, good doctors, wonderful medicine, agata, Sintamani wish-fulfilling jewel, legs, eyes, parents' gentle attitude, all such things cannot be plundered or have harm caused them. Fire cannot burn them nor water wash them away. Such is a flight of steps that leads up to high mountains or a great hanging banner of all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Abiding in this Shila, one attains the level of Shrotapana. I know that I can, but I do not. Why not? Because if I attain this Shrotapana, I cannot save all beings. If I am to abide in this Shila and attain supreme enlightenment, I, too, can do this. This is what I desire to have. Why? If I gain supreme enlightenment, I will indeed be able to speak about all wonderful Dharma and Sukhura beings. This is the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's way of thinking of Shila. How do we think of dana, charitable giving? The Bodhisattva Mahasattva meditates deeply on this dana, which is the cause of unsurpassed enlightenment. He thinks, all Buddhas and Bodhisattvas perform such dana. I, too, will befriend and practice it. If it is not performed, one cannot adorn the four classes of people of the Sangha. Though giving does not cut away defilements to the very end, it certainly extirpates those of the present. By reason of giving, all the beings of the 10 directions, as numerous as the sands of innumerable, boundless numbers of Ganges, always praise such giving. When the Bodhisattva Mahasattva gives food to beings, he gives out life. As a recompense for this dana, he always is and does not change when he attains Buddhahood. As he bestows bliss, peace visits him when he attains Buddhahood. When the Bodhisattva gives, he seeks things in the correct way, he never spoils others through his giving. Because of this, when he attains Buddhahood, he is blessed with the purity of nirvana. When the Bodhisattva gives, he so contrives things that beings do not ask and yet are given what they need. As a result of this, on the morning of Buddhahood, he attains the sovereign self. Aisvaryatman, i.e. the autonomous, free, and unrestricted self. By giving, he gives strength to others. Because of this, when Buddhahood arrives, he gains the 10 powers. Through giving, he enables others to gain the words of the scriptures. By means of this, when Buddhahood comes, he gains the fourfold unhindered knowledge. All Buddhas and Bodhisattvas practice this giving and gain the cause of nirvana. I, too, will practice giving and engender the cause of nirvana. This is as was said in the Vaipilyazake, i.e. possibly the Gandavyaha Sutra. What is thinking of heaven? There are such places as the four guardians heaven and the thoughtlessness non-thoughtlessness heaven. If one has faith, one gains the heaven of the four guardians of the earth. I, too, can be born there. If Shila, erudition, giving, and wisdom gain one the four guardians heaven and the thoughtlessness non-thoughtlessness heaven, I, too, can be born there. But I do not desire to get born. Why not? Impermanence reigns there in the four guardians heaven and also in the thoughtlessness non-thoughtlessness heaven. Due to impermanence, there exist birth, aging, illness, and death. For this reason, I do not desire to be born there. This is similar to phantoms possibly cheating the ignorant but not the wise. The four guardians heaven and the thoughtlessness non-thoughtlessness heaven are analogous to a phantom. The ignorant is the common mortal, but I am not a common mortal. I once heard of the Paramartha heaven. This refers to the fact that the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas are eternal and do not change. Because of the eternal, there is no birth, aging, illness, or death. I will make effort and seek, for being's sake, Paramartha heaven. Why? Because Paramartha heaven can decidedly enable beings to cut off the ashravas, as in the case of the tree of the mind, which one can certainly bend as one wills. If I have faith down to wisdom, I can certainly gain this Paramartha heaven, and for the sake of beings, one may well think and speak about this Paramartha heaven. This is the Bodhisattva Mahasattva's thinking about heaven. O good man! This is how we say that the Bodhisattva is not of the world. The world does not know, see, and realize. But the Bodhisattva knows, sees, and realizes. O good man! My disciples might say that there is no difference between holding, reciting, copying, and speaking about the 12 types of scripture and holding, reciting, copying, expatiating upon and expounding the great Nirvana Sutra. But this is not so. Why not? O good man! Great Nirvana is what is closely guarded by the All-Buddha World-Honored One. As it is the deepest, 213 and most closely guarded of all the sutras of all the Buddhas, we call it superior. O good man! For this reason, this is a sutra most rare and special, and one difficult to conceive of. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! I also know that this great Nirvana Sutra is the most rare, most special, and is inconceivable, that the Buddha, Dharma and Sangha are inconceivable, and that the Bodhisattva, enlightenment, and great Nirvana are also inconceivable. O world-honored one! Why is it that we say that the Bodhisattva is also inconceivable? O good man! Though none teaches, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva well aspires to enlightenment. Having aspired, he practices, and makes effort. Even if a great fire were to burn his body and his head, he would not abandon his intention of seeking emancipation and his thinking of Dharma. Why not? Because the Bodhisattva Mahasattva always thinks to himself, for innumerable asamkhya's of kalpas, I lived in the realms of hell, hungry ghosts and animals, amongst humans and gods, and was burnt by the fire of defilement and, until now, was not able to gain one definite Dharma. Definite Dharma is none other than unsurpassed enlightenment. I do not care about my body and mind, if it is for unsurpassed enlightenment. I might well pound my body and mind into motes if it be for unsurpassed enlightenment, but I shall not cease practicing the way and making effort. Why not? Because the spirit of practicing the way and making effort is none other than the cause of unsurpassed enlightenment. O good man! The Bodhisattva has not yet seen unsurpassed enlightenment and does not mind sacrificing his body and life for it thus. How could it be otherwise if he has seen it? That is why the Bodhisattva is inconceivable. Also, we say inconceivable. We say so because the Bodhisattva Mahasattva sees the countless number of ills connected with birth and death, and this is not what Sravakas and Pratyeka Buddhas can do. Though aware of the countless ills of birth and death, he does not entertain the least desire to flee from the pains which he suffers, and this for the sake of beings. Hence, we say inconceivable. Just for the sake of beings, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva might suffer all the pains of hell, and yet, for him this is nothing other than feeling the bliss of the third dhyana tritiya. Dhyana, a meditative absorption characterized by equanimity, alertness, awareness, and a feeling of well-being. For this reason, too, we say inconceivable. O good man! As an illustration, a fire starts up in the house of a rich man. He sees this and comes out of the house. His children are left behind and are not free save from the fire. The rich man thinks of the danger from the fire. He goes back and tries to save his children, forgetting all about the danger to himself. It is the same with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva. He knows all about the ills of birth and death, but he faces them and does not mind the danger to himself, just for the benefit of other beings. Hence, we say inconceivable. O good man! Innumerable minds aspire to bodhicitta, the resolve to gain enlightenment. But, seeing all the evils of birth and death, the mind pulls back. Some become Sravakas and some Pratyekabuddhas. But the Bodhisattva, when he hears the sutra, never loses his bodhicitta and does not become a Sravaka or Pratyekabuddha. Thus, although the Bodhisattva has not yet risen to the state of the immovable first Bhumi stage of Bodhisattvic development, his mind is firmly set and knows of no retardation. Hence, we say inconceivable. O good man! A person might say, I shall float on the great sea of suffering and save beings. Can we believe such a statement? O world-honored one! Such a statement may well be believed, or may not. How so? If it means to say that a human is doing the crossing, this is unthinkable. If it means to say that an Asura is, this may well be thought of. O good man! I do not speak of an Asura. I only speak of the human being. O world-honored one! Even amongst humans, there are those who can be thought of and those who cannot. O world-honored one! There are two kinds of human. One is the sage and the other a common mortal. The common mortal is not to be thought of, the sage can be. O good man! I am only speaking of the common mortal, not of the sage. O world-honored one! One such as a common mortal cannot be thought of in this connection. O good man! A common mortal cannot cross the great sea. But this Bodhisattva can indeed cross the great sea of birth and death. For this reason, we say inconceivable. O good man! Is it possible to think of covering Mount Sumeru with the threads fibers of a lotus root? 214 No is the answer, O world-honored one. O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva can, in the flash of a moment, count all the births and deaths of all beings. Hence, we say inconceivable. O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva has already, over innumerable asamkhya's of past kalpas, meditated on birth and death, impermanence, selflessness, non-bliss, and the impure, and yet, for the benefit of beings, discriminates and speaks about the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure. Though he speaks thus, this is no twisted view. Hence, inconceivable. O good man! Imagine getting into water and the water cannot drown you. Imagine stepping into a great fire, and the fire cannot burn you. We cannot ever conceive of such a thing. It is the same with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Although he is in birth and death, no worry and harm can be caused him. Hence, inconceivable. O good man! There are three kinds of men, namely, 1. Top, 2. Middle, and 3. Low. He of the low level thinks as he enters the womb, I am now living in the privy, a place where dirty things turn up, between corpses, amidst thorns and bushes, and in great darkness. And also, when he first emerges from the womb, he thinks, I am now coming out of the privy, out of all these dirty and evil places, and out of great darkness. The man of the middle type thinks as he enters the womb, I am now entering a forest where there are fruit trees, rivers of pure water, rooms, and houses. When he emerges from the womb, he also says likewise. The man of the top rank thinks, I am now up on top of a grand building and in a flowery forest. I am riding on horses and elephants and going up high mountains. It is the same when he comes out from the womb. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva, when entering, realizes that he is now entering the womb, while in the womb, he knows that he is now in the womb. When coming out, he knows that he is coming out. He does not possess a mind of desire or anger, and yet, he has not gained the stage of the First Bhumi. Hence, he is inconceivable. O good man! Supreme enlightenment cannot be expressed in parables, similes, analogies. O good man! Neither can the mind be explained by similes and parables. And yet, all has to be explained. The Bodhisattva Mahasattva has no teacher to ask and no place to learn, and yet he attains supreme enlightenment. After having attained it, he does not think in a stingy way, but always speaks about Dharma for the benefit of beings. Hence, inconceivable. O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva is segregated from the body and is not the mouth, nor is he the mouth, and is not the body. He is neither body nor mouth, and yet there is segregation. We say that he is segregated from the body. This means that he is far removed from killing, stealing, and lust. This is why we say that he is segregated from the body and is not the mouth. We say that there is segregation from the mouth. This means that he is segregated from lies, double tongue, ill speaking, and meaningless words. This is why we say that he is segregated from the mouth, but not from the body. We say that he is away from the body and mouth. This means to say that he is remote from greed, jealousy, anger, and distorted views. O good man! This is why we say that he is segregated from both body and mouth. O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva is none but the body and action of the one Dharma, and is far away from master from being a master, and yet is not away from it. Hence, inconceivable. The same with the mouth, too. O good man! His body parts from the body, and his mouth from the mouth, and wisdom parts from non-body and non-mouth. O good man! There is no case where the one Dharma destroys and creates. The nature of a created thing comes out differently and dies out differently. Hence, wisdom cannot be segregated. O good man! Wisdom cannot destroy it, i.e. the nature of a created thing. Fire cannot burn it, water cannot wash it away, the wind cannot move it, the earth cannot hold it, birth cannot give it birth, age cannot make it old, abiding cannot make it stay, breaking up cannot break it away, greed cannot covet it, anger cannot be angry with it, and ignorance cannot fool it. This is because of the fact that the nature of a created things calls forth different births and different deaths. To the end, the Bodhisattva Mahasattva does not entertain the thought that wisdom crushes out defilement. And yet he says, I crush out defilement. Though he speaks thus, this is not false. Hence, inconceivable. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! I have now for the first time 2:15 come to know of the inconceivability of the Bodhisattva Mahasattva, the inconceivability of Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, of the great Nirvana Sutra, of the person who upholds it, and of enlightenment and nirvana. O world-honored one! The lifespan of the unsurpassed Buddhist teaching must be far and near. When does it end? O good man! Now, the great Nirvana Sutra has 5 actions, which are, 1. Holy action, 2. Pure action, 3. Heavenly action, 4. Illness action, and 5. Child's action. If my disciples uphold, recite, copy, and speak about it, beings will respect it, make much of it, praise it, and make various offerings. Know that the Buddhist teaching in these circumstances will not die out. Oh, good man! If when the great Nirvana Sutra perfectly circulates amongst the people, but all my disciples violate Shila, do all manner of evil, and do not believe in the Sutra, because of their disbelief they will not uphold, recite, copy and explain the meaning, and so they will not be able to be looked up to by the people, and no offerings will be made to them. They will see those who uphold Shila and will look down upon them, saying, "You are of the group of the six masters, six contemporary teachers of the Buddha's day, and are not the Buddha's disciples." Know that in these circumstances it will not be long before the Buddha's teaching dies out. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said further to the Buddha, "O world-honored one, I was once personally taught by you. The teaching of Buddha Kasyapa lived but 7 days and then died out. O world-honored one, did Tathagata Kasyapa leave any kind of sutra behind? If there was anything like that left behind, how can we say that it died out? If not, how can we say that the great Nirvana Sutra is closely guarded by all Buddhas?" The Buddha said, "O good man, I said above that only Manjushri could understand. I shall now repeat it again. Listen carefully, listen carefully. O good man, there are 2 laws dharmas of the all-Buddha world-honored one, namely those of 1. Secular understanding, and 2. Paramartha Satya, ultimate truth. The secular law dies out, but not that of Paramartha Satya. Also, there are 2 kinds. One is of the non-eternal, non-self, non-bliss, and the non-pure, the other is that of the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure. The non-eternal, non-self, non-bliss, and the non-pure die out, but the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure do not. Further, there are 2 kinds. One is of the 2 vehicles, and the other is what the Bodhisattva possesses. What the 2 vehicles possess breaks apart and dies out, but what the Bodhisattva possesses does not. Also, there are 2 kinds. One is external, and the other internal. The external breaks up and dies, but the internal does not. Also, there are 2 kinds. One is the created and the other the non-created. The created is subject to dissolution and dies out, but the non-created does not. Also, there are 2 kinds. One is that which can be had in hand, grasped hold of, and the other is that which cannot. What can be had in hand is subject to dissolution and dies out, but what cannot be had in hand does not decay and die out. Further, there are 2 kinds. One is what goes together with others, and the other is what does not go together with others. What goes together with others, a composite thing, decays and dies out, whereas the one that does not go together with others does not decay and die out. Also, there are 2 kinds. One is what obtains amongst men, and the other is what obtains in heaven. What obtains amongst men breaks up and dies out. And what obtains in heaven does not break up and die out. Also, there are 2 kinds, one is the 11 types of scripture, and the other is the Vaipulya Sutras. The 11 types of scripture break up and die out, but the Vaipulya does not break up and die out. O good man, if my disciples possess, recite, copy, expound, respect, make offerings to, highly regard and praise the Vaipulya Sutras, know that then the Buddha's teaching will not die out. O good man, you ask, did Tathagata Kasyapa possess the sutra or not? O good man, the Great Nirvana Sutra is the most closely guarded sutra of all Buddhas. Why? All Buddhas possess the 11 kinds of sutra, but these do not speak about the Buddha nature. These do not say, the Tathagata is the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure. He does not ultimately enter nirvana. For this reason, we call this sutra the closely guarded store. As the 11 types of sutras do not say this, i.e. that the Buddha is the eternal, bliss, the self, and the pure, we speak of store. It is as when men do not take out the 7 treasures, we speak of storing. O good 216 man, The reason why this person stores and keeps things is for the days to come. What is something for the days to come? So-called cereal is precious. Robbers come and overrun the country, or a person may have to live under a bad king or may have to use the cereal to ransom his life. If the roads are bad and wealth is hard to obtain, he will takes this out and use it. Oh good man. It is the same with the closely guarded store of the all-Buddha Tathagata, too. All the evil Bhiksus of days to come will store up impure things and say to the four classes of the Sangha that the Tathagata does after all enter nirvana. They will read what circulates in the secular world, and will not respect the Buddhist sutras. When such evils appear in the world, the Tathagata desires to make away with all evils, wrong living, and profit-seeking, and he delivers the sutra. Know that when the closely guarded store of the sutra dies out, the Buddhist teaching, too, will die out. O good man! The great Nirvana Sutra is eternal and does not change. How could you speak ill of it and say, was there the sutra at the time of Buddha Kasyapa? O good man! At the time of Buddha Kasyapa, all people were less greedy and had much wisdom. It was very easy to teach the bodhisattvas, as they were soft and malleable. They had great virtue, all was held well and tight. They were like great elephant kings. The world was clean, beings knew that the Tathagata would not ultimately enter nirvana and that he was the eternal and unchanging. Though this sutra existed, there was no need to preach it. O good man! The beings of this age have a great deal of defilement. They are ignorant, forgetful, and have no wisdom. They doubt much, cannot gain faith, and the world is defiled. All people say that the Tathagata is impermanent, that he changes, and that in the end he enters nirvana. For this reason, the Tathagata delivers the sutra. O good man! Buddha Kasyapa's teaching also does not end indeed. Why not? Because it is eternal and unchanging. When there are beings who see the self as non-self, non-self as the self, the eternal as non-eternal, the non-eternal as the eternal, bliss as non-bliss, non-bliss as bliss, the pure as non-pure, the non-pure as the pure, that which does not end as that which ends as non-ending, sin as non-sin, venial sin as grave sin as venial sin, vehicle as non-vehicle, the non-vehicle as a vehicle, the way as non-way, non-way as the way, what truly is enlightenment as non-enlightenment, what truly is non-enlightenment as enlightenment, suffering as non-suffering. The cause of suffering as not the cause of suffering, extinction as non-extinction, the true as non-true, what really is secular as paramartha satya as secular, the refuge as non-refuge, the genuine Buddha word as Mara's words, what are truly Mara's words as the Buddha word. At such a time all Buddhas deliver the sermon of the great Nirvana Sutra. O good man! One could sooner say that the proboscis of a mosquito could reach to the bottom of the great ocean than that the Tathagata's teaching becomes extinct. One could sooner say that one can bind the great wind with a rope than that the Tathagata's teaching becomes extinct. One could sooner say that one can blow away Mount Sumeru with one's breath and break it into pieces than that the Tathagata's teaching will become extinct. One could sooner say that amidst the fire of Katara Acacia Katachu the lotus will bloom, than that the Tathagata's teaching becomes extinct. One could sooner say that Agata is poison than that the Tathagata's teaching becomes extinct. One could sooner say that the moon can be heated up and the sun made cool, than that the Tathagata's teaching will get extinguished. One could sooner say that the four great elements will lose their qualities, than that the Tathagata's teaching will become extinct. O good man! If the Buddha appears in the world, attains unsurpassed enlightenment, but his Disciples do not gain the depths of meaning, and if the Buddha world-honored one is to enter Nirvana, know that this teaching will not live long in the world. Also, next, O good man, if the Buddha first appears, attains unsurpassed enlightenment, and all his disciples gain the depths of meaning, know that this teaching will live long, even if the Buddha enters Nirvana. Also, next, O good man, the Buddha first appears in the world, attains unsurpassed enlightenment, and his disciples may gain the depths of meaning, but if there are no lay Danapatis almsgivers who respect the Buddha's teaching, and if the Buddha enters Nirvana, know that this teaching will not survive long. Also, next, O good man, if the Buddha first appears in the world and attains unsurpassed enlightenment, and all his disciples gain the depths 217 of meaning, and if there are many faithful lay Danapatis, who respect the Buddha's teaching, and the Buddha enters Nirvana, then, the Buddha's teaching will live long. Also, next, if the Buddha first appears in the world and attains unsurpassed enlightenment, and all the disciples gain the depths of meaning, also, if there are faithful lay Danapatis who look up to the Buddha's teaching and many disciples of the Buddha who speak about the Buddha's teaching, but if they do all this for profit and not for nirvana, know that the teaching will not live long when the Buddha dies. Also, next, O good man, when the Buddha first appears in the world and attains unsurpassed enlightenment, and there are many disciples who gain the depths of meaning, also, there are faithful lay Danapatis who respect the Buddha's teaching, and all the disciples preach the doctrine not for profit, but for nirvana, and the Buddha enters nirvana, know that this teaching will survive long. Also, next, O good man, if the Buddha first appears in the world and attains unsurpassed nirvana, and all the disciples gain the depths of meaning, and if there are faithful lay Danapatis who look up to the Buddha's teaching, but all the disciples dispute, saying this and that, and the Buddha enters nirvana, know that this teaching will not survive long. Also, next, O good man, if the Buddha first appears in the world and attains unsurpassed enlightenment, and there are disciples who gain the depths of meaning, also, if there are faithful lay Danapatis who respect the Buddha's teaching, and all the disciples practice the teaching of peace and harmony and do not dispute with one another, but respect one another, and if the Buddha enters nirvana, know that this teaching will live long and not die out. Also, next, O good man, if the Buddha appears in the world, attains unsurpassed enlightenment, and there are disciples who gain the depths of meaning, also, if there are faithful lay Danapatis who respect the Buddha's teaching, and all the disciples preach the teaching of great nirvana, if they respect one another and do not quarrel amongst themselves, and yet they store up impure things, and praise themselves, saying, I have now attained the level of Shrotapana up to Arhatship, know, too, that if the Buddha dies, this teaching will not survive long in the world. Also, next, O good man, if the Buddha first appears in the world and attains unsurpassed enlightenment, and if all the disciples gain the depths of meaning, and there are also faithful lay Danapatis who respect the Buddha's teaching, and if all the disciples preach the doctrine of great nirvana, living in harmony and with respect for one another, and not storing up impure things, and not saying that they will attain the level of Shrotapana up to Arhatship, and if the Buddha world-honored one dies, know that this teaching will live long. Also, next, O good man, if the Buddha first appears in the world and attains unsurpassed enlightenment, and all the disciples do not store up impure things and do not say that they will attain the level of Shrotapana up to Arhatship, yet if they have clinging to their own views and variously say, O elders, the 4 grave offenses, down to the 7 ways of Adhikarana, Samatha. The 7 ways of making away with disputes, which all Buddhas have instituted, are accorded with or enlarged upon. It is the same with the 12 types of sutra. Why? Because the Buddha knows that land and time differ and that there are differences in the qualities of beings. For this reason, the Tathagata prohibits or opens out allows, and there are differences between light venial and heavy grave sin. O elders! This is as in the case of a good doctor who, when someone is ill, either allows or does not allow milk, and says yes to fever and no to cold. The same is the situation with the Tathagata. He sees the root of illness of all beings' defilements, and either says yes or prohibits. O elders! I directly heard the Buddha say, I alone know the meaning and not you, I alone know Shila and not you, I alone know the sutras and not you. If the Buddha dies, know that this teaching will not live long. O good man! If the Buddha first appears in the world and attains unsurpassed enlightenment, and if there are many disciples who do not say, I have attained the level of Shrotapanna up to arhatship, nor do they say, all Buddhas, for the sake of beings, either prohibit or allow the same thing. O elders! I myself have directly heard from the Buddha about the meaning, the Dharma, and Shila. O elders! 1. 218 should take one stand on the 12 types of Sutra of the Tathagata. If they are right, I uphold them, if not, I do away with such. If the Buddha world-honored one enters nirvana, know that his teaching will live long. O good man! When my teaching dies out, there may be Sravaka disciples who will say that there is a conscious self or that there is not, or that there is or is not an in-between existence between death and rebirth, or that there are or are not the 3 times, that there are or are not the 3 vehicles, that all is or is not is, that there are beginnings and endings to beings, that the 12 links of interdependent arising are created things or that causality is uncreated, that the Tathagata has illness and pain or does not have any such thing, or that the Tathagata does not allow bhikkhus the 10 kinds of meat. What are these 10? They are, the flesh of man, serpent, elephant, horse, mule, dog, lion, boar, fox, and monkey. They say that he allows all other kinds. Or that he does not. Or the bhiksu does not possess 5 things. What are the 5? They are, 1. Domestic animals, 2. Sword, 3. Liquor, 4. Cheese powder, and 5. Sesame oil. They say that these are not sold, but that all other things are permitted. Or that a bhiksu is not allowed to enter the 5 kinds of house. What are the 5? They are those of, 1. Butchers, 2. Prostitutes, 3. Bars, 4. Royal palaces, and 5. Candalas. Or they say that other houses can be entered. They say that silk cloth kosia is not permitted, all others being permitted. Or they say that the Tathagata allows all bhiksus to possess clothing, food, and bedding worth 100,000 in gold, or that he does not. Or they say that nirvana is the eternal bliss, self, and the pure, or that nirvana is the ending of defilement, which, differently expressed, is nirvana. For example, woven cloth is clothing, with tattered clothing, we say non-clothing, which is not a name for a different thing from clothing, and we say non-clothing. They say that the body of nirvana is not like that, either. O good man! At that time, there are few who speak correctly, and many who present false views. Few are those who uphold the right view and many are those who are grounded in false views. Few are those who uphold the Buddha word, and many are those who are grounded in Mara's laws. O good man! At the time, there were 2 disciples in the state of Kosambi. One was an arhat, and the other violated the precepts. There were 500 of those who violated the precepts, and 100 arhats. Those who violated the precepts said, "The Tathagata surely enters nirvana." We heard directly from him how the prohibition on the 4 grave offenses instituted by the Buddha may well be accorded with or transgressed, and there will not be any sin. We have now attained arhatship and have the fourfold unhindered knowledge. And even the arhat also commits the 4 offenses. If the law of the 4 offenses is true and sin ensues, the arhat would not have committed them. While the Buddha was still in life, there was strict obseving, but on his entering nirvana, all is abandoned all in all. Thus did they say. The arhat Bhiksu said, "O elders, do not say that the Tathagata definitely enters nirvana. What I know is that the Tathagata is eternal, and does not change. There is no change in sin depending on whether one transgresses during the Buddha's lifetime or after his entering nirvana, if one commits the 4 grave offenses. This is not so. Why? How could those of the stage of Shrotapanna infringe the precepts? You say that you are an arhat. With an arhat, no thought such as that he has now arrived at the stage of an arhat comes to his mind. The arhat speaks about good dharma, but not that which is evil. Oh, elders! What you say is all wrong. If you look into the 12 types of sutra, you will definitely see that you are no arhat. O good man! Then, at that time, all the bhiksus who had violated the precepts did away with the life of that arhat. O good man! At that time, King Mara, his mind, enraged by the angered mind of the 2 groups of bhiksus, killed those 600. Then all common mortals said, "Woe is the day! The dharma of the Buddha has now come to an end." And yet, my dharma did not end there. At that time, there were 1,200,000 great bodhisattvas who strictly upheld my dharma. How could one say that my dharma ended? At that time, in Jambudvipa, not one bhiksu was my disciple. At that time, the puppy Yasmara, the devil, burnt all the sutras in a great fire. Then, there remained some unburnt fragments, which all the Brahmins stole away and, collecting these here and there, added them to their own texts. For this reason, all petty lesser bodhisattvas, when there is as yet no Buddha, generally believe in the 219 words of the Brahmins. These Brahmins may say that they have Shila. But, truth to tell, the Brahmins do not. All Tirthayikas may say that they have bliss and purity, but truth to tell, they do not understand the signification of the self, bliss, and the pure. They just take up 1 or 2 words, or 1 sentence or 2, and say that there are such and such things stated in their sutras. Then, in the castle town of Kusinagara, between the twin sal trees, the innumerable, boundless asamkhas of bhiksus, on hearing this, all said, "The world is empty, the world is empty." Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to all the bhiksus, "O you! Do not be apprehensive and sad, do not weep, for a while. The world is not empty. The Tathagata is eternal, he changes not. Thus, too, are Dharma and Sangha." Then, the great congregation, on hearing these words, ceased weeping and all aspired to unsurpassed awakening. Chapter 24, On Pure Actions 4. At that time, there was in the great castle of Rajagriha a great king called Ajatasattu, son of Bimbisara, and his royal consort, Vadahi, one who was very evil-natured, who took pleasure in taking life and who was fully accomplished in the 4 evil actions of the mouth, i.e. lying, flattering, speaking maliciously, and speaking with a double tongue. Greed, ill will and ignorance ruled his mind. He only saw the present and not the days to come. All evil persons were of his group. He abandoned himself to the 5 desires: wealth, lust, food and drink, fame, and sleeping, and the pleasures of life. As a result of this, he harmed his own innocent father. After having harmed his father, repentance remorse brought down a fever upon his mind. No adornment or necklaces or music could help him. With his mind in a fever of repentance, there came about boils all over his body. These sent forth stinking, evil smells, and none could come near him. Then he said to himself, "Now I am receiving these karmic results in this present life. It will not be long before the punishments of hell press down upon me." Then his mother, Queen Vadahi, applied various medicines. But the boils only increased in number and there was no sign of a cure. The king said to his mother, "Such boils come from the mind, and not from the 4 elements. People may claim to be able to cure me, but such cannot be." At that time, there was a minister called Kondrayasis. He went to the king and stood to one side, and said, "O great king! Why are you so crestfallen and why are you so sorrowful? Do you have any pain in your body? Or is it in your mind?" The king said to his minister, "How could I not have pain in my body and mind? My father did nothing wrong, and I committed deadly sins against him." I once asked a wise man about this. There are 5 persons in the world who have to be born in hell. These are those who have committed the 5 deadly sins. I now have innumerable, boundless, asamkhas of sins. How could I not have pain in body and mind? And there can be no good doctor who can effect a cure for my body and mind. The minister said, "O great king! Do not be so sorrowful." He said in a gatha, "If one always worries, the worry ever increases and grows. If one is pleased and sleeps, one's sleep ever increases and grows. So does it stand with greed, lust, and drinks. You, king, say that there are 5 persons who cannot escape from hell. Who is it who went there, saw this, and came and told you, the king, so? Hell is what is called thus by the intellectual mind. You, king, say that there is no doctor who can cure your body and mind. There is a great doctor called Purana. He knows everything and abides in unmolested, unassailed, inviolable dhyana meditation. He has practiced pure actions and always speaks to innumerable beings about unsurpassed nirvana. To all disciples, he says, there can be no black actions and no black results from black actions, there can be no white actions and no white results from white actions. There are no black and white actions and no black and white results. There are no high actions and no low actions. This master is now in Rajagriha. O great king! 220. Please condescend to go and see him, and let this master cure you. Then, the king answered and said, if he can definitely cure me, I shall take refuge in him. And there was a minister called Virchestor, who also went to the king and said, O great king! Why is it that you look so emaciated, with your lips and mouth so dried up and your voice so low? That you look like a coward facing a great enemy, and you look so changed. What are you worried about? Is it that your body gives you pain, or your mind? The king answered and said, how could it be that I should not now have pain in body and mind? I am ignorant and blind and have no eye of wisdom. I have associated with all bad friends and befriended them. Caught by the words of the evil-minded Devdatta, I willfully committed deadly actions against the rightful king. I once heard a wise man say in a gatha, any ill will and action towards one's parents, the Buddha, or his disciples, buy one a life in Avicii hell. On account of this I fear and have great worries. No good doctor can ever cure me. The minister said, O great king, have no fear for a while. Of law, there are two kinds. One is that of the world fleeing, and the other is the king's law. In the king's law, if one harms one's father, this is a deadly sin. But, truth to tell, it does not constitute a sin. It is like the case of the Kalila insect, which gains birth by breaking out of the belly of its mother insect. As this is the law of its birth, the harming of one's mother, in truth, does not buy one any sin. It is the same with the conception of a mule. Thus must it obtain with state law, which is concerned with governing. Though one may kill one's parents, there can be no sin. With the law of the world fleeing, the killing of even a mosquito or an ant buys one sin. O great king, please broaden your mind and have no worry. Why? Because if one always worries, the worry ever increases and grows. If one is pleased and sleeps, one's sleep ever increases and grows. So do things go with greed, lust, and drinks. You, king, say that there is no good doctor who can cure your body and mind. Now there is a great master called Maskaragosalaputra. He knows all and pities beings as one would one's own child. Himself already away from illusion, he thoroughly extracts the sharp arrows of the three poisons. All beings cannot see, know, and realize all things. Only this person sees, knows, and realizes. So, the great master always speaks to his disciples. All beings have 7 things with their body. What are the 7? These are, 1, earth, 2, water, 3, fire, 4, wind, 5, sorrow, 6, bliss, and 7, life. These 7 are no phantoms, not things that have been made, and they cannot be destroyed. These are like the Issachar reed, hard and strong reed, from which arrows are made. They are as static and immovable as Mount Sumeru. And they do not abandon one, and like milk and cream, do not come into conflict. One may strike with a sword at sorrow, bliss, good, or non-good, and they cannot be harmed. Why not? This is like the 7 categories of the void, where there is nothing that obstructs. Thus life, too, can never be destroyed. Why not? For there are no people that cause harm and none that dies. Nothing is done and there is nothing that suffers being done, nothing is said and nothing is heard, there is nothing thought about and none that teaches. He always teaches thus, and well enables beings to do away with innumerable grave sins. This master is now in the great castle of Rajagriha. O great king, please condescend to go to him. If you see him, all your sins will die away. Then the king answered, if he definitely can make away with all my sins, I shall certainly take refuge in him. Also, there was a minister called Real Gain, who went to the king and spoke thus in Agatha. O great king, why is it that you have no jewelry on your body? That your hair is disheveled? Why do you show yourself thus? 221 Why do you shake so and look frightened, as when a strong wind shakes a tree full of blossom? O king, why do you look so sorrowful? You look like a farmer who is all sorrow when the rain does not fall after his having sown seed. Do you have pain in your body or your mind? The king replied, how could my body and mind not have pain? My late father and king was compassionate and gracious and particularly felt pity for me. There really was nothing wrong. He went and consulted an augur, who said, after he has been born, this child will surely kill his father. Despite being told this, he raised me. Once a wise man said, if a person has carnal Intercourse with his mother, violates a bhikshuni nun, or steals that which belongs to the sangha. Causes harm to one who aspires after enlightenment or kills his own father, such a person will assuredly fall into avicii hell. How could I not have pain in my body and mind? The minister said further, O great king, please do not be sorry for a time. If your father killed a person who was in quest of emancipation, there could be sin. If one kills following state law, there can be no sin. O great king, what does not accord with law is no law. No law is no law. If one has no son, we say sonless. Also, a bad son is called no son. Though we say no son, this does not mean that the person does not have a son. If food contains no salt, we say saltless. Even when there is not much salt, we say saltless. When there is no water in the river, we say waterless. Even when the amount of water is small, we say waterless. When a thing dies out moment after moment, we say impermanent. Even if a thing exists for a kalpa, we say impermanent. When a person has sorrow, we say blissless. Even when the bliss he has is only small, we say blissless. The molested, i.e. unfree state is called selfless. Even when there is a little freedom, we say selfless. The dark night is called sunless, even at the time when we have cloud and mist, we say sunless. O great king, little law may be called lawless. And yet it is not the case that there is no law. There. O great king, listen carefully to what I say. All beings have remnant karma. Because of karma, a person often repeats birth and death. If the late king had remnant karma and you killed your father, how could you have committed a crime? O great king, broaden your mind and do not be sad. Why? Because if one always worries, the worry ever increases and grows. If one is pleased and sleeps, one's sleep ever increases and grows. So do things go with greed, lust, and drinks. You, king, say that there is no good doctor in the world who can cure your body and mind. Now, there is a great teacher called Sanjayavarattipputra. He knows and sees all. His wisdom is deep and wide and is like the great sea. He has great virtue and divine powers. He well enables people to make away with all doubts. All beings do not know, see, and realize. Only this person knows, sees, and realizes. He now lives near Rajagriha and speaks thus to his disciples, of all beings, if a king, he performs good and evil unmolestedly. Any evil that one commits has no sin. It is as with fire, which burns things, and there is no calling it pure or impure. It is the same with the king. He is like fire. For example, the great earth supports things both clean and dirty. Acting thus, it is neither angry nor glad. The same with the king. He shares the same nature as the earth. For example, the nature of water is to wash things pure or not pure. Thus acting, it has neither worry nor pleasure. The same with the king. He shares the same nature as water. For example, the nature of the wind is to blow things away, be they pure or impure. Thus acting, it has neither worry nor pleasure. The same with the king. Also, an autumnal stub bulb, seed calls forth buds in spring. Also, a stub may be cut and there is no sin. The same with all beings. They die here in this life and gain life here again. What sin is there in getting life back again? All the fruits of suffering and bliss of all beings arise out of what has been done in this life. The cause was in the past and one harvests the result in this life. If there is no cause in the present life, there cannot be any result in the life to come. Because of the results that arise in this life, beings uphold Sila. 222 Morality. Severely practicing the way and with effort, a person prevents the arising of bad fruits in the present life. By upholding Sila, one harvests Nanashrava non-defilement. When one attains the Nanashrava, one puts an end to the karma of the ashravas. When karma ends, all sorrows end. When all sorrows end, one attains emancipation. O great king! Please be quick. And go there, and make away with the suffering of your body and mind. If you see him, all your sins will die out. The king answered, if this teacher can clearly make away with sin, I shall take refuge in him. Also, there was a minister called All-Knowing, who also went to the king and said, O king! Why do you look so austere? You look quite like one who has lost his kingdom, or a spring that has dried up, or a pond without lotuses, or a tree without leaves, or a bhiksu who has violated Sila and lost dignity. Does this come from pain in your body or your mind? The king replied, how could I not have pain in my body and mind? My father, the late king, was compassionate and kind-hearted. But I was undutiful and forgot all that I owed him. The only happiness he cared about was solely my own. But I acted against him and put an end to his bliss. Though he had no faults, I willfully committed a deadly sin against him. I, also, once heard a wise man say, if one kills one's own father, one will suffer from great pains for innumerable asamkhas of kalpas. Soon, before long, I shall fall into hell. And no good doctor can cure me of my sin. The minister said, O great king! Please discard your worries and pains. O king! Did you not hear of a king called Rama? He killed his father and came to the throne. All such kings as Bhadrika, Virasan, Naosa, Kartika, Visakha, bright moonlight, bright sunlight, love, and many possessing did away with their fathers and came to the throne. At present, all such kings as Vijayadabha, Udayana, evil-natured, rat, and lotus blossom have all killed their fathers. Not one king has suffering or worry. We can indeed look into the realms of hell, hungry ghosts, and heaven, animals, and there are none such. O great king! There are two existences. One is that of the humans, and the other is that of the animals. Though these are two, they have not come out of cause and effect, nor do these die out by cause and effect. If not from cause and effect, how could there be anything good or non-good? Please, O great king, do not entertain worry and sorrow. Why not? If one always worries, the worry ever increases and grows. If one is pleased and sleeps, the sleep ever increases and grows. So do things stand with greed, lust, and drinks. You, king, say, there isn't any good doctor who can cure both my body and mind. There is now a great teacher called Ajitake Sakambara, who knows and sees everything. He views gold and dirt with an equal eye, they are not two. He cuts his right hand side with a sword, and smears sandalwood on his left hand side. Between two persons, he sees no difference. He looks upon enemy and friend with an equal eye, and his mind sees no difference. This teacher is truly a good doctor of this world. Whether walking, standing, sitting, or reclining, his mind is not in disorder. He speaks to many of his disciples thus, whether by my own hand or by instigating others. Whether I kill or get others to kill, whether I expose someone to heat or cause others to do so. Whether I commit immoral deeds or have others do so, whether I tell lies or get others to lie. Whether I drink liquor or cause others to do so, whether I kill the people of a village, a castle, town, or a state, whether I kill all beings with a war chariot, or whether I give offerings to all who live to the south of the Ganges or kill those to the north of the Ganges, in none of any of this can there be any talk of crime or will, giving, sila or meditation. He also lives near to Rajagriha. O king, please go to him at once. If you see him, your sin will all disperse. The king said to the minister, if he cures me of my sin, I shall surely take refuge in him. Also, there was a minister called Auspicious Virtue, who came to the king and said, O king, why has your mien no luster? You look like a lamp at midday, or like the moon in daytime, or a 223 king who has lost his kingdom, or the earth in a waste land. O great king, the four quarters of the state are pure and at peace, and there is no enemy. And why do you now look so worried and pained? Is the pain in your body or mind? There are princes who always think, when will I be able to gain the unmolested, unlimited, unconstrained state? O you, great king, have now attained your wish and reign over Magadha unmolested, and you possess the storehouse of the late king, full of treasure. Cheer up and please yourself as you will. How do you come to be so worried and pained? The king answered, how could I not be worried? It is as with the ignorant, who only cling to the taste and do not see the sharp sword, or take poison and do not see the harm that ensues. It is the same with me. It is like the case of a deer, who only sees grass, not the deep hole trap, or the rat, who carries on devouring without seeing the cat and the fox. I am like that. I saw only the pleasure that dangled before me, and not the evil that will ensue in days to come. I once heard a wise man say, even if one were hit in one day by 300 halberds, one should not have an evil thought about one's own parents. I am now close to the fire of hell. How could I not be worried? The minister said further, who has come and cheated the king and said that there is hell? Who makes the sharp points of the thrusting spears? Who makes the rare colors of flying birds? Who makes the watery marshes, the hardness of stone, the moving power of the wind, the heat of fire? How do all things die and get born of their own accord? And who makes all of these? Hell is nothing but a fiction of intellectuals. I shall now explain. Ji means earth. Gaku means to break. The earth breaks the earth. There can be no return to crimes. This is the meaning of Jigoku Naraka, hell. Also, Ji means man, Gaku means heaven. By killing one's father, one gains birth in heaven. That is why the Rishi, Vasu, says that by killing a sheep, one is blessed with the bliss of man and heaven. This is hell. Also, Ji means life. Gaku means long. By killing, one arrives at a long life. Hence, hell. O great king! For this reason, know that, in truth, there is no such thing as hell. O great king! We sow barley and we gain barley, we plant rice and we gain rice. He who kills hell gains hell in return. By killing man, one gains man in return. O great king! Listen to what I, your vassal, say. Truth to tell, there is no such thing as killing or harmony. If there is a self, then in truth there is no such thing as harming. If there is no self, then again there cannot be any harming. Why not? If there is a self, what there is the eternal and no change. Because of the eternal, there cannot be any killing. What there is non-breaking up, non-destroying, non-tying, non-binding, non-anger, non-joy. It is like the void. How can there be any sin in killing? If there is no self, then all things are non-eternal. Because of impermanence, extinction proceeds moment after moment. Through the extinction that occurs moment after moment, he who kills and he who dies both die off moment after moment. If there is extinction every moment, who is there to be punished for the sin? O great King! Fire burns wood, but fire commits no crime. An axe cuts a tree, but no sin attaches to the axe. A scythe cuts grass, but the scythe does not have any sin. A sword kills a man, but the sword, truth to tell, is not a man and has no sin. How can man sin? Poison kills a man. The poison, truth to tell, is not a man. The poison has no sin. It is like this with all things. Truth to tell, there is no sin of killing. How could there be any sin? Please, O great King, have no worry. Why not? If one always worries, the worry ever increases and grows. If one is pleased and sleeps, one's sleep ever increases and grows. So does it obtain with greed, lust, and drinks. You, King, say, there is no good doctor who can cure this vile karma. Now, there is a great doctor, called Mahayana, who knows and sees everything. In the flash of a moment, he sees clearly the 3 times past, present and future and the innumerable, boundless worlds. With his hearing it is the same. He thoroughly enables beings to segregate themselves from wrong and vile actions. This is like the Ganges that thoroughly washes away and cleanses all 224 sins, in and out. It is the same with this good teacher. He does away thoroughly with all evil sins, in and out. He speaks to all his disciples thus: one kills all beings, and if there is no repentance in one's mind, one never falls into evil realms. This is like space, which does not suffer from dust and water. If one feels repentance, one falls into hell. This is like a great volume of water wetting the great earth. All beings are made by Ishvara God. If Ishvara is pleased, beings will have peace and happiness. If he becomes angry, all beings will suffer from pain and worry. Any sin or will of any being goes back to Ishvara, who makes them. How can man say that man has sin or will? It is like a mechanical appliance or wooden man, which can walk, stand, sit, or lie on a bed, as made capable of doing so by the artisan, yet, it cannot speak. It is the same with beings. Ishvara is, for example, like an artisan. The wooden man can be compared to beings. How can there be any sin with such a creation? Such a great teacher now lives close to Rajagriha. Please hasten. Just one glimpse of him will cleanse you of all your sins. The king answered, if I am quite sure that this person can indeed do away with my sins, I shall certainly take refuge in him. Also, there was a minister called Fearless, who came to the king and said, O great king! There are ignorant people in the world who, in the course of a day, are happy and sad 100 times, sleep and wake up 100 times, and become frightened and weep 100 times. With the wise, nothing such as this occurs. O great king! How is it that you look worried and sorrowful? You look like a man who has lost his comrade, or a man who has lost his feet in deep mud, with no hope of being saved, or like a thirsty man who cannot expect a drink, or one who has lost his way and cannot find a guide, or a man with an incurable illness, or like a shipwrecked ship, with no one else on the sea to provide rescue. O great king! Is it your body or your mind that gives you pain? The king replied, how could my body and mind not give me pain? I associated with a bad friend, and encountered evilness of speech. There was nothing in the late king for which one could reproach him, and yet I willfully committed a deadly sin against him. I know for sure that I shall fall into hell. And there is no good doctor who can cure. The minister said, O great king, please do not let the poison of suffering raise its head. Now, the Kshatriya belongs to the kingly caste. There cannot be any talk of sin if he kills for the sake of the state, for the sake of Sramanas, or Brahmins, or for the sake of giving peace to people. Although the late king respected the Sramanas, he did not serve the Brahmins. There was no fairness in his mind. Being unfair, he was no Kshatriya. Now, you, great king, desire to serve all Brahmins, and you have killed the late king. What sin have you committed? O great king! There really is no killing. Now, killing means taking life. Life has the nature of the wind. The nature of the wind cannot be killed. How, then, can one kill life? Could there be any sin here? Please, O great king, do not worry and be sorrowful. Why not? If one always worries, the worry ever increases and grows. If one is pleased and sleeps, one's sleep ever increases and grows. So is it also with greed, lust, and drinks. You say, king, that there is no good doctor who can cure your body and mind. Now, there is a great teacher called Nirgrantha Janatiputra, the best known of the 6 masters, who knows, sees, and pities all beings. He knows all the sharp and dull natures of all beings and fully knows all kinds of expedients fitting for the occasion. The 8 things of the world: profit, weakening, breaking up, honor, praise, slander, suffering, and bliss cannot defile him. Silently, he practices pure actions. To his disciples, he says, there cannot be any such thing as dana, charitable giving, good, father, mother, present life, afterlife, arhat, practicing, or the way. All beings, after 80,000 kalpas, will spontaneously be relieved from the will of birth and death. It is the same with sin and non-sin. It is like the 4 great rivers, namely, the Indus, Ganges, Vaksu, and Siddha. All of them enter the sea, and then there is no difference. It is the same with all beings. 225 There is no difference once one is liberated. This teacher is now living in Rajagriha. O great king, please speed to him. If you see him, all your sins will go away. The king answered, if this teacher can make away with my sins, I shall surely take refuge in him. At that time, there was a great doctor called Jivaka, who went to the king and said, O great king, do you sleep well or not? The king replied in a gatha, if all defilements are done away with eternally, and one has no greed in the defiled 3 realms, there can be sound sleep. If one has attained great nirvana, and speaks of its deep meaning, such a person is a true Brahmin. And such a person can gain sound sleep. If one's body knows no evil actions that have been committed, and if one's mouth is far from the 4 wrongs, if one's mind has no doubts, one can get sound sleep. If the body and mind have no fever, and if one lives in a peaceful quarter, and is blessed with unsurpassed bliss, one can have sound sleep. If one's mind has no clinging, and if one is far away from all enmity, and if the mind is in harmony, and has no quarrels, one can have sound sleep. If the body does not do any evil, and if the mind always repents, and believes that evil has karmic fruit, one can have sound sleep. If one respects and serves one's parents, and does not spoil life, all the way through, and one does not steal others' possessions, one can have sound sleep. Repress all sense organs, and befriend a good teacher of the way, and crush out the 4 maras. Worry of illusion in body and mind, the 5 skandhas. Death, Mara himself, who cannot rest, seeing others doing good. And one can have sound sleep. If one does not care about good or bad fortune. Or if one has no sorrow or bliss. And for all beings' sake. Rides on the wheel of birth and death. And if things proceed thus. One can have sound sleep. Who has sound sleep? It is all the Buddhas. Who deeply sit in the samadhi of the all-void. And whose body and mind are in peace. And are unshakable. Who is it that sleeps in peace? 226 It is the person who is all-compassionate. Always practicing non-indolence. He views beings as he views his own son. Beings are in the darkness of ignorance. And do not see the karmic fruits of defilement. They always do all kinds of evil actions. And cannot have sound sleep. If one commits the 10 evil deeds. For oneself or for others. No sound sleep will come about. If one, out of a desire for ease and pleasure, commits deadly acts against one's own father, and says that one has done no wrong, and befriends bad teachers, one cannot have sound sleep. If one acts beyond what is proper, and drinks too much cold water, such will end in illness, and no sound sleep will come to one. If the king has an evil mind, and thinks of others females, and goes across a wilderness, no sound sleep will come. The upholding of Sila morality is not yet perfect with the fruition. And the crown prince is not yet on the throne. And the robbers have not yet gained wealth. And there can be no sound sleep. O Jivaka! I am seriously ill. I have committed a deadly sin against my law-abiding king. No good doctor, no wonders of medicine, no charms or the best of care can cure me. Why not? My father, the law-abiding king, governed the state lawfully. There was nothing in him that one could complain about, and I killed him without reason. I am like a fish on land. What pleasure can I have? I am like a deer caught in a trap, and nothing pleases me. I am just like a man who knows that his life is going to end within a day, just like a king who has taken refuge in a foreign land, just like a man who is told that he is suffering from an incurable illness, just like a man who has broken the moral rules and is now told of his punishment. I once, in the past, heard a wise man say, a person whose action is not pure in body, mouth, and mind, know that this person will surely fall into hell. I am now thus. How can I sleep peacefully? There is nobody who can now give me the unsurpassed medicine of Dharma and relieve me of my illness. Jivaka replied, well said, well said. You have sinned, but you repent and feel ashamed. O great king! The all-Buddha world-honored one says, there are 2 white dharmas which save beings. One is Zan feeling ashamed, and the other Gi feeling ashamed. Zan is not committing sin, and Gi not having others commit sin. Zan is feeling ashamed of oneself, and Gi is to confess to others. Zan is feeling ashamed guilty towards man, and Gi is feeling ashamed towards heaven. This is Zangi repentance, remorse. One without repentance is no man. Such is an animal. When one has repentance, one respects father and mother, teachers and elders. When one has repentance, there are father, mother, elder brother, elder son, and younger sister. Well said, O great king! Listen for a moment. I have heard the Buddha say, of the wise, there are 2 kinds. One is the person who does not do evil, and the other is the person who repents after having committed evil. Of the ignorant, there are again 2 kinds. One is he who does evil, and the other is he who conceals it. First, one does evil, but later one 227 Thoroughly confesses it and repents, and does not repeat it? This is as in the case of muddy water, in which, if the bright moon mani jewel is placed there, the water becomes clear, due to the wonderful power of the gem. Or it is as when the clouds disperse and the moon reveals itself in its brightness. It is also the same with the repentance of evil acts which one has done. O king! If you repent and feel remorse, the sin will go away and you will be pure as before. O great king! There are two kinds of wealth. One is having such various animals as elephants, horses, etc. And the other such various treasures as gold, silver, etc. One might possess many elephants and horses, but these cannot equal one piece of a gem. O great king! It is the same with beings. One is vile wealth, and the other good wealth. Many evil acts performed cannot compare with an act that is good. I have heard the Buddha say, if one gains a single good mind state of mind, volition, this destroys 100 evil deeds. O great king! This is comparable to a small piece of a diamond, which can well crush Mount Sumeru, or like a small fire which can well reduce everything to ashes, or like a small amount of poison that can harm beings. It is the same with a small amount of good, too. It well crushes out great evil. We say a small amount of good, but actually, it is big. Why? Because it crushes out great evil. O great king! As the Buddha says, hiding one's sin is what leaks out, i.e. is an ashrava, not hiding is the state where nothing more leaks out. One bears the evil and repents of it. Hence, non-leakable. A person does many evil things, but if he does not hide and store them up, the sin will be small, because of this non-concealment. If there is repentance for the evil that has been done, and if one feels ashamed, the sin dies out. O great king! Even small drops of water fill a big vessel. It is the same with the good mind. Each good mind, good volition thoroughly crushes out a great evil. If one hides the evil, it augments and grows. If one bears it and repents, the sin will die out. Because all Buddhas say that the wise do not hide their sins. Well done, O great king! You believe in the law of causality, in karma, and in the result that comes about. Please, O great king, have no worry or fear. There are beings who, performing all evil deeds, do not repent and feel ashamed, and do not see the law of causality and the result that is to follow. They do not ask others for guidance, and do not approach a good teacher of the way. Such people cannot be cured by a good doctor or by nursing. It is like leprosy, Kumala, for which most secular doctors can devise no cure. A person who conceals his sin is like that. Why do we say that the Ekantika is sinful? The Ekantika does not believe in causality, has no repentance, does not believe in karma, does not see the present and the days to come, does not befriend a good teacher of the way, and does not act in accordance with the injunctions of all Buddhas. Such a person is an Ekantika. Such a person is one whom the all-Buddha world-honored one cannot cure. Why not? Even doctors cannot cure a body that is dead. It is the same with the Ekantika. Such a person is one whom the all-Buddha world-honored one cannot cure. O great king! You are no Ekantika. How could you not be cured? You, king, say, there is no means of cure. No, O great king. In Kapilavastu, there was a prince, the son of Suddhodana. His family name is Gautama, and his personal name Siddhartha. Without anyone to teach him, he awakened to truth and spontaneously attained unsurpassed Bodhi, adorning his body thereby with the 32 signs of perfection and the 80 minor marks of excellence, gaining the 10 powers and the 4 fearlessnesses. He knows and sees all greatly. Compassionate, he pities all beings as he does his own son, Rahula. He truly follows the way of life of beings, just as a calf walks after its mother. He knows when to speak and when not to. His words are true, pure, wonderful, and lawful, and a single word from him well cuts away the bond of defilement of all beings. He thoroughly knows the nature of the sense organs and the mind of all beings. He acts in a manner fitting to the occasion and enacts expedients, and there is nothing that is not known to him. His wisdom is great, like Sumeru. It is deep and vast like the great sea. This Buddha world Hanuddin has adamantine wisdom, which thoroughly crushes out all the evils of beings. There is nothing that is not possible to him. Now, 12 yojanas from here, in the castle town of Kusinagara, between the twin sal trees, he is addressing innumerable asamkhas of bodhisattvas all about such things as, is or is not, the created or the uncreated, the leakable ashrava, the karma results of defilement or the karma results of the good. 228 Dharma, matter or non-matter not non-matter, self or non-self, or non-self not non-self, the eternal or the non-eternal not non-eternal, bliss, or non-bliss, or non-bliss not non-bliss, characteristics or non-characteristics, or non-characteristics not non-characteristics, segregation or non-segregation not non-segregation, the secular or the non-secular not non-secular, vehicle or non-vehicle, or vehicle not non-vehicle, self-doing and self-receiving, or receiving from others, and non-doing and non-receiving. O great king! You should hear at the place of the Buddha all about doing and non-receiving. All grave sins will be expiated. O king! Hear me a while. When Sakrodevendra was about to see the end of his life, 5 things were seen, which were, 1. Clothing giving out a bad, oily smell, 2. Fading of the flower on his head, 3. His body issuing an evil smell, 4. Perspiration under the armpits, 5. Not finding pleasure where he was sitting. Then, Sakra, as he sat in a quiet place, saw a Sramana or Brahmin, and gained the thought that this was the Buddha. Then the Sramana or Brahmin, seeing Sakra come, was glad and said, O Sakra! I now take refuge in you. Hearing this, Sakra saw that this person was not the Buddha. He also thought to himself, if this person is not the Buddha, I cannot change the 5 signs of extinction. At that, the charioteer, Pankashiki, said to Sakra, O Kausika! There is a Gandharv whose name is Miraj. He has a daughter called Subhadra. If you give me this woman, I shall tell you how to make away with the signs of decline. Sakra replied, Vamakatra, the Asura king, has a daughter called Sasi, whom I respect. If you can tell me who can make away with these signs of my decline, I shall give her to you. How much more than Subhadra? O Kausika! There is a Buddha world-honored one who is called Sakyamuni. He is now at Rajagriha. If you go there and ask him about the signs of decline, these will assuredly disappear. O good man! If the Buddha world-honored one can indeed do away with these, drive me there. At that, the charioteer, at these words, drove Sakra to Rajagriha, to Gridrakuta. Reaching the place where the Buddha was, Sakra prostrate himself, and, touching the Buddha's feet, thus paid the Buddha homage. Drawing back, he took his seat on one side. Sakrodevanamindra said to the Buddha, of all the devas, who is it that binds? 1. The answer came, O Kausika. The miserly mind, greed, and jealousy. He further asked, where does the miserly, greedy, and jealous mind come from? The answer came, it comes from ignorance. Again he asked, from where does ignorance come? The answer was, from indolence. Again the question, from where does indolence come? The answer was, from an inversion of truth. A renewed question, where does the inversion come from? The answer stated, from a doubting mind. O world-honored one! You say that the inversions arise from a doubting mind. It is like the Buddha's teaching. Why? Because I have a doubting mind within me. With such doubt, I have an inversion. I mistook one who was not the world honored one for such. I now see the Buddha and all my doubts leave me. As my doubts leave me, the inversion also departs. Through the ending of the inverted mind, the miserly mind, down to jealousy, depart. The Buddha said, you now say that you have no miserly mind and no jealous mind. Are you an anagamin? An anagamin has no greedy mind. If you have no greedy mind, why is it that you come to me, seeking life? Any anagamin does not truly seek life. O world-honored one! If there is an inversion, there is a seeking of life. If there is no inversion, there is no seeking of life. What I seek is the Buddha body and the Buddha wisdom. O Kausika! If you seek the Buddha body and the Buddha wisdom, you will surely gain these in the life to come. Then, as Sakrodavendra heard the Buddha's sermon, the 5 signs of decline all at once faded away. And he stood up, paid homage, walked around the person of the Buddha 3 times as a sign of respect, respectfully folded his hands and said, O world-honored one! I am now dead. And am born, I have lost my life and gained it. I have now been told that, as I take to the Buddha's path, I will gain unsurpassed bodhi. This is a rebirth. This is gaining life again. O world-honored one! Why do humans and gods increase in number? And why do they decline in number? O Kausika! Because of quarreling and disputing, the number of humans and gods decreases. Through living harmoniously, their number grows. O world-honored one! Since 229 by quarreling we decrease in number, from now on I shall not fight with the Asuras. The Buddha said, well said, O Kausika! The All-Buddha world-honored one says that forbearance is the cause of unsurpassed enlightenment. Then Sakrodavendra stepped forwards, paid homage to the Buddha, drew back, and went on his way. O great king! As the Tathagata thoroughly makes away with the evil characteristics, we say that the Buddha is inconceivable. The grave sin that you amassed in days gone by will unfailingly die out. O great king! Hear me a while. A Brahmin had a son called non-harming. Because he had killed so many people, he was called Angulimalya. He also thought of killing his own mother. When he gained an evil state of mind, his body also shook. The shaking of body and mind is a sign of the 5 deadly sins. In consequence of the 5 deadly sins, one unfailingly falls into hell. Later, on seeing the Buddha, his body and mind shook. He thought of harming the Buddha. The shaking of body and mind bespeaks the 5 deadly sins. Due to the 5 deadly sins, one unfailingly falls into hell. This person, having met the great teacher Tathagata, was able to do away with the cause of hell and aspire to unsurpassed enlightenment. For this reason, we say that the Buddha is the unsurpassed doctor. He is not of the kind of the 6 masters. O great king! There was a prince called Sutra. His father cut off the hands and legs of this prince in anger and threw him into a deep pit. His mother, feeling sorrow and pity for him, had someone pull him out and took him to the Buddha. On seeing the Buddha, his hands and legs were restored, and he gained the unsurpassed Bodhicitta. O great king! From seeing the Buddha, there was actual reward in this present life. Hence, we say that the Buddha is the unsurpassed doctor. He is not of the kind of the six masters. O great king! There were many hungry Pretas ghosts on the bank of the Ganges, to the number of 500. For an uncountable number of years, they were unable to see any water. Even when in water, what they saw was a flow of fire. Oppressed by thirst, they cried and wept. At that time, the Tathagata was in the Yudambara forest, and was musing under a tree. Then the hungry Pretas came to the Buddha and said, O world-honored one! We are oppressed by hunger and thirst and will die before long. The Buddha replied, Why do you not drink the water of the Ganges? The Pretas answered, The Tathagata sees water, but we see fire. The Buddha said, The water of the Ganges is not fire. Through the karma of evil actions performed, your mind is inverted and you make of this fire. I shall relieve you of this inversion and let you see water. Then the Buddha, for the sake of the Pretas, expansively taught them the wrongs of the miserly and greedy mind. Then the Pretas said, We are now thirsty. We hear you speak of Dharma, but our mind is away from it. The Buddha said, If you are thirsty, get into the river and drink your fill. All those Pretas, due to the power of the Buddha, were able to drink the water. When they had drunk the water, the Tathagata, for their sake, spoke variously about Dharma. On hearing this, they aspired to unsurpassed enlightenment. Casting away their bodily forms as Pretas, they gained heavenly forms. O great king! Because of this, we say that the Buddha is the unsurpassed doctor. He is not of the kind of the six masters. O great king! In the state of Sravasti, there was a band of robbers, who numbered 500 in all. King Prasenajit took out their eyes. As there was no one to guide them, they were unable to go to the Buddha. Pitying them, the Buddha went to them. He consoled them and said, O good people! Guard your body and mind well and do not do evil. The robbers listened to the wonderful voice of the Tathagata, and they regained their eyes. They came to the Buddha, folded their hands together, worshipped him and said, O world-honored one! We now see that your all-compassionate heart embraces all beings, not just the worlds of gods and humans. Then the Tathagata spoke about Dharma. When his sermon had ended, all aspired to unsurpassed enlightenment. For such reason, the Tathagata is truly the unsurpassed doctor. He is not of the kind of the six masters. O great king! In the state of Sravasti, there was a Kandala by the name of False Air. He killed an innumerable number of people. Having met the great Maudgalyayana, he at once broke off the cause of hell and was born in Trayastrimsa heaven. As he has such a holy disciple, we call 230. The Buddha Tathagata the unsurpassed doctor. He is not ot the kind of the six masters. O great king! There was in Varanasi the son of a rich man who was called Ajita. He had unlawful relations with his mother and killed his father. His mother had further bad relations with other people, so he killed her also. There was an Arhat who was his good teacher of the way. As he felt ashamed in front of him, he killed this Arhat. Having killed this Arhat, he went to Jetavana to get ordained. But, since all the bhikshus knew that he had committed 3 deadly sins, none of them wanted to accord with his wish. When his wish was not granted, he became all the more angry and set fire to the vihara, and many innocent people were killed. Then he went to Rajagriha, to the Tathagata, and sought ordination. The Tathagata allowed him to get ordained, and delivered some sermons to him. By degrees, his grave sins began to lessen in weight and he came to aspire to unsurpassed bodhi. For this reason, we say that the Buddha is the good doctor. He is not of the kind of the six masters. O great king! Being by nature very evil in your heart, you believed in the words of an evil person and allowed Devdatta to let loose a big, intoxicated elephant upon the Buddha, so as to have it trample him. On seeing the Buddha, the elephant became sane. So the Buddha stretched out his hand to it and gave it a stroke on the head, spoke of Dharma, as a result of which it aspired to unsurpassed enlightenment. O great king! An animal sees the Buddha, and this destroys the animal's karmic results. How could it not be so with a human being? O great king! Know that any person who sees the Buddha can indeed make away with grave sin. O great king! When the world-honored one had not yet attained unsurpassed bodhi, Mara came to the Buddha with an innumerable and boundless number of kindred. At that time, the Bodhisattva, with his power of forbearance, crushed the evil mind of Mara and made him aspire to unsurpassed enlightenment and accept Dharma. The Buddha possesses that much great virtue. O great king! Some Atavakas, i.e. field demons, were causing harm to the people. The Tathagata, at that time, went to the wasteland village and delivered a sermon for the sake of the rich man, Subhadra. Then, the Atavakas, on hearing the sermon, were greatly gladdened and gave the rich man to the Tathagata. Later, they aspired to unsurpassed enlightenment. O great king! In the state of Varanasi, there was a butcher called Broadforehead, who every day killed an innumerable number of sheep. Having encountered Sariputra, he received the 8 precepts, and then a day and night passed. Because of this, after his death, he was born as the son of Vice Ravana, the king of the northern heaven. Even a disciple of the Tathagata possesses such great virtue. How could things be otherwise with the Buddha? O great king! In North India, there was a castle called Small Stone. There was a king in that castle named Nagamark. He usurped the state. Desperate for the crown, he killed his own father. Having killed his father, remorse filled his breast. He abandoned the state, came to the Buddha and wished to be ordained as a monk. The Buddha welcomed him and made him a bhikshu. His sins died out and he aspired to unsurpassed enlightenment. Know, O great king, that the Buddha possesses such innumerable amounts of great virtue. O great king! Devdatta was the Tathagata's disciple. He harmed many a monk and caused blood to flow from the Buddha's body and killed Utpalvarna, thus committing the 3 deadly deeds. The Tathagata spoke in diverse ways about Dharma and caused his grave sins to lessen by degree in their weight. Hence, we say that the Tathagata is a great doctor. He is not of the kind of the 6 masters. O great king! If you believe in my words, please speed to the Tathagata. If you believe in my words, weigh up well what I say. O great king! The all-Buddha world-honored one covers all with great compassion. He does not love only one person. Wonderful Dharma reigns widely. There is no one who is not taken in by it. His mind is all equal towards the hostile and the friendly. His mind does not hate and does not love. It is not the case that only one person gains the way and others do not. The Tathagata is not merely the teacher of the 4 classes of the Sangha alone, he is the teacher of all gods, humans, nagas, demons, hell-dwellers, animals and hungry ghosts. And all beings should look up to the Buddha as they look up to their own father and mother. O great king! Know that it is not the case that the Tathagata only speaks of Dharma. 231 To the noble king, Bhadrika, he even addresses the lowly Upali. He does not only accept offerings from Sudatanathapandatta, but also accepts food from the poor man, Sudatta. He does not only speak of Dharma to sharp-wit Saraputra, but also to dull-wit Sudhipanthaka. He does not only allow such a greedless person as Mahakasyapa to enter the order, but also such a person as greedy Nanda. He does not only allow such an illusion-free person as Uravalva Kasyapa to seek the way, but also one full of illusion who has committed grave deadly sins, like Sudaya, the younger brother of King Prasenajit. It is not the case that he extracts the root of anger because one offers him the galangal and aromatic spice but abandons a person who means to do harm. He does not only speak of Dharma to intellectual males, but also to the lowest in life, those who are married, and females. He not only enables Sramanas to attain the four fruitions of the way, but also enables lay people to gain the three fruitions of the way. He does not only present Dharma to a person who has abandoned the odd duties of life such as the Pudala and others and who seeks to meditate in quiet quarters, but also to such as King Bimbisara, who has to reign over a state. It is not the case that Dharma is spoken only to teetotalers, but it is also spoken to those lost in strong drinks, like the rich man, Yugravati, and the intoxicated. It is not the case that Dharma is spoken of only to those who sit in dhyana meditation like Riveda, but also to the Brahmin woman, Vasistha, who is now mad after losing her child. It is not the case that his sermons are only preached to his own disciples, but also to Tirthayikas, Nirgranthas, and others. It is not the case that Dharma is preached only to those of full i.e. strapping manhood aged 25, but also to the elderly as old as 80, who are weak in physique. He does not only preach to those who are closely connected with Buddha Dharma, but also to those who are not very well up in the practice of the way. He does not only preach to Malika, but also to such a prostitute as Idpal. He does not only receive the offerings of best dishes and sweet things from King Prasenajit, he also receives those of the rich man, Srigupta, which contain poison. O great king! Srigupta, in days gone by, sowed the seeds of deadly sins. But after having met the Buddha and having listened to his sermons, he aspired to unsurpassed enlightenment. O great king! Even if one were to make offerings for a month to all beings, the merit would not compare to 1/16 of that of meditating single-mindedly upon the Buddha. O great king! Though one were to work gold and make a man, and put on display vehicles and horse treasures 100 in number, this could not compare to a person who aspires to enlightenment and takes a step towards the Buddha. O great king! Even though one might put on 100 carts drawn by elephants, bearing various rare treasures from Roman lands and women with items of jewelry as many as 100, such could not compare to aspiring to Bodhi and taking a step towards the Buddha. Or even if one were to give this and the four things, i.e. food, clothing, decoctions, and accommodation to all the beings of the 3,000 great thousand worlds, this could not compare to aspiring to enlightenment and taking a step towards the Buddha. Furthermore, even if we gave dana alms to beings as innumerable as the sands of the Ganges, this would never be better than the great kings going to where the twin sal trees stand, to where the Tathagata is, and listening with the sincerest heart to what he says. Then the great king answered, the Tathagata world-honored one is by nature mellow and soft. By reason of this, he has as his kindred all who are mellow and of a soft nature. Just as a Forest of sandalwood is surrounded by sandalwood trees, so is the Tathagata pure and pristine. And surrounded by people who are also pure and pristine. This is like a great Naga serpent. Having kindred who are Nagas, the Tathagata is silent and quiet, and his people, too, are silent and quiet. The Tathagata does not covet, nor do any of his people, either. The Buddha has no illusion, nor do any of his people. I am the most wicked of men. Lined with evil karma, my body issues an evil smell and is tethered to hell. How can I dare to hope ever to go to where the Tathagata is? I may well go, but words may not get connections. You wish to have me go to the Buddha. And yet, I am now of a base constitution and despair of my own self and have no mind to go. Then there came a voice from above, the unsurpassed Buddhist teaching is weak and is now about to die out. The great river of full water is about to dry up. It will not be long before the 232 bright lamp of Dharma goes out. The mountain of Dharma is about to crumble, and the ship of Dharma is about to sink to the bottom. The bridge of Dharma is about to break, and the palace of Dharma is about to be leveled to the ground. The banner of Dharma is about to fall, and the tree of Dharma is about to snap and break. The good friend is about to leave us, and a great fear is about to raise its head. It will not be long before beings will inevitably feel the lack of Dharma. The epidemics of illusion are about to run amok. The time of great gloom is arriving, and people will have to feel thirst for Dharma. King Mara will be gladdened and will ungarb all his armor. The son of Buddha Dharma is about to sink behind the mountain of great Nirvana. O great King! If the Buddha is gone, there will never be anyone who can undo your grave sins. O great King! You have committed deadly sins that will take you to Avicii hell. There is no doubt that this karma will do its work. O great King! A means nothing, by means in between. As there is no moment of pleasure in between, we say abi. O great King! If only a single person falls into this hell, the height of his body will measure 80,000 yojanas. It will fill the place up. And there will be no space there in between. The body is surrounded all around and is subject to various pains. If there are many people, the bodies fill up, and there is no space in between and nothing separates them. O great King! When one is in the cold hell, hot air will come for a moment, and this is a cause of pleasure. In the hot hell, a momentary blast of cold air becomes a cause of pleasure. One's life comes to an end in hell, but if one hears a living voice, it is restored. In Avicii hell, such never occurs. O great King! There are 4 gates in Avicii hell. Outside each gate there is a great fire which burns. It goes through everything, to east, west, south and north. Iron walls go all around for 8,000 yojanas. Above is an iron net, the ground, too, is made of iron. The fire passes from above to down below, it goes from bottom to top. O great King! This is like a fish on a frying pan whose fat and oil are burning. It is the same with the criminal. 2. O great King! One who has committed one deadly sin has fully to suffer thus for one sin. One who has committed 2 deadly sins has to answer for 2. If 5, the sin goes reaps 5 times as much pain. O great King! I know that you will definitely have to experience your karmic results. Please speed to where the Buddha is. Other than the Buddha world honored 1, no one can save you. I feel sorry. Hence, I urge you thus. Then, on hearing this, fear overtook the king, a shudder ran through his whole body, his 5 limbs shook like a plantain. Looking up, he asked, O you God! Who are you? You show no form, only your voice comes down. O great king! I am your father, Bimbisara. You should now do as Jivaka tells you. Do not give ear to the twisted views of your ministers. On hearing this, the king fell to the ground. The pain of his boils increased, and the bad smell became twice as great as before. Cold medicine was applied and smeared over his body. But the boils burned, the poison increased its heat. And there was no whit of decrease felt. Chapter 25, On Pure Actions 5. Then, the world-honored one saw, from where he was between the twin sal trees, Ajatasattu swoon and fall to the ground, and he said to those present, I shall, for the sake of Ajatasattu, live, and I shall not enter nirvana for innumerable kalpas. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, the Tathagata will not enter nirvana, for the sake of innumerable people. Why is it that you especially will not for the sake of Ajatasattu? The Buddha said, O good man, there is not one person amongst those here who will say, I shall definitely enter nirvana. Ajatasattu will say that he will assuredly suffer eternal death. So he swoons and throws himself upon the ground. O good man, I say that I shall not enter nirvana for the sake of Ajatasattu. Such undisclosed teaching will be hard for you to understand. Why? I say, for the sake of. This refers to all beings. Ajatasattu refers to all those who have committed the 5 deadly sins. Also, for the sake of refers to all those beings of created existence. I do not exist in the world for the non-create. Why? Now, non-create is no beings. Ajatasattu is one. With inner defilement also, for the sake of refers to the beings who see the Buddha nature. If the Buddha nature is seen, I shall not stay long in the world. Why not? One who sees the Buddha nature is no being. Ajatasattu refers to all those who have not yet aspired to 233 unsurpassed enlightenment. Also, for the sake of refers to the 2, Ananda and Kasyapa. Ajatasattu refers to Ajatasattu's royal consort and also to all the females of the castle of Rajagriha. Also, for the sake of is none but the Buddha nature. Aya means not born, se means vengeance. When the Buddha nature is born, there comes about the vengeance of defilement. When there is the vengeance of defilement, one does not see the Buddha nature. When no defilement is born, one sees the Buddha nature. When one sees the Buddha nature, one can abide peacefully in great nirvana. This is not born. That is why we say for the sake of Ajatasattu. Ajatasattu is rendered as Ajays in Chinese. O good man. Aya means not born refers to nirvana. Se refers to worldly dharma. For refers to not spoiled. Not spoiled by the world's 8 things, I do not enter nirvana for innumerable, boundless asamkhas of kalpas. Thus I say that I do not enter nirvana for the sake of Ajatasattu. O good man. The undisclosed word of the Tathagata is inconceivable. Also, the Buddha Dharma and Sangha cannot be conceived. The Buddha nature, too, is inconceivable. And the great Nirvana Sutra is inconceivable. Then, the world-honored one, the all-compassionate one and guide, entered into moonlight samadhi for the sake of Ajatasattu. On his having entered the samadhi, a great light issued forth. The light was pure and cool, and it went to the king and shone upon his body. The boils on his body healed up, and the choking pains died out. Relieved of the pain of the boils and feeling pure and cool in body, the king said to Jivaka, once, I heard people say that when the kalpa is about to end, 3 moons appear at the same time. At that time, the sufferings of beings are all done away with. That time has not yet come. Where does this light come from? It shines on me and touches me, it cures all my boils, and my body feels at peace. Jivaka answered, it is not that. The kalpa is ending and the three mons are appearing and shining. This is also not the light of Mars, the sun, or the constellations, or a medicinal herb, a mani jewel, or the light of heaven. The king further asked, if this is not the light of the three moons, or of the mani, then what light is it? O great king! This is the light of the God of gods. This light has no root, it is boundless. It is not hot, not cold, not eternal, it does not die, it is not matter, not non-matter, it has no outer expression, nor is it non-phenomenal, it is not blue, not yellow, not red, and not white. It is seen only where there is a desire to save. It has its characteristics and can be explained. It has a root, boundary, heat, cold, blue, yellow, red, and white. O great king! Though this light has such aspects of phenomena, it is not possible to explain it. It cannot be seen, nor is there the blue, yellow, red, or white. The king said, O Jivaka! Why does the God of gods send forth this light? Jivaka answered, now, this auspicious scene is for you, great king. O king! You said just now that there was no good doctor in the world who could cure your body and mind. For this reason, this light has first been sent forth. It first cures your body, and then your mind. The king said, O Jivaka! Does not the Tathagata world-honored one think of us? Jivaka replied, as an example, a person has 7 sons. One of the 7 is ill. It is not that the mind of the father and mother is not all equal, but their mind inclines towards the one who is sick. O great king! It is the same with the Tathagata. He is not partial, and yet his mind is heavy at the sight of one who is sinful. Compassion works upon him who is indolent, and his mind is released from him who is not indolent. Who is non-indolent? This refers to the Bodhisattva of the 6th stage. O great king! The all-Buddha world-honored one does not see any differences of caste, youth, age, middle age, wealth, and poverty, time, sun, moon, constellations, the lowly, the page and the maid, the skill of works done, but sees, amongst beings, him who has a good mind. If one has a good mind, his compassion acts. O great king! Please know that this auspicious scene indicates the fact that the Tathagata is now in the moonlight samadhi. Hence, this light. The king asked, what is the moonlight samadhi? Jivaka answered, this is like the moonlight, which well makes all utpal blossoms brightly open their petals. So too does the moonlight samadhi. It thoroughly opens the petals of the good mind of beings. So we call it the moonlight samadhi. For example, the moonlight truly gladdens the heart of all who travel. So does the 234 moonlight samadhi. It truly awakens joy in the minds of those who travel nirvana wards. Hence, we say moonlight samadhi. O great king! The light of the moon increases daily in form and brightness, from the 1st of the month up to the 15th. The case is the same with the moonlight samadhi. The root of the first bud of all good deeds grows by degrees, and ends in the perfection of great nirvana. It is also for this reason that we say moonlight samadhi. O great king! For example, the form and brightness of the moonlight from the 16th to the 30th day gradually lessen in size. It is the same with the moonlight samadhi. Wherever it shines, it decreases, by degrees, all defilements. Thus we say moonlight samadhi. O great king! At a time of great heat, all beings always think of the moonlight. As the moonlight appears, the choking heat all goes. It is the same with the moonlight samadhi. It thoroughly dispels the fever of greed and worry. O great king! For example, the full moon is the king of all stars and is called Amrita, ambrosia of immortality. All beings love it. It is the same with the moonlight samadhi. It is the king of all good deeds and is the Amrita, and is loved by all. For this reason, we say, Moonlight Samadhi. The king said to Jivaka, I hear that the Tathagata will not abide, sit, stand up, talk or discuss with evil persons, just as the great sea will not retain corpses within itself. He is like a mandarin duck, which will not live in a privy, like Sakrodavendra, who does not live with devils, and like the coquelot, which does not live in a dead tree. The same is the case with the Tathagata. How can I go and see him? If I am made to see him, I might sink into the ground. What I see is that the Tathagata may well approach an intoxicated elephant, a lion, a tiger, a wolf, a great fire, or a blazing flame, but not an evil person. It is for this reason that I think thus. With what mind can I go and see him? Jivaka answered, O great king! One who is thirsty hastens to a spring, one hungry seeks food, one afraid calls for help, a sick person calls for a doctor, one who feels hot seeks coolness, one feeling cold looks for clothing. O great king! It is the same with your now seeking the Buddha. O great king! The Tathagata even delivers sermons to the Akantikas and others. And you, O great king, are no Akantika. So how could you not expect the help of the compassionate one? The king said, O Jivaka! I once heard that the Akantika is a person who does not believe, hear, see, or grasp the meaning. How can the Tathagata speak of Dharma to such a person as that? Jivaka replied, O great king! As an illustration, there is a man who contracts a serious illness. At night the person goes up to a one-pillared palace, partakes of butter, rubs it on his body, lies on ashes, eats ashes, climbs up a dead tree, plays with monkeys, and sits and reclines with them, and sinks into water or mud. He jumps from a high building, a high mountain, trees, elephants, horses, cows, and sheep. He wears blue, yellow, red, or dark-colored clothes, laughs, sings and dances. He looks at crows, eagles, foxes, and raccoon dogs. His teeth and hair fall out, he is naked, sleeps with dogs as his pillow amidst dung and dust. Furthermore, he walks, lives, and stands amongst the dead, holds hands with them and eats. He sees in dreams that poisonous serpents cover the path and that he must pass these. Or he embraces a hair-covered woman, and wears clothing made of tala leaves. He dreams that he is riding on a broken cart drawn by a donkey or is playing in front of it. Having dreamt thus, his mind is worried. Due to this worry, his illness increases. As the illness increases, all the people and his relatives send for a doctor. The errand boy dispatched for the doctor is of small stature and is lacking in carnal organs. His head is dusty, and he wears tattered clothes, and he means to carry the doctor on a broken down cart. He says to the doctor, "Quick! Get in the cart." Then, the good doctor thinks to himself, "Now, this messenger looks ill and unpleasant. I know that the sick person is difficult to cure." He also thinks, "The messenger does not look very auspicious. I shall now look into the fortunes of the day and see if I can cure the patient or not." The 4th, 6th, 8th, 12th, and 14th are bad days, when illnesses do not heal up. He further thinks, "This is a bad day. I shall now look into the stars and see if I can cure the patient. Or not. If it is the time of such stars as Mars, Revti, Kritika, Apabharani, Shishyo, and Mancho, illness is hard to cure. He also thinks, as the stars are not in an auspicious constellation, I shall now look at the time. If it is autumn, winter, eventide, midnight, moonless time, then illnesses 235 are hard to cure. Also he thinks, even though all such aspects indicate ill omens, things may be definite or indefinite. I shall now see the sick person himself. If fortune is favorable, there will be a cure, if not, nothing will help. Thinking thus, he goes along with the messenger. On the way, he again thinks, if the sick person is destined to live long, his illness will be cured. If not, there can be no cure. And in front of the cart, he sees two children quarreling and fighting, catching hold of each other's head, tugging at their hair, throwing tiles and stones, and brandishing and striking with swords and staffs. He sees people bearing fire, which spontaneously dies out, or people felling trees, or catching hold of skin and going along, tugging at it, or things left out on the path, or people holding empty things, or a sramana walking alone, without a companion, or a tiger, wolf, crow, eagle or fox. Seeing this, he thinks, I see the messenger that is sent, all that is happening on the road, and I see that they all indicate bad omens. I know that this illness will be hard to cure. Also he thinks, though the omens are bad, let things go as they must. I shall go and see this illness. Thus thinking, he hears this said on the way, things such as forgetting, death, collapsing, breaking, skinning, falling, burning, and non-coming cannot be cured. Also, to the south he hears the cries of such birds and beasts as crow, eagle, sarika, dog, rat, fox, pig, and hare. Hearing all of these, he thinks, I know that it will be hard to cure this sick person. Then he arrives at the place of the sick person and sees the sick man. Cold and heat press down upon him time and again, his joints are painful, his eyes red, and the ringing in his ears can be heard from without. His throat is gripped by convulsions and pains, and the surface of his tongue is cracked. The person is of a truly dark color, and his head is not in order. His body is dried up. No perspiration comes out. The calls of nature have all stopped, his body is uncommonly swollen, and is scarlet and red, different from what obtained in ordinary days. There is no balance in his voice, which is at times coarse and at times weak. Spots can be seen all over his body, strangely blue and yellow in color. His belly is swollen, and his speech is not clear. The doctor, on seeing this, asks the attendant of the patient, how does the patient feel? The answer comes back, oh, great doctor. This man previously respected the three treasures and all devas. Now, this person has changed and has ceased to respect them. Hitherto, he gladly gave, but now he is miserly. In the past, he ate sparingly, but now he eats a lot. Previously he harmonized with good, but now he is evil. Hitherto he was filial and respected his father and mother, but now he has no mind to respect them. The doctor, having heard all this, steps forward and smells. What he smells is idpal, the mixed smell of agaru, pirka, tagarika, tamalapatra, kunkumam, sandalwood, the smell of roasting meat, the smell of wine, the smell of roasting spines and bones, the smell of fish, and the smell of dung. Having smelled these good and bad smells, he steps forward and touches the patient's body, which is as delicate and soft as silk or cotton or the carp as a cotton tree flower. Or it is as hard as stone, or cold as ice, or hot as fire, as astringent as sand. Having seen all this, the good doctor sees that the man will surely die. Of this he has no doubt. But he does not say that the person will surely die. He says to the sick man's attendant, I am busy now. I shall come back tomorrow. Let the man eat whatever he desires to eat, and do not say no. And he returns home. The next day the messenger comes, to whom the doctor again says, my business is not yet concluded, besides, the medicine has not yet been made up. The wise should know that such a sick person will assuredly die. O great king! It is the same with the world-honored one, too. He well knows what the Ekantika is, and yet he speak to him of Dharma. Why? If he did not speak of Dharma, common mortals would all say, the Tathagata has no compassion. If he has, we say all-knowing. If he does not, how can we say that he is the all-knowing one? Thus would they say. For this reason, the Tathagata delivers sermons to the Ekantikas. O great king! The Tathagata sees all sick persons and always dispenses the medicine of Dharma. The Tathagata is not to blame if the sick do not take the medicine. O great king! There are two kinds of Ekantika. One gains the wholesome root Kusalamula in the present, and the other the wholesome root in the life to come, i.e. next life. The Tathagata well knows which of the Ekantika will gain the wholesome 236 root in this life. So he speaks of Dharma. Even to the one whose wholesome root actualizes in the life to come, he speaks of Dharma. The result may not come about now, but he makes it the cause in the life to come. For this reason does the Tathagata speak of Dharma to the Ekantika. Of the Ekantika, there are two kinds. One is sharp, and the other is of middle grade. The one of sharp grade gains the wholesome root in this life, the one of middle grade will gain it in the life to come. The all-Buddha world-honored one does not speak for nothing. O great king! For example, a person who is clean does not fall into the privy cesspit. A good teacher of the way sees and pities him, and goes forward, catches hold of his hair and pulls him out. So do things obtain with the all-Buddha Tathagata. He sees all beings falling into the pit of the three unfortunate realms. He effects expedients and saves them. It is for this reason that the Tathagata does indeed speak of Dharma even to the Ekantikas. The king said to Jivaka, if things obtain thus with the Tathagata, I shall tomorrow check the fortunes of the day and the stars to see if they are good, and then I shall go. Jivaka said to the king, there is no finding out of the best day and stars in the teaching of the Tathagata. It is as with a person suffering from serious illness, he does not select the good or bad day and time, but seeks out a doctor. Now, your illness, king, is serious and you seek a good doctor, who is the Buddha. Please do not speak about whether it is a good or bad day. O great king! This is as in the case of sandalwood and Eranda fire, both of which burn in the same way, without any difference. It is the same with the best day and that of ill omens. At the place of the Buddha, one gains the same expiation of one's sins. Please, O great king, hasten there today. Then the great king gave orders to a minister called Auspicious, saying, O you minister! Today I mean to go to the Buddha world-honored one. Make haste and get things ready for the offerings. The minister said, O great king! Well said, well said. We have everything ready for the offerings. King Ajatasattu had with him his royal consort. The palanquins on which they rode were 12,000 in number, Their great and powerful elephants were 50,000. On each elephant were 3 attendants, who held banners and parasols in their hands. There was no lack of flowers, incense, or musical instruments. All was complete. There were 180,000 horses leading and bringing up the rear. And the people of Magadha who followed the king numbered 580,000. At this time, the people of Kusinagara filled an area 12 yojanas in size. All saw King Ajatasattu and his kindred coming from afar, asking the way. Then, the Buddha spoke to the congregation. All of you, the most closely related to unsurpassed Bodhi is the good friend of the way. Why? If Ajatasattu had not followed the words of Jivaka, he would have died on the 7th of next month and would have fallen into hell. For this reason, there is no one better than the most closely related and good friend of the way. A voice came from in front of King Ajatasattu, which said, King Vijayadabha of Sravasti rode on a ship, went to sea, met with the fire and died. The bhiksu, Kakalika, was swallowed up alive by the earth, and fell into Avachi hell. Sunakshetra, after committing many an evil deed, came to the Buddha, and all his sins were expunged. On hearing this, he said to Jivaka, I have heard these 2 things said, but I cannot be too sure. O Jivaka, come with me. I mean to ride together with you on one elephant. If I am to fall into Avachi hell, grab hold of me so that I do not fall down there. Why? I once heard that the person who has gained the truth will not fall into hell. Then the Buddha said to the people around, King Ajatasattu yet has doubts. I shall now fix my mind. At that time, there was a bodhisattva called All Upholding there. He said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, as you the Buddha have previously stated, all things have no fixed state. Matter has no fixed form, and nirvana has no fixed form, either. How is it that you, Tathagata, say that for Ajatasattu's sake you will gain a fixed mind? The Buddha said, well said, well said, O good man. I now gain a fixed mind for the sake of Ajatasattu. Why? If the king's doubts become annihilated, know that there can be no fixed forms for all things. Because of this, I shall, for Ajatasattu's sake, gain a fixed mind. Know that this mind is not one that is fixed. O good man. If the mind of the king is fixed, how could one destroy the king's deadly sins? As there is no fixed state, we can indeed crush out sin. Hence, for Ajatasattu's sake, I gain a fixed mind. 237 Then the great king went to the forest of sal trees, went to where the Buddha was, looked up and saw the 32 signs of perfection and the 80 minor marks of excellence, all of which stood out like an all-wonderful golden mount. Then the Buddha issued the 8 kinds of voice and said, O great king. Then Ajatasattu looked to right and left and said, Who is the great king amongst all of those who are here? I am sinful and have no virtue worth mentioning. So the Tathagata could not be addressing me thus. Then the Tathagata again called out, O great king Ajatasattu. On hearing this, the king was greatly pleased and said, The Tathagata uses loving words to me. I now know that the Tathagata truly has great pity for all us beings, he makes no distinction. And he said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, I have now eternally made away with doubt. I definitely know now that the Tathagata is truly the unsurpassed great teacher. Then, Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to all upholding, the Tathagata has gained a fixed mind for the sake of King Ajatasattu. King Ajatasattu said further to the Buddha, O great king, even if I now sat and stood and took meals with Brahma and Sakrodavendra, I would not feel happy. You, Tathagata, just drop me a word and command me, and I greatly rejoice. And he brought the banners, parasols, flowers, incense, and musical instruments to the Buddha and offered them to him. Then he stepped forward, touched the Buddha's feet, and walked around the Buddha 3 times. Worshipping him in this way, he stepped back and took his seat to one side. Then the Buddha said to Ajatasattu, "O great king, I shall now talk to you about the pith of wonderful Dharma. Listen to me carefully with all your mind. The common mortal should always meditate on 20 things. 1. This body is empty and there is nothing there that is undefiled, i.e. anasrava. 2. It has no wholesome root in it. 3. There is no adjustment in birth and death. 4. One falls into a deep pit and there is no place where one may have no fear. 5. By what means can one see the Buddha nature? 6. How can one practice meditation and see the Buddha nature? 7. Birth and death are always the cause of suffering and there are no eternal bliss, self, and the pure. 8. It is not possible to segregate oneself from the 8 inopportune situations. 9. One is always pursued by enmity. 10. There is not one dharma that can shake off all things that exist. 11. One is not emancipated from the 3 unfortunate realms. 12. Various twisted views accompany one. 13. No boat is on hand to pass one across the waters of the 5 deadly sins. 14. Birth and death go on endlessly and no limit to this is gained. 15. When no karma is performed, there is no result to follow. 16. No fruition comes about to others for what one has oneself done. 17. Without the cause of bliss, there cannot be the result of bliss. 18. Once the seed of karma is sown, the result will not be lost. 19. Ignorance calls forth life and by it one dies. 20. What one has over the 3 times of past, present and future is indolence. O great king, common mortals should always meditate on these 20 things. Having meditated thus, one will come not to desire birth and death any more. If no desire exists for birth and death, one will gain samatha vipassana tranquility and insight. Then, in an orderly way, one will meditate on what obtains regarding birth, life, and extinction. So does it go with dhyana, wisdom, effort and shila. Having meditated on birth, life, and extinction, one comes to know what obtains with the mind down to the moral precepts. Refraining from evil to the end, there can be no fear of death and the 3 unfortunate realms. Any person whose mind is not set upon these 20 things has a mind that is indolent, and there will be no end of evil that is not yet done. Ajatasattu said, I did not hitherto grasp the meanings of these 20 things which the Buddha has expounded to me. I therefore committed many evil deeds. As I have committed many evil deeds, I have a fear of death and of the 3 unfortunate realms. O world-honored one, I am myself to blame. I myself have invited this suffering upon myself and am responsible for all these grave sins. Though my father, the king, was utterly blameless, I committed deadly acts against him. Whether or not I may have meditated on all of these things, I am sure that avicii hell awaits me. The Buddha said to the great king, all things that exist, and their characteristics, are not eternal. There is nothing that is fixed. O king, how can you say that you will definitely go to avicii hell? King Ajatasattu said to the Buddha, O world-honored one, if all things do not have a 238 fixed state, then the sins that I have committed cannot be fixed, either. If killing is definite, there cannot be any saying that all things are not fixed. The Buddha said, O great king, well said, well said. The all-Buddha world-honored one, says, all things have no definite aspects. You, king, well know that killing, too, is not definite. For this reason, know that in killing, too, there is nothing that is definite. You say that your father was innocent and you killed him. Who is your father? Only a provisional man made up of the 5 skandhas, towards which you carelessly entertain the notion of father. Which of the 12 spheres and 18 realms is your father? If matter rupa is father, the other 4 skandhas must be false. There cannot be anything such as rupa or non-rupa that can combine together and make father. Why not? Because there cannot be anything, by nature, that can be called rupa or non-rupa. O great king! Common mortals and all beings carelessly entertain the notion of father in the rupaskandha. Such a rupaskandha also cannot be harmed. Why not? There are 10 kinds of rupa. Of these 10, only one is seen, held, prized, weighed, tugged, and bound. Although we can see and bind, there is no nature that sustains this rupa. As it is non-abiding, we cannot see, hold, prize, weigh, tug or bind. This is what rupa is. How can we kill it? If this rupa is your father and is liable to get harmed, and if we are to reap the karmic fruit, the other 9 must be false. If the remaining 9 are false, there can be no talk of sin. O great king! There are 3 kinds of rupa. These are of the past, present, and future. We cannot harm that of the past and that of the present. Why not? The past has passed. As to the present, all things die out moment after moment. As to what arises in time the future, things can be checked, so as not to arise. This is killing. Thus a single rupa can either be killed or not be killed. As there are the 2 cases of being killed and not being killed, we can say that nothing is ever definite. If rupa is not fixed, killing too is indefinite. Since killing is not definite, the karmic consequence is also not definite. How can you say that you will fall into hell? O great king! There are 2 kinds of karmic results to what beings do. One is light and the other is grave. What concerns mind and mouth is light, what is done by body, mouth, and mind is grave. What is thought about in mind and spoken by mouth, but what is not done, is light in karma. O great king! You, in days gone by, did not say kill, you only said, cut off the legs. If you had told your attendants to behead your father while he was standing, and if he were beheaded while sitting, you would not have purchased sin. Contrary to this, you did not command us. How can you have sinned? If it is the case that you sinned, then the All-Buddha, world-honored one, too, must have sinned. Why so? Your father, King Bimbisara, had previously sown all the seeds of good. As a result he was then able to ascend the throne. Had the Buddha world-honored one not accepted the offerings made, he could not have become king. If he had not become king, you could not have plotted against the state and caused harm. If it is the case that you have killed your father and have committed a crime, all we Buddhas must have sins to answer for. If the All-Buddha world-honored one has no sin, how could it be that you alone must have sinned? O great king! Bimbisara once gained an evil state of mind and went out hunting on Vipula hill. He roamed about the wilderness, but found no game. He saw a rishi who was endowed with the 5 divine powers. Seeing him, anger and a twisted thought arose in him. He thought that the reason he had no game came from the fact that this rishi must have caused the game animals to run away. He told his attendants to kill this rishi. The rishi, as he was about to breathe his last, gained an evil state of mind. he lost his divine powers and took an oath, I am truly innocent. But you, by means of your mouth, ruthlessly perform an act of killing. I shall, in the life to come, cause, like you, death to you through my mouth. Then the king, on hearing this, repented. He cremated the dead body with offerings. So did it go with the former king. The karmic consequence was light, and he did not fall into hell. In contrast to this, you did nothing of the sort, so how could you suffer in hell? The former king did the thing himself and he had to pay for it. How could you say, king, that you did the killing and that you have to suffer? You say that your father was innocent. How could you say that he was innocent? Now, a person who has sinned has to suffer from what he has done. A person who has not sinned does not suffer from 239 karmic results. If your late father, the king, had committed no sin, how could there be any karmic result? Bimbisara acquired good and bad karmic results in his lifetime. Because of this, nothing was definite with the late king. Being indefinite, killing, too, was indefinite. The killing being indefinite, how can you say that you will have to fall into hell? O great king! Regarding the defilement of madness in beings, there are 4 kinds. These are 1. Madness from greed, 2. Madness from medicine, 3. Madness by charms, 4. Madness from original karma. O great king! There are these 4 kinds of madness amongst my disciples. They do many evil things, and yet I do not call it violating sila, the moral precepts. What is done by such persons does not lead to the 3 unfortunate realms. Even when regaining a sane state of mind, we do not speak of their having violated sila. You, king, were in a greedy state of mind and committed this offense. This is what the madness of greed did. How can we call this sin? O great king! A person takes drink, becomes intoxicated and kills his own mother. Once the intoxication has passed, he repents. Know that this action also does not call forth karmic results. O king! The intoxication of greed is not the action of a sane mind. If not of the sane mind, how can one acquire sin? Now, a juggler at a crossroads displays various forms of men, women, elephants, horses, garlands, clothings, etc. The ignorant call these real, whereas the wise know that all of these are not true. The same with killing. The common mortal calls it true, but the all Buddha world-honored one knows that it is not true. O king! The ignorant call an echo true, but the wise know that it is not. O great king! A mind of vengeance comes about, but presents a face of seeming friendliness. The ignorant call this true, but the wise see through it and recognize it as false. It is the same with killing. The common mortal says that it is true, whereas the all-Buddha world-honored one knows that it is not true. O great king! One takes up a mirror and looks into it. The ignorant say that it is a true face in the mirror, but the wise see through it and say that this is not something true. It is the same with killing. The common mortal says that it is true, whereas the all-Buddha world-honored one knows that it is not so. The ignorant see a mirage in the hot season and call it water, but the wise see through it and know that it is not water. The same is the case with killing. The common mortal calls it true, whereas the all-Buddha world-honored one knows that it is not true. O great king! The common mortal calls a Gandharvan castle true, whereas the wise see through it and know that it is not true. It is the same with killing. The common mortal calls it true, but the all-Buddha world-honored one knows that it is not true. O great king! In a dream, one enjoys the bliss of the five desires. The ignorant call these true, but the wise see through it and know them and know that they are not true. The case is the same with killing. The common mortal says that it is true, but the all-Buddha world-honored one knows that it is not true. O great king! I know all about killing, the act of killing, the killer, the karmic results of killing, and emancipation. That is to say, that there is no sin. O king! You may know of killing, but how can there be any sin? O great king! For example, one may know how to serve wine, but if one does not drink it, one will not get intoxicated. Also, the knowledge of fire is not burning. It is the same with you, king. And the knowing of killing does not mean any sin. O great king! The beings, at sunrise, commit various sins, and at the rise of the moon commit robbery, but they do not perform any sinful acts when there are no sun and moon out. The sun and moon enable them to commit crime. But the sun and moon do not actually commit any sinful deeds. It is the same with killing. You, king, were the vehicle, but you have no sin. O great king! You always give orders in your royal palace to kill sheep. And you have no fear in your mind. How is it that you entertain fear only when you kill your father? We say, respectable and disrespectable as between man and animal. But both equally love life and fear death. In this there is no difference. Why is it that your mind is light when you have killed sheep and that you fear greatly when you have killed your father? O great king! Man is a servant of craving, and is not free. Driven by craving, a person commits the act of killing. There can be karmic results. But craving Trishna is to answer is responsible. You, king, feel molested, oppressed. But who is to blame? O great king! For example, nirvana is no is and is not a not is. Yet it is and is. The same applies to killing. Though not is and not is, it is yet. 240. And is. It is not is with the person who repents, it is not is with the person who feels no repentance. One who harvests the karmic consequences calls this is, one who sees void regards it as not is. For one who holds the world view of is, it is not is, and for one who bases himself on the is theory, it is an is. Why? Because a person of this world view reaps karmic results. A person who upholds the world view that there is no is reaps no karmic results. For a person who holds the world view of the eternal oneness of his existence, it is not is. For a person who holds the non-eternal oneness theory, it is not is. For a person of the eternal theory, it cannot be not is. Why not? Because a person of this eternal theory harvests an evil karma. Hence, for a person of this eternal theory, it cannot be not is. For this reason, not is, and not is are is. O great king! Now, beings speak of an exhaling-inhaling breath. When we cut off the exhaling and inhaling breath, there is death. All Buddhas follow the way of life of the lay and say that there is killing. O great king! Matter rupa is non-eternal, the causal relations of matter are also not eternal. How could matter, which arises out of an impermanent cause, be eternal? This applies down to consciousness, which is non-eternal, and the causal relations of consciousness are also non-eternal. How could the consciousness that arises out of impermanent causation be eternal? Due to impermanence, there arises suffering. Due to suffering, what there is void. Due to the void, what there is non-self. If there are impermanence, suffering, void, and non-self, what does one kill? If impermanence is killed, what there is eternal nirvana. If suffering is killed, one must gain bliss. If the void is killed, one must gain the real. If the non-self is killed, one must gain the true self. O great king! If impermanence, suffering, the void, and non-self are killed, you must be equal to me. I, too, killed impermanence, suffering, the void, and non-self, and I am not in hell. How could you fall into hell? Then, King Ajatasattu meditated, as told to by the Buddha, on matter down to consciousness. Having thus meditated, he said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! I have come to know for the first time that matter is non-eternal and down to the fact that consciousness is non-eternal. If I had so meditated, I could not have sinned. In days gone by, I heard a person say that the all Buddha world-honored one always becomes the parent to all beings. Though I heard so, I could not be quite sure. Now I definitely know. O world-honored one! I also heard that the King Mountain, Mount Sumeru, is made of the four treasures, gold, silver, Vaidurya, and Sphatika, and also that all birds change their color, according to the color of the place they go to. Though I heard so, I was not quite sure. As I now come to Mount Sumeru, I am now of the same color. To say that I am the same in color means to say that all things are non-eternal. Suffering, void, and non-self. O world-honored one! I observe that in the world the Aranda Ricinus communis comes from the Aranda seed, but not that sandalwood comes from Aranda. I now see for the first time that sandalwood comes from the Aranda seed. The Aranda seed is none but I. The sandalwood is the faith that has no root in my mind. I say rootless. That is to say that I first did not know how to respect the Tathagata, that I did not believe in the Dharma and Sangha. This is what I call rootless. O world-honored one! If I had not met with you, the Tathagata world-honored one, I would have had to live for innumerable asamkhas of kalpas in a great hell, suffering their infinite pain. I am now fortunate to have met with you, the Tathagata. By virtue of having seen this Buddha, I can now crush all defilements and the evil state of mind. The Buddha said, O great king! Well said, well said. I now know that you will surely destroy the evil state of mind of beings. O world-honored one! If I could well destroy the evil state of mind of beings, I could well fall into Avicii hell and suffer great pain. Therefore innumerable kalpas, and I should not feel it as pain. And the innumerable people of the state of Magadha aspired to unsurpassed Bodhi enlightenment. And when all such people had aspired to the great mind, all the grave sins of King Ajatasattu became light. And the king, the royal consort, the ladies of the harem, and the attendant females aspired to unsurpassed Bodhi. Then King Ajatasattu spoke to Jivaka, O Jivaka! I am not yet dead, and yet I have a heavenly body. Casting away a short life, I have gained a long one, and I cause all beings to aspire to 241 unsurpassed Bodhi. That is to say that this is the heavenly body, long life, and the eternal body. And this is a disciple of all Buddhas. Saying thus, he offered the Buddha various gem-studded hanging ensigns, flags and parasols, incense, flowers, garlands, and wonderful music, and spoke in praise of the Buddha in a gatha. The true words are delicately said in sentences all skillfully woven. The undisclosed store of deep meaning is opened for the sake of all beings. The implications are great and extensive, but told in simple ways, for being's sake. Perfect in all such words, he thoroughly cures beings. Any being blessed with hearing these words will definitely come to know, whether he believes or not, that all this is the sermon of the Buddha. All Buddhas always with soft words, for being's sake explain what is coarse. The words softly spoken or coarsely spoken, all turn up to end up in Paramartha Satya, ultimate truth. That is why I now take refuge in the world-honored one. Just as the water of the great ocean is one that the Tathagata uses. This is the foremost meaning. Because of this, there are no words which are meaningless. The various and innumerable things that the Tathagata speaks are now heard by beings, male and female, big and small, who all equally arrive at Paramartha Satya. Causelessness, fruitlessness, birthlessness, and deathlessness are all called great nirvana. And those who here destroy all karmic results. The Tathagata becomes the compassionate father and mother to all beings. Know that all beings are all sons of the Tathagata. The world-honored one, being compassionate, practiced penance for being's sake. It seems that man is much caught by demons or lost to madness. I now see the Buddha and am blessed with the good of the three actions, i.e. of body, mouth, and mind. I pray that I shall turn this merit over to the unsurpassed way. I now make offerings to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. And I pray that the three treasures will always exist in the world. The various merits that I gain will thoroughly crush the four maras of all beings. I made friends with evil ones. And there was no end of sins that pass in the three times. I now repent before the Buddha. And I pray that I shall commit no more sins in the days to come. I pray that all beings will aspire to Bodhi. And always think of all the Buddhas of the 10 directions. And I pray that all beings will eternally destroy the defilements. 242 And that, like Manjushri, they will clearly see the Buddha nature. Then the world-honored one praised King Ajatasattu. Well said, well said. If one aspires to Bodhi, know that this adorns all Buddhas and the masses. O great king! You, once in the past, at the site of Buddha Vipassana, aspired to Bodhi, and ever since then, up to the time when I appeared in the world, you have never once suffered the pains of hell. O great king! Know that Bodhicitta, the resolve to gain enlightenment, generates innumerable karmic effects. O great king! From now onwards, always cultivate Bodhicitta. Why? Through this, you can thoroughly make away with an innumerable number of sins. Then King Ajatasattu and all the people of the state of Magadha stood up from their seats, walked around the Buddha 3 times, drew back, and returned to the palace. Now, what refers to the chapter on heavenly actions is as stated in the Gandavyaha Sutra. Chapter 26, on the action of the child. O good man! Why do we speak of a child's action? O good man! A child cannot stand up, stay, come, and go, or speak. This is the state of a child. It is the same with the Tathagata. We say, unable to stand up. The Tathagata does not raise any aspect of a thing. We say unable to stay. The Tathagata does not adhere to anything. We say unable to come. In the bodily action of the Tathagata, there is no shaking. We say unable to go. The Tathagata already enters great nirvana. We say unable to talk. He talks, but he does not speak. Why not? If spoken, that would be something of the category of the created. The Tathagata is an uncreate. So he speaks not. Also, we say no word. For what a child says cannot be well understood. Though there are words, they are almost no words. The case is the same with the Tathagata. The words not being clear is the secret word of all Buddhas. Though uttered, beings do not understand. That is why we say worldless. And also, with the child the name and the thing are not one. Though the child does not know the right word, it is not the case that it cannot know things. It is the same with the Tathagata. All beings differ from one another. What they say is the same. The Tathagata enacts expedience and speaks. And through this, he makes people understand. Also, a child speaks of a big letter. The same is the case with the Tathagata. He talks of a big word. This is Vabha. Vaie, the 42nd letter of the Sanskrit alphabet corresponds to created, and Baie, the 36th letter of the Sanskrit alphabet to the non-created. This is the child. Va is non-eternal, and Ba is eternal. Beings hear this and take it as eternal. This is the action of the child. Also, the child does not know suffering or bliss, day or night, father or mother. It is the same with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva. For the sake of beings, he does not see suffering or bliss. There is no difference between day and night. His mind is equal towards all beings. Hence, there is no distinction of father or mother, friendly or not friendly. Also, a child cannot make big or small things. It is the same with the Bodhisattva Mahasattva. Also, he does not create birth or death. This is non-making. Big things refers to the 5 deadly sins. Small thing refers to the 2-vehicle mind. The Bodhisattva does not, right to the end, retrogress from Bodhicitta and create Sravaka and Pratyekabuddha vehicles. Also, we say child's action. When a child cries and weeps, the parents take up the yellow leaf of bitter willow and say to the child, "Don't cry, don't cry. I shall now give you some gold." The child sees this, thinks it is true gold, and stops crying. But this yellow leaf is in actual fact not gold. The child sees wooden cows, horses, men, and women, and thinks they are men, women, etc., and stops crying. But, truth to tell, these are not men or women. As it thinks thus about men and women, we say child. It is the same with the Tathagata. If beings are about to commit evil deeds, the Tathagata speaks about the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure, rectitude, and the freedom one enjoys in Trayastrimsa heaven, the pleasures of the 5 desires which one has there in beautiful palaces, about all that obtains there, which is none but the blisses of the 6 sense organs. The beings, on hearing about all the pleasure that obtains there, stop doing evil. 243 From a greedy mind, to taste the bliss and do the good that will be worth Trayastrimsa heaven for them. Actually, there in Trayastrimsa heaven there are birth and death, impermanence, non-bliss, non-self, non-purity. To lead beings, he puts into effect an expedient and speaks of the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure. Also, we say child. If beings abhor birth and death, the Tathagata speaks of the 2 vehicles. But, in truth, there are not 2 vehicles. By 2 vehicles, one sees the evils of birth and death, and comes to see the bliss of nirvana. Seeing thus, there are segregation and non-segregation. The true and the not true, practice and non-practice, and gain and non-gain. O good man! Just as a child thinks of gold in regard to what is not gold, so do things stand with the Tathagata. In regard to the impure, he talks of the pure. As the Tathagata is Paramartha Satya itself, there is nothing false here as in the case of the child that thinks what is not a cow or horse is a cow or horse. If beings conceive of the true way in what is not the way, the Tathagata will also speak about this non-way and make it into the way. In the non-way, there is, truth to tell, no way. Only as there is the smallest bit of causal relations, he talks of the non-way and says that it is the way. This is as with the child who thinks that the wooden man and woman are a real man and woman. It is the same with the Tathagata. Knowing what is no being, he speaks of a being. But truth to tell, there can be no thought of a being. If the Buddha Tathagata says that there is no being, all beings may gain the wrong view. For this reason, the Tathagata says that beings exist. The person who entertains the thought of a being in a being cannot destroy the thought of a being. Any being who destroys the thought of a being gains great nirvana. When one thus gains nirvana, one ceases crying. This is a child's action. O good man! If any man or woman upholds these 5 actions, reads, writes and copies and expounds them, such a person will unfailingly gain the 5 actions. Bodhisattva Kasyapa said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! I now see what the Buddha says. This means that I shall unfailingly gain the 5 actions. The Buddha said, O good man! It is not that you alone will gain the 5 actions. All of those congregated here, who are 930,000 in number, will also all equally gain the 5 actions. Chapter 27, Bodhisattva Highly Virtuous King 1. Then the Buddha said to Bodhisattva Mahasattva All-Shining Highly Virtuous King, O good man! Any Bodhisattva Mahasattva who practices this great Nirvana Sutra will gain 10 virtues. He is not on the same level as the Sravaka or Pratyeka Buddha. This is beyond knowing. Any person who hears this will be surprised. It is neither in nor out, neither difficult nor easy. It is neither outer expression nor non-expression. It is neither secular nor has it any form to represent it. It is not what one comes across in the world. What are the 10? The first contains 5. What are the 5? 1. One who has not heard this can hear it well. 2. Having heard it, there is benefit. 3. It well cuts away doubt. 4. The mind of wisdom is straight and has no bends. 5. One knows the closely guarded store of the Tathagata. These are the 5. How do we hear what we have not heard? This refers to the depths of the closely guarded doctrine. All beings have the Buddha nature. There is no discrimination between Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. The nature and characteristics of the 3 treasures are the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure. All Buddhas do not, to the very end, enter nirvana, and are eternal and unchanging. The nirvana of the Tathagata is, not is and not is not that which is created and not that which is not created, not something leakable defiled and not something unleakable undefiled, not matter and not non-matter, not name and not non-name, not phenomenal and not non-phenomenal, not is and not is, not substance and not non-substance, not cause and not result, not opposite and not non-opposite, not brightness and not darkness, not appearing and not non-appearing, not eternal and not non-eternal, not disruption and not non-disruption, no beginning and no non-beginning, no past, no future, and no present. No skandha and no non-skandha, no sense sphere and no non-sphere, no sense realm and no non-realm, number 12 links of interdependence and no non-12 links of interdependence. All such categorical items are of a nature deep and fine in implication. One can hear what one has not 244 heard before. Also, there are yet things which do not reach one's ear, which are all the sutras of the Tirthayikas, i.e. the 4 Vedas, the Vyakaranas, the sutras of the Vaisasikas and Kapilas, the works referring to charms, medical arts, handicrafts, the eclipses of sun and moon, the changes in the cycles of the constellations, books, and prophecies. In none of these do we hear anything of what is secret. Now, we come to see this in the sutra. Also, there are the 11 types of Sutra, from which the Vaipulya is excluded. And we see no deep and secret things stated there. But such we come to know from this Sutra. O good man! That is why we say that we hear what we have not heard before. We say that we gain benefit when we hear. If we listen to this great Nirvana Sutra, we come to know all about the depths of what is said in all the Vaipulya Mahayana Sutras. For example, this is like a mirror, in which a man or woman can clearly see color and form. It is the same with the great Nirvana Sutra. The Bodhisattva takes this up and clearly sees through all the depths of things stated in the Mahayana Sutras. Also, this is like one with a great torch, who is able to see all in a dark room. It is the same with the torch of the Nirvana Sutra. The Bodhisattva takes this up and gains the depths of what is said in the Mahayana Sutras. Also, it is like the sun. When it appears, thousands of lights shine over the mountains and gloomy places, and man can clearly see what is far off and distant. It is the same with the pure light of wisdom of this great Nirvana. It shines upon all the depths of Mahayana, enabling those of the two vehicles to see the Buddhist teaching. How? Because one hears the all-wonderful doctrine of this great Nirvana Sutra. Oh, good man! If the Bodhisattva Mahasattva listens to this great Nirvana Sutra, he will come to know all about the names and letters of all things. If he writes, copies, recites, and explains it extensively to others, and thinks about the meaning, he will know all the significations of all things. O good man! One who hears knows only the name, but not what it signifies. If one truly writes, copies, holds, recites and explains it widely to others, and thinks of the meaning, then one can well know the signification. Also, next, O good man! One who hears this sutra hears that there is the Buddha nature, but he cannot easily see it. But if one indeed writes, copies, recites, explains it widely to others and thinks carefully about the meaning, such a one can well see it. A person who listens to the sutra hears about Dana, but does not yet see Danaparamita. If one indeed writes, copies, recites, explains it widely to others and thinks of the meaning, such a person will well see Danaparamita. The same applies to Prajnaparamita. O good man! If the Bodhisattva listens well to this great Nirvana Sutra, he will come to know of Dharma and its meaning, he will become perfect in the two unhinderednesses and will not be afraid of any Sramanas, Brahmins, Devas, Maras, Brahma, or any of the world. He will expound the 12 types of Sutra. There is nothing that differs. Not following and listening to others, he indeed knows and approaches unsurpassed enlightenment. O good man! That is why we say that we listen and arrive at benefit. We say that a person cuts away doubt. Of doubt there are two kinds. One is doubting the name, and the other is doubting the meaning. A person who listens to the sutra does away with the mind that doubts the name. A person who thinks of the meaning cuts away the mind that doubts the meaning. Also, next, O good man! Of doubt, there are 5 kinds. One is doubting and wondering whether the Buddha truly enters nirvana or not. The second is doubting whether the Buddha is eternal or not. The third is doubting and wondering whether the Buddha is true bliss or not. The fourth is doubting whether the Buddha is truly pure or not. The fifth is doubting and wondering whether the Buddha is the true self or not. When one listens to the sutra, one eternally segregates oneself from these 4 doubts. Also, next, there are 3 kinds of doubt. First, one doubts whether there is the Sravaka or not. Secondly, one doubts whether there is the Pratyeka Buddha or not. Thirdly, one doubts whether there is the Buddha vehicle or not. Any person who listens to the sutra eternally excises himself from these three doubts, and no doubt remains. If one writes, copies, recites, and explains it widely to others, and thinks of the meaning, one comes to realize that all beings possess the Buddha nature. Also, next, O good man, any person who does not hear this great Nirvana Sutra will have much doubt regarding eternal or non-eternal, bliss or non-bliss, pure or non-pure, self or non-self, life or non-life. 245 Being or non-being, ultimate or non-ultimate, the other world or the past world, is or nothingness. Suffering or non-suffering, cause of suffering or non-cause of suffering, way or non-way. Extinction or non-extinction, dharma or non-dharma, good or non-good, or void or non-void. Any person who hears the sutra will eternally make away with such doubts. Also, next, O good man, any person who does not hear such a sutra will have various doubts, such as, if matter is the self, if feeling, perception, volition, or consciousness is the self, if the I indeed sees, if the self indeed sees, down to if consciousness indeed knows, if the self indeed knows, if matter indeed suffers from karmic results, down to if consciousness suffers from karmic results, if the self suffers from karmic results, if matter goes to the other world, if the self goes to the other world, down to if consciousness goes to the other world, and such as if the law of birth and death has beginning and end, if it has no beginning and end. Any person who hears this sutra will eternally do away with these kinds of doubt. Or there may be a person who might entertain doubt as to whether the Akantaka, those who have committed the 4 grave offenses, those who have enacted the 5 deadly sins, and those who have slandered Dharma have the Buddha nature or not. Any person who hears the sutra eternally does away with all such doubts. Or a person may doubt and wonder if there is a limit to the world or not, or if there are the 10 directions or not. Any person who hears the sutra will eternally do away with any such doubts. This is why we say that it indeed eternally does away with the doubting mind. We say that the mind of wisdom is straight and without bends. If the mind doubts, what is seen cannot be straight. If all beings do not hear this all-wonderful great Nirvana Sutra, what is seen becomes twisted. This applies down to Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas, whose views must also be twisted. Why do we say that what all beings see is twisted? They see the eternal, bliss, self, and the pure in what is leakable, and impermanence, suffering, impurity, and the non-self in the Tathagata, and they think that beings have life, and knowing, and seeing. They construe nirvana as thoughtlessness, non-thoughtlessness, and construe Isvara as having the noble eightfold path. What there is the is and the not is, and all such twisted views. If the Bodhisattva hears this great Nirvana Sutra and practices the noble path, he can make away with all such twisted views. What are the twisted views of the Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas? These are thinking that the Bodhisattva descends from Tushita heaven, that he rides on a white elephant, that he finds himself in the womb of a mother, that the father's name was Suddhodana, and the mother's Maya, that for 10 full months he was at Kapilavastu, and was born, that when born and not yet touching the earth Sakrodavendra takes him up, and the Naga kings, Nanda and Upananda, shoot out water and bathe him, that the great demon, Manabhadra, holds a gem parasol and stands behind him, that the earth god holds flowers on which the child places his feet, that he takes 7 steps in the 4 directions, and is satisfied, that as he goes to the temple of the Devas come out and welcome him, that Asita picks him up and prophesies, That, having seen the signs, he is all sorrow and says, "Woe that I will not be blessed with witnessing the rise of the Buddha's teaching," that he goes to a teacher where he learns writing, reckoning, archery, reading omens, and handicrafts, that living in the royal harem he plays with the 60,000 maids and enjoys himself, that he comes out of the castle and finds himself in the Kapila garden. That on the way he sees an aged man and also a sramana going along the roadside, garbed in a priestly robe, that he returns to the royal palace, where he sees the bodies of the females of the palace looking like white bones, that all the palatial building were now no more to him than graves, that he despises these and renounces home, that at night he slips out of the castle, that he sees such great rishis as Yudhakaramapputra and Aradakalama and hears from them about consciousness, boundlessness and thoughtlessness, non-thoughtlessness. Having heard and meditated upon these, he sees that all things are non-eternal, suffering, non-pure, and non-self. He abandons these, practices penance under a tree and, after 6 years, sees that penance does not bring him unsurpassed enlightenment. Then he bathes himself in the waters of river Hiranyavati near Anjana and takes some milk-cooked porridge from the hands of a pasture woman. After taking this, he goes to the Bodhi tree, where, crushing Marupapiyas, he attains unsurpassed enlightenment. Then at Varanasi he turns the wheel of Dharma and sees that, here at 246 Kusinagara, he enters nirvana. All such are the twisted views of Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas. O good man! The Bodhisattva Mahasattva, when he hears and understands the great Nirvana Sutra, immediately cuts away all such views. And as he writes, copies, recites, understands, explains to others and thinks about the meaning, he becomes straight-minded and makes away with twisted views. O good man! As the Bodhisattva Mahasattva practices the way of this great Nirvana Sutra, he comes to see clearly that the Bodhisattva had never for innumerable kalpas descended from Tushita heaven into a motherly womb and entered nirvana at Kusinagara. This is the right view of a Bodhisattva Mahasattva. We say that we well gain the deep meaning of the Tathagata. This is none other than Parinirvana. All beings possess the Buddha nature. They repent of the 4 grave offenses, make away with the mind which slanders Dharma, put an end to the 5 deadly sins, and do away with the akantika within themselves. Then they can attain unsurpassed enlightenment. This is what is meant by the extremely deep and closely guarded thought. Also, next, O good man! What do we mean by the extremely deep meaning? Beings know that there is no such thing as self. Even so, they cannot make away with the karma fire of the days to come. Though they know that the 5 skandhas die out here, the karma of good and evil does not die out. Though there are all the actions of karma, there are now no doers. Though there are places to go, there is none who goes there. Though there is binding, there is no one who is bound. Though there is nirvana, there is no one who has to die out. That is what is meant by the deepness of meaning. Then Bodhisattva all-shining highly virtuous king said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! It is difficult for me to arrive at the meaning of what the Buddha says regarding hearing and non-hearing. Why? Because if Dharma is, what there must be is, if it is not is, what there must be there is not. Nothing can come from nothing, what is cannot die out. What is heard must be what is heard. If it is not heard, what there is what one has not heard. How can one say that what one has heard is what one has not heard? O world honored one! What one cannot hear is what one has not heard. If one has heard it, there is no more of hearing, no longer any yet to be heard. Why not? Because one has already heard it. How can one say that what one has heard is what one has not heard? For example, this is similar to the case where when a person who has gone has come, he is not gone; if he has gone, he has not come. If one is born, there is no being born; if not born, there is no being born. When something has been gained, there is no longer any gaining of that. If it is not gained, there is no gaining. If not heard, there is no more of hearing; if not heard, there is no hearing any more. The case is like this. O world-honored one! A person might say that he has heard what he has not heard. As all beings have not yet gained enlightenment, this can well happen. When nirvana has not yet been gained, one may well gain it. When the Buddha nature has not yet been seen, one might well see it. How can one say that the bodhisattva of the stage of the 10 Bhuma sees the Buddha nature, but is not yet quite clear in his seeing of it? O world honored one! One may well say that non-hearing is hearing. O Tathagata! From whom did you once hear in the past? If it is said that you did hear, how could you say in the Agamas that you had no teacher? If having not heard is not heard, and if the Tathagata did attain unsurpassed enlightenment, beings not having heard must mean the attaining of unsurpassed enlightenment. O Tathagata! If one can see the Buddha nature even without having heard this great Nirvana Sutra, all beings must also be able to see it, even though they have not heard it. O world-honored one! Color is both visible and not visible. The same with sound. It is either audible or non-audible. This great nirvana is neither color nor sound. How can one say that one can well see or hear it? O world-honored one! If the past is what is already gone, it is not audible. As the future has not yet arrived, one cannot hear it. One can say that one hears now, but one cannot say that one has heard. When heard, the voice dies out and one cannot possess it any longer. This great nirvana is not of past, future, or present. If not of the 3 times, there can be no explaining. If inexpressible, there can be no hearing. How can we say that the Bodhisattva practices the teaching of this great Nirvana Sutra and say that he hears what he 247 has not heard? Then the Buddha, praising Bodhisattva all-shining highly virtuous king, said, well said, well said. You now know well that all things are like phantoms, flames, a Gandharvan castle, a picture on the surface of water, and also like foam and plantain trees, which are empty and contain nothing therein. All have no life, no self, no suffering, and no bliss. This is similar to the case of the Bodhisattva of the stage of the 10 Bhumas, who knows and sees things. Then, of a sudden, there flashed out over the congregation a great light. It was not blue, and yet it was blue; not yellow, and yet it was yellow; not red, and yet it was red; not white, and yet it was white; not a color, and yet there was color there; not bright, and yet it was bright; not visible, and yet it was visible. Then, the great congregation, on encountering this light, felt their bodies and minds all joy and happiness. This was as with a bhiksu who now dwells in the Lion King, Mahayana. Then Bodhisattva Manjushri said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! Who emits this light now? Then the Tathagata was silent and said nothing. Bodhisattva Kasyapa also asked of Manjushri, why does this light shine upon us? Manjushri was silent and did not reply. Then Bodhisattva Boundless Body also asked Bodhisattva Kasyapa, whose is this light? Bodhisattva Kasyapa was silent and said nothing. Bodhisattva Purabodh Prince asked Bodhisattva Boundless Body, why does this great light appear to all this great congregation? Bodhisattva boundless body was silent and said nothing. So did it go with the 500 bodhisattvas. Though asked, there was none there who made reply. Then the world-honored one asked Manjushri, why is there this light over this great mass of people? Manjushri said, O world-honored one, we call this light wisdom. Wisdom is what eternally is. The Dharma eternal has no causal relations. Why do you, the Buddha, ask me about this light? This light is the Tathagata. The Tathagata is eternal. The Dharma eternal is not grounded on causal relations. How does it come, then, that the Tathagata asks me for the reason? This light is great loving kindness and great compassion. Great loving kindness and great compassion are eternal. The Dharma eternal is not grounded on causal relations. Why does the Tathagata ask me about causal relations? This light is the meditation on the Buddha. The meditation on the Buddha is the Dharma eternal. The Dharma eternal is not erected upon the path of causal relations. Why should the Tathagata ask me about causal relations? This light is the way that does not obtain with any Sravakas or Pratyekabuddhas. The way that does not obtain with Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas is eternal. The Dharma eternal is not built upon the path of causal relations. Why does the Tathagata ask me about causal relations? By doing away with ignorance, one gains the burning flame of unsurpassed enlightenment. The Buddha said, O Manjushri, do not enter into the all-wonderful depths of the Paramartha Satya of all dharmas. Explain things by means of secular truth. Manjushri said, O world honored one, to the east, beyond worlds as numerous as the sands of 20 Ganges, is a world called Akala. The site where the Buddha of that country resides is extensive and all equal and is as large as 12,000 yojanas lengthwise and crosswise. The ground is made of jewels and has no earth or stones. All is flat and soft, and there are no ditches or pits. All the trees are made of the 4 gems, namely, gold, silver, beryl, and crystal. Flowers and fruits are in abundance, and there is no time when these are not present. As people come into contact with the flowers and their fragrance, their body and mind experience peace and bliss, which can be likened to a bhiksu sitting in the third dhyana. And there are 3,000 great rivers that surround the land. The water is delicate and wonderful and is perfect in the 8 tastes. The people who bathe in it experience joy and bliss comparable to the state of a bhiksu in the second dhyana. The rivers contain various flowers, such as the utpal, padma, kumuda, pundarika, the fragrant, the greatly fragrant, the wonderfully fragrant, the nitya, and the bloom that unhinderedly protects all beings. Also, on both banks are numerous flowers, such as the Atimateka, Kampaka, Patalaputra, Varsika, Malika, Mahamalika, Simalika, Sumna, Yuthaka, Dhanaka, Nitya, and the bloom that unhinderedly protects all beings. The riverbed is of golden sand, and there are flights of stairs on the 4 sides, made of gold, silver, beryl, and crystal of mixed colors. Numerous birds fly over these. 248 Also, there lie many tigers, wolves, lions, and all kinds of evil birds and beasts there, all of whom, however, regard one another with the mind of a baby. There is in that land no one who carries out the grave offenses, nor are there those who slander Dharma, nor are there any Ikantakas, nor those who have committed the 5 deadly sins. The land is good and fit, so that there is no cold or heat, and no sufferings from famine or thirst, no greed, anger, indolence or jealousy reign there. There is no talk of sun and moon, no day and night, and there are no seasons. All obtains as in Trayastrimsa heaven. The people of that land shine and have no arrogance in their mind. All are bodhisattva mahasattvas, all possess divine powers and great virtues, and their minds look up to wonderful dharma. They ride in the Mahayana, love the Mahayana, die for, and protect, the Mahayana. They are accomplished in great wisdom, are perfect in the Mahayana, and always pity all beings. The Buddha of that land is Tathagata full moonlight, who is an alms deserving, all enlightened one, an all accomplished one, a well gone, an all knower, an unsurpassed one, best trainer, and teacher of gods and humans, a Buddha. World honored one. He delivers sermons where he resides. And there is not a single land that cannot indeed hear them. He delivers a sermon on the great Nirvana Sutra to Bodhisattva Vaiduryaprabha. O good man! If a Bodhisattva Mahasattva thoroughly practices the way of the great Nirvana Sutra, those who cannot actually hear can also hear. This Bodhisattva Mahasattva Vaiduryaprabha questions Buddha full moonlight as Bodhisattva all shining highly virtuous. King questions me. All is the same, and there is nothing different. Buddha full moonlight said to Bodhisattva Vaiduryaprabha, O good man! Far out to the west, beyond as many lands as sands of 20 Ganges, there is a land called Saha. In that, there abound mountains, hills, mounds, sand, gravel, thorns, and poisonous thorns. There are always the sufferings of hunger, thirst, cold, and heat there. The people of that land do not respect Sramanas, Brahmins, parents, teachers, or elders. They greedily cling to unlawful acts, practice wrong actions, and do not believe in wonderful dharma. Their life is short. Those who cunningly cheat others are cured punished by the king. The king possesses territories, but is not satisfied. He covets what others possess. He calls forth wars and fights, and many meet with untimely deaths. As the king acts thus, the 4 guardians of the earth and good devas cannot have an easy mind. So calamities and famines come about, and the 5 cereals do not grow well. People suffer from illnesses and suffering goes on unendingly. There lives a Buddha there, called Tathagata Shakyamuni, an alms deserving, an all enlightened one, an all accomplished one, a well gone, an all knower, an unsurpassed one, best trainer, teacher of gods and humans, and a Buddha world honored one. All compassionate and kind-hearted towards all beings, he is delivering sermons on the great Nirvana Sutra to all beings, at Kusinagara, between the sal trees. There is a bodhisattva there called All Shining Highly Virtuous King. Already he asks about this and nothing differs here from what you ask. The Buddha is now answering. Make haste and go there. You will hear things yourself. O world honored one! That Bodhisattva Vaiduryaprabha, on hearing this, is coming with 84,000 Bodhisattva Mahasattvas. Hence this premonition. Because of this, we have this light. That is why. And yet it is not why. Then Bodhisattva Vaiduryaprabha arrived, accompanied by 84,000 Bodhisattvas and bearing, along with various banners and parasols, incense, flowers, garlands, and various kinds of music. Double that which had gone before. All came to Kusinagara, between the sal trees. Offering what they had brought to the Buddha, they touched his feet with their heads, folded their hands together, paid homage, and thrice walked around the Buddha. Having paid homage, they sat down to one side. Then the world-honored one asked that Bodhisattva, O good man! Have you arrived or not? Bodhisattva Vaiduryaprabha said, O world-honored one! Arrived is not come, and not arrived is also not come. As I think of this, there is no coming at all. O world-honored one! Even if all things were eternal, it would also be not come, even if it is non-eternal, there is no coming. If one thinks that man has a nature, there is coming and no coming. I now do not see any eternally fixed nature in beings. How can I say to have come or not to have come? With an 249 arrogant person, there can be going and coming, with one without arrogance, there can be no coming and going. With one who is leaving, there can be talk of going and coming, with one without the leaving mind, there is no talk of going and coming. If one thinks that the Tathagata ultimately enters nirvana now, there is going and coming. If one does not think that the Tathagata ultimately enters nirvana, there can be no going and coming. If one does not hear of the Buddha nature, there can be going and coming. With one who hears of the Buddha nature, there can be no going and coming. With one who thinks that there is nirvana with the Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas, there is going and coming. With one who does not see any entering into nirvana with the Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas, there can be no going and coming. If one sees the eternal bliss, the self, and the pure with the Sravakas and Pratyekabuddhas, there is going and coming. If not, there is no going and coming. If one views the Tathagata as not the eternal bliss, the self, and the pure, there is going and coming. If one sees the eternal bliss, self, and the pure with the Tathagata, there cannot be any going and coming. O world-honored one! Leave this matter as it is for the present. I desire to ask more. Please condescend to give ear to me. The Buddha said, O good man! Ask as you wish to ask. It is now time. I shall now make things clear and explain them to you. Why? Because it is hard to encounter a Buddha, as it is difficult to come across the blooming of the Udambara. It is the same with Dharma. It is difficult to hear it. Of the 12 types of sutra, the hardest to hear is the Vaipulya. For this reason, listen with undivided attention. Then Bodhisattva Mahasattva Vaidurya Prabha obtained permission and also admonition. And he said to the Buddha, O world-honored one! How can a Bodhisattva Mahasattva practice the Great Nirvana Sutra? I wish to hear what I have not heard before. Then the Tathagata praised him, saying, well said, O good man! You now desire to cross the sea of the great nirvana of Mahayana. And you rightly encounter my sermon. I shall now become a great doctor and thoroughly extract the poisonous arrows of diverse doubt. You are not yet clear as to the Buddha nature. I possess the torch of wisdom and shall well enlighten you. You now desire to cross the great river of birth and death. I shall now become a mariner for you. You see in me the parent, and I see in you the small child. Your mind is now dying for the treasures of wonderful Dharma. I have much and can stand giving. Listen clearly to me, listen clearly to me. Bethink yourself well. I shall now make things clear and explain them to you. Oh, good man! It is now time for you to hear Dharma. Having heard it, believe it, and gain a respectful mind. Listen with all your mind, venerate what you have heard. Do not seek to pick out something wrong in wonderful Dharma. Think not of greed, anger, and ignorance. Think not of good and bad or of the caste of the priest. Having heard Dharma, be not arrogant. Do not do things for honor, fame, or profit. Make effort to save the world, and for the interest of sweet Dharma. Also, do not be worried in mind. Hear Dharma, save yourself, and then save others. First, understand yourself, and let others understand. First, ease yourself, and then ease others. First, gain nirvana yourself, and then let others gain it. See with an equal mind Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. See birth and death as great suffering. See in great nirvana the eternal, bliss, the self, and the pure. First act for others, and then for your own self. Act for Mahayana and not for the two vehicles. Do not cling to anything. Do not cling to the characteristics of anything. Do not be greedy towards anything. Always try to understand and see Dharma. O good man! If you give ear to Dharma with such an attitude, this is how one hears what one has not heard before. O good man! There is a hearing, when one has not heard, there is a non-hearing when one has heard, there is a hearing when one has heard. O good man! There is a birth, without being born. There is no being born, without being born, there is no being born, having been born, there is a being born, having been born. Similarly, there is an arriving, not having arrived, there is no arriving, not having arrived, there is no arriving, having arrived, there is an arriving, having arrived. O world-honored one! What is being born, not having been born? O good man! Abiding peacefully in secular truth, one first comes out of the womb. This is 250.